Chapter 1. The Spark of Genius. People aren't born equal, even though they should be. We are all living, breathing beings born of the same species on the same planet, in the same universe. So what made some people better than others? Quirks, superpowers that over 80% of the population were born with. It used to be money or ethnicity, but that was human nature. People will always find ways to be better than others, just so they could look down on the others. Unfortunately for Izuku Midoriya, he was the one of the others of society. A quirkless boy that everyone looked down on, like he had some sort of disability just by being a normal human. But even still, he wanted nothing more than to be a hero. Maybe not the greatest hero, but a hero nonetheless. All Might was always his idol. That man's smile and attitude was always a light in his otherwise bleak world. That's what he wanted to be, that light in someone else's world. Izuku felt like he owed it to someone out there to be their light, just like All Might was his. Until he was told by said hero to give up on his dreams. Until he saw All Might for what he really was. It was one thing to be picked on by Kaken and told every day that he was a quirkless nobody that could never be a hero. As much as that chipped away at his self-esteem and confidence, he could still carry on with that. But to hear the same thing from the number one hero, that was soul-crushing. I can't be a hero, huh? Fine. You win world. Izuku sighed, finally giving up. He didn't bother stopping to take notes on whatever commotion was going on in the streets. All of his notes, scientific formulas, diagrams and sketches for devices and gadgets were meaningless to him now. He didn't care anymore. Later that day, Izuku stared at his wall of hero posters and magazine cutouts with a somber look on his freckled face. Slowly, he reached up and started taking them down, opened up one of the trash bags he got from the kitchen and stuffed it all into the bag. It appears your son is quirkless. I'm sorry, but he won't be able to be a hero. He took all of his notebooks and tossed them in the bag. Next was all of his theories, sketches, and diagrams for devices and gadgets that could simulate a quirk. He even threw out all of his mathematical equations for these theories and hypothetical projects. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku went into his closet and grabbed all the comic books, manga, and graphic novels that he collected over the years. It wasn't just Japanese comics, but American ones too. He used to like the intricate and elaborate universes that Marvel and DC created with their comics. Now though they all lost meaning to him, so into the trash they go. I'm sorry, kid, but without a quirk you can't be a hero. We risk our lives every day. It's not something a quirkless person can do. Try being an officer. Sure, it's not the most glamorous job, but it's still a noble profession. Lastly, the All Might merchandise that he kept had to go. That man used to be his favorite hero. A hero that saved people with a smile and always preached about never giving up. Until Izuku got to meet him face to face and was told by the number one hero to give up. He even got to see the hero's true form. A skinny, emaciated man that wore his muscles like a mask, hiding the weak body beneath. It was all so eye-opening. Not only was his dreams to be a hero crushed, but it turns out his role model, All Might, was nothing more than a pretender. 3 hours a day, huh? He might as well be one of the made-up heroes in those comic books stuffed in the trash, clinging to his title and fame like a leech, even if it costs him his health. Just like all these fake heroes in today's quirk-obsessed society, all they cared about is fame and money. No one wanted to be a real hero that just wanted to save people. Kaken was the perfect example, always boasting about being the greatest and richest hero ever. But the way he bullied Izuku, you would think he'd be more suited for a life of villainy. Though that was human nature, wasn't it? Nobody did anything for free. Everyone wanted something, and these frauds dressed in colored costumes were no different. Where were the real heroes? The ones like in his comics. The ones that these moronic fakers pretended to be. Irritation and disgust began to fill Izuku's thoughts as he glared at his now barren room. If I had a quirk, I wouldn't be like them. That thought caused the green-haired boy to deflate when he realized there really was nothing he could do about it. What could a weak, quirkless boy like him do to change society? To change the world? According to the doctor, Kaken, and All Might, nothing. People really aren't born equal. He sighed again, sadly, with tears building up. He always knew that he could never be a hero, but he just wanted to hear one person say he could do it. That's all, just one voice in the cacophony of screams that said he couldn't do anything. To say that they believed that a quirkless boy could do something great. That alone would have been enough to ease all the pain and heartache. Walking back to the closet, he checked to make sure everything got thrown away. There his eyes spotted one lone comic book sitting on the top shelf. Reaching up, he grabbed it and brought it to his face to look at the cover. He smiled lightly to himself as he remembered this one fondly. A story where the villain technically wins, but the bad guy's motives, while horrific, were done for what he believed to be a noble cause. Balancing the universe, making everything as it should be. Flipping through it, he paused on a very epic drawing of the purple-skinned villain, holding up his gauntlet-covered hand about to snap his fingers with it. His green eyes lingered on the stone-covered gauntlet while his mind ran a mile a minute. Izuku suddenly felt an idea pop into his head. For some reason, this particular comic reminded him of an interesting article he read a while back. Placing the novel on his desk, he went over to the trash bag and dug through for some of his notebooks. Finding the correct one, the freckle-faced boy flipped it open to his notes along with the print out of the scientific discussion. Apparently, a scientist in Germany figured out a liquid serum that once ingested or injected directly into the bloodstream could give that person a quirk for a limited time. Just a few seconds, according to a highlighted sentence. The serum was based from the concentrated DNA of quirked individuals and was unfortunately abandoned due to the dead end the research team ran into. This led Izuku to wonder. The serum, called Project Prometheus, was considered a failure due to the fact that the time limitations could never be expanded upon. Looking at his notes on the formulas that were published in the article, he had to wonder if they were looking in the wrong direction. If a quirk could be concentrated into liquid form, could it be concentrated into a solid form? For example, a stone. A small stone that could be fitted to a device that would allow the wielder to use a quirk that the stone was derived from. Izuku pulled out some blank papers and started drawing up some equations. He may not have had a quirk, but he still excelled in math and science. In fact, if it wasn't for his foolish dream to go to UA, he would have graduated middle school a year ago. Having a genius-level intellect was the only solace the universe gave him, after robbing him of the gift of having a quirk. Too bad such a powerful mind wasn't even considered as remarkable in a world where quirks outshine everything. The next morning. Yes, this is it. Izuku wanted to laugh in triumph. This is it. He spent all night working on this equation, and he finally cracked it. A way to extract the essence of a quirk from someone's DNA and concentrate it into a crystallized stone form. His formula was based off of Project Prometheus, except his would work, in theory at least. He was so close, though. Just a few lines of math could turn a quirkless person into the most powerful being on the planet. All he needed was some sort of object to attach the stones to once they were made. But what kind of device should he make? Looking at the comic that inspired him, he decided that he might as well go with that. The Infinity Gauntlet. Izuku smiled, thinking about the future hero society he will make with this device. No more frauds and pretend heroes like All Might. Everything will be as it should be. Perfectly balanced. With only those he deemed real heroes allowed. His dream to be a hero was dead, but his new dream, he vowed, would come to fruition. However, there was just one problem. Where am I going to get the money to make it? Chapter 2. The Strategist. Alright, is everybody ready? Izuku asked with great enthusiasm. The group of criminals looked at him like he was crazy. They were about to rob a bank, not go to an amusement park. This kid was not at all what they expected. Word had been spreading through the underground of an individual with a certain skill set. Villains have been hiring him to analyze the weaknesses of certain heroes and provide strategic planning for various crimes they wanted to commit. He was apparently some kind of genius that worked for the highest bidder. No one knew his real name, but he went by an alias called Apotheosis. A green-eyed, green-haired boy, dressed in a white hoodie, dark gray pants, boots, black leather gloves, and wearing a black scarf around the lower half of his face to hide his more distinguishable features. The kid always seemed to have a sunny disposition with a bit of an awkward stutter. The criminals weren't one to complain, though. He did good work. All right. I don't know what else to say. Izuku chuckled, rubbing his head awkwardly. Gee, good luck, everyone. Whatever, kid. One of the masked thugs rolled his eyes. This plan of yours better work. It will, Izuku said with complete confidence. He already helped 3 criminal groups knock over 6 different banks. This next one will be child's play. The men exited the black van, while the green-haired boy stayed behind. He sat on a small office chair, and on his lap was a portable computer, which he paid for from one of his previous gigs. From the screen, he received live footage of the inside of the bank. Izuku had hacked into the security systems and ran a virus that he created called the Phantom Program. Basically, it took over the footage and all the cameras, looped whatever recording he wanted, and blocked the current feed. So in other words, the thugs that hired him were completely invisible as they broke into the closed bank. The silent alarm was also deactivated. "This is going very well," he mumbled into his headset while he watched them break open the vault. One of them had a magnetic quirk that allowed them to manipulate the tumblers and locks in the doors to open anything. Very handy for a bank robbery. 30 minutes later, they had all the money bagged and ready to be taken to the van. Izuku took a sip of his coffee. He timed everything perfectly, down to the last detail. Even this next part. "Stop right there." The thugs froze when they heard a voice shout from the open entrance of the bank. "Damn it, a hero," one of them growled. Standing out in the darkness was a relatively new hero by at least 2 years, called Flare. A hero with a quirk that covered his hands in fire and allowed him to throw balls of flame that were small but fast. "As I planned," Izuku said through the headset. "You knew he would show up." The third criminal yelled into the mic. Of course, Izuku had planned exactly for this. He knew that this area was a sort of nexus point where heroes frequently patrol. He analyzed their patrol patterns and picked this night specifically so that this particular hero would be here rather than any of the others. "You little brat," another thug shouted through the mic. They pointed their guns at Flare just as the hero was about to launch some fireballs at them. "Fire detected in the vicinity of the bank," Izuku said smoothly while pushing a button on his keyboard. The fire sprinklers suddenly activated, dousing the entire building in water and causing the hero's fire to fizzle out. With his abilities completely neutralized, one of the accomplices used his low-level speed quirk to run up and knock Flare upside the head with his gun, rendering him unconscious. "I thought you guys would have a bit more faith in me. You can trust that I wouldn't set you up," Izuku chuckled. Of all the heroes that could have been patrolling the area, Flare would have been the easiest to neutralize by simply setting off the sprinkler system. Like he said, he planned this perfectly. "Can you lock Flare in the vault, please, and gather up the bags? We have less than—" Izuku examined his watch. 10 minutes before the firefighters arrive. "Damn, I really underestimated this kid," the man with the magnetic quirk said, sounding impressed. The others, too, were equally impressed. Apotheosis really was a genius to plan a heist like this. "A job well done, everyone," Izuku smiled. A job well done. He was happy. With his cut, he would have enough to start getting his mini projects going. The next morning, Izuku yawned as he finished counting his money. With his cut from the recent robbery, he now had a sizable fortune hidden under his bed. Izuku had been moving through the underground, assisting criminals and villains, using his strategic mind and intellect to plan out their crimes and find weaknesses to heroes they battled. It was the only way he could get large amounts of money. After all, he couldn't go into the hero agencies and say that, "Hey, I'm a quirkless boy and I'd like to help." At best, he'd be told politely to leave. At worst, he'd be laughed out of the building. It's sad, but society didn't take quirkless people seriously. He wore a scarf over his face and went by an alias to hide his identity. He also covered his tracks well, so nothing could ever be traced back to him. Izuku spent all day sitting in class coming up with an alias, writing them down on a piece of paper until he finally picked the name Apotheosis. It meant the highest point of development or someone's ascent into divine status. He liked those meanings, so that became his name. That, and it had a nice ring to it. Ever since his dream to be a hero died and his new dream to create a better hero society that didn't look down on the weak was born, he had begun working on blueprints for the key to accomplishing this. The Infinity Gauntlet, a device capable of granting Izuku not just a quirk, but multiple quirks, all the greatest quirks anyone had ever seen. The stones he needed to make would give him the powers he needed to create his new world. Firstly, Izuku needed to see if his theory in math was correct. He planned to build the machine he designed called the Forge. It was basically a big manufacturing engine that would extract the quirk genes from DNA and process it into a solid form. These stones would power the gauntlet and give Izuku the same abilities of those quirks. However, there was another problem he was dealing with right now. A machine as big as the Forge needed a lot of space. Where would he build it? He required a proper laboratory to work and build his devices. Deciding to think about this later, Izuku put on his school uniform. Today he was going to take a step towards his goals. Nothing could ruin his day. Unless Kaken decided to be a hothead jerk again today. Ever since he got taken hostage by that sludge villain, the ashy blonde boy became even more insufferable than he already was. Maybe the whole incident made him realize that he wasn't as untouchable as he believed. How sad. The poor explosion boy wasn't strong enough to save himself from a weak sludge villain, Izuku thought sarcastically. That was nothing. Katsuki Bakugo didn't know what it truly felt like to be weak. Unfortunately for Izuku, and due to typical bully psychology, the incident made him seek to reinflate his ego and feel superior again. The best way to do that, continue picking on quirkless Deku, and Izuku had no choice but to sit there and take it. Heading to school, he yawned again. Last night's robbery lasted a little longer than he thought. The thugs Izuku was working with wanted to count every cent of the money they stole so they could make sure everyone got an equal share, which took a good 3 hours to complete. By the end, Izuku was exhausted both physically and mentally. Still, he was well enough to accomplish what he needed to accomplish today at the school. Bypassing his classroom, he walked down the hall to the principal's office. There he was told to report to room 305. At the request of his mother, he was given exclusive permission to take a test that would allow him to graduate middle school early. That was last week, and after getting a perfect score on the test, he was required to take an IQ test along with a placement test today in room 305 that would determine which schools he could get into. Izuku was aiming for a certain boarding school across Tokyo that would require him to move away from home, but it would give him the fresh setting he desired, plus living alone would allow him to continue his projects in complete secrecy. A school day later, and he was finished. Izuku wasn't surprised that he was the only student taking the test. Not to insult the school, but it didn't possess the most intellectual individuals. Plus, not many knew that you could graduate early. Deciding not to dwell on it, since it was the last time he would ever set foot in this building, Izuku headed towards his former classroom to pick a few of his belongings. Class was over by the time he reached the room, and only a few of the students remained. But just his luck, one of the last people he needed to see was just getting ready to leave. "What are you doing here so late, Deku?" Bakugo asked with a sneer. Izuku pursed his lips and chose to ignore him. Opening his desk, he grabbed his spare notebooks and a jump drive that he used to store ideas. "Hey, I asked you a question." Stuffing his personal belongings in his backpack, Izuku made his way to the door only to be stopped by a smoldering hand on his shoulder. "Don't ignore me, you piece of shit." Izuku had to wipe a drop of spit that landed on his face from the blonde boy's barking. "I just came to get my things," Izuku said in the meekest voice possible. Best to continue being pathetic, that way they'll never see him coming. "Where were you?" Bakugo demanded. "Taking a test," Izuku responded with a timid expression. "What test?" "A T-test to see if I should graduate early." "You? What's so special about your quirkless ass that they would let you graduate earlier than me?" Finally, having enough of this mock interrogation and pretending to be helpless, Izuku freed his shoulder and shuffled out the door. "I don't answer to you." The freckled boy glared at the other. Katsuki was actually taken aback by the glare. As far as he knew Deku, the nerd never gave him such a dark look before. In effort to reassert his dominance, he followed after the green-haired boy. "U.A doesn't take early graduates, Deku, so if you're trying to get in before me." "I'm not going to U.A. Izuku cut him off, making the other boy's eyes widen. "I rescinded my application. I decided to go to a boarding school on the other side of the city. We won't be meeting ever again. You got what you wanted, Kaken. Goodbye." He waved him off and walked out of the school in an attempt to end whatever relationship they had once and for all. "Wait. Hold up, Deku." Katsuki chased after him down the street. "What do you mean you're not going to U.A? Izuku sighed to himself and stopped to turn around. "Just what I said. I've decided to stop trying to be a hero and to be more realistic." He remembered that's what All Might said to him. Izuku couldn't wait to see the look on the number one hero's face when he showed him how realistic he planned on becoming. "So you finally realized you can never compete with me," Katsuki said smugly. "Compete with you? Your attitude coupled with the collateral damage you can cause would make you the worst hero ever," Izuku thought to himself. "Yup. I'm going to try my hand at technology, and maybe I can build devices to help the police." It doesn't matter what you build. Anything you create a hero could do 100 times better. The explosion boy barked at him. Oh, you just wait, he smirked internally. Well, have a nice life, Kakin, and with that Izuku walked away and out of the other boy's life for good. But Kugu stood there, the shock that he'd never see Deku again, that he was gone forever just like that, finally setting in. He honestly didn't know how to feel about it. After years of pushing the quirkless boy around, he didn't think the other would just up and leave like that. Deku, he growled in frustration, choosing his default emotion, anger, as he stomped away. That night. There we go, Izuku smiled as he finished soldering the wires and circuit boards together for his first device. One of his jobs that involved smuggling illegal equipment allowed him to get a hold of a piece of technology that was used in prisons to keep villains contained. A device normally attached to turrets that detected the activation of a quirk. With a few modifications, he made a smaller version that he could wear on the side of his head, with a single lens that Izuku took from a pair of red aviator sunglasses, covering his eye, almost like a monocle. The device's main purpose was to detect a nearby quirk user, project a number on the lens that represented the level of power, 1 through 100, and record it. He named it the Scouter, after the same fictional gadget that inspired it from a manga that Izuku read called Dragon Ball. Time to test it, Izuku smiled as he hooked the Scouter around his ear. The red transparent lens covered his left eye, leaving him with complete visibility. Pushing one of the small buttons on the clip behind his ear, he activated. The freckled boy stared at the lens as it booted up. Pushing the second button, he finally got the numbers he was looking for. Let's see who's around. The nearest person has a quirk level 7. That must be Mom. Izuku widened the range by pressing a few more buttons, making a mental note to upgrade the Scouter to a hands-free version, recording all the quirk users in the apartment building. Looks like I'm not so useless after all, Izuku chuckled, proud of his first invention. Elsewhere. So who is this guy again? Shigaraki Tamura demanded. He goes by the name Apotheosis. He's a young up-and-coming villain. Kind of like you. Kurojiri explained, looking over the folder of information that Sensei acquired. He assists villains and criminals by planning out their crimes. He's very strategic. He can't be very good if I haven't heard of him, the light blue-haired teen argued, sitting hunched over at the bar. He recently began. Since then he has been involved with over 20 acts of villainy, and every one of them was a complete success, the Black Misty man said. Not a single failure? Shigaraki questioned, mildly surprised. 10 robberies, 6 assaults on heroes, transportation of illegal weapons and technology, and various other crimes that have not been made public, yet Kurojiri sounded impressed. He's just what this league needs, a voice on the monitor screen behind them said, gaining their immediate attention. A true strategist will help us achieve our goals. Find him, Kurojiri the mystery man ordered. All right then, let's send him an invitation. Kurojiri warped away to meet a few contacts that could put him in touch with Apotheosis. Chapter 3. Welcome to the League. Scan, Izuku said, testing out the new voice commands for his second Scouter. Nothing happened, and he sighed. All right, version 2 will have to still rely on buttons. The move to his new dormitory wouldn't happen for another few months. Mom was a little sad to know that he would move out so soon, but he assured her that this is what he wanted and promised to visit on weekends. She kept asking him if he was okay with giving up his dream to be a hero. Izuku would smile and say that just because he'd given up being a hero didn't mean he was leaving that world forever. He didn't tell her his plan to reform the hero society and create real heroes. She didn't need to know that much. I'll work on this later. Izuku hooked the Scouter on his head and got his disguise out of the closet. Putting on his white hooded jacket, gray combat pants, and boots, he headed towards the door. Lastly, he wrapped his black scarf around his mouth to hide his appearance. Mom had long since fallen asleep, making it easy for him to slip out unnoticed. Walking down the street, Izuku made sure to set his Scouter to a radius of 20 feet to make sure nobody snuck up on him before he got to that place. Catching a train, he made his across the city. The place he was headed to was located downtown in a rather seedy area. It was basically an abandoned underground parking garage where low-level villains met and hung out. This was where Izuku picked up work and joined with groups to plan out their various crimes. This time, he wasn't looking for a job, but rather he'd ask around for a location where one could set up a secret lair. One of these lowlifes had to know something useful. Getting off the train, he walked the rest of the way to the garage, keeping a calm, confident stride that was all for show. Passing by the thugs in the street still made him nervous despite his appearance. Any one of these criminals could beat a quirkless boy like him. Izuku knew he couldn't fight any of them. That's why he relied solely on his reputation as a strategist. Some second-tier villains and low-level crime bosses liked him and gave the boy some manner of protection that extended to certain circles. His strategic mind and intelligence had value after all, and nobody wanted to mess with such an asset. Reaching the underground garage, Izuku went around back to the metal-plated door and knocked 3 times. The eye panel opened for a moment. The thug behind it took one look at him and quickly opened the door for him to step inside. Izuku smiled underneath his scarf. 6 months, and already his reputation preceded him, such to the point that he didn't need a password or an escort to get in. Walking around the garage, Izuku spotted a few groups and gangs that he worked with before. He made sure to say hello, keeping a friendly disposition that always lowered everyone's guards, and inquired about any rundown buildings he could purchase. No such luck apparently. Everyone he asked either didn't know of any place or the places they did know didn't suit his needs. After spending 3 hours at the garage, Izuku decided to try elsewhere. It was outside where he approached with an interesting offer. "Hey kid," a voice called in the darkness of the alley outside of the garage. "Hiding in the shadows? How cliché," Izuku retorted. Pulling out his flashlight, he shinned at the dark and spotted the source of the voice. A gray-haired middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, and a smile on his face that showed he was missing one of his front teeth. "Okay, you found me." The man, still smiling, put his hands up and walked out, so he was more visible. "Can I help you, sir?" Izuku asked, keeping things pleasant. His scouter was already locked onto him and would alert him to the activation of a quirk. "I've been following your work, and I must say I'm a big fan, Apotheosis," the man said. "Hee, I guess I'm more popular than I thought." Izuku chuckled, scratching his cheek through his scarf. "You're just a beginner villain, though. How would you like to go pro?" he questioned. While the idea sounded appealing, it also sounded too good to be true. "Who are you?" Getting serious, Izuku kept a wary eye on him. "My name is Jiren, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Villains," the now named Jiren introduced. "They'd like to invite you for a little meet and greet." League of Villains? Izuku was intrigued. He didn't even know there was such a group. He normally dealt with small gangs of villains that were just trying to make a profit and didn't care for notoriety. But this league sounded like they were actively trying to make a name for themselves. Interesting, his scouter detected someone exactly 10 feet behind him. "I take it the guy behind me is here to make sure accept the invitation, whether I like it or not," Izuku said without turning around. Jiren was surprised the boy knew. "I'm merely here to make sure you get to our hideout safely, should you choose to accept," the newcomer said. Izuku turned around to see a man dressed like a butler with sort of metal collar around what he assumed was a neck. The man's entire body was made up of, or perhaps covered in, a thick black mist. A quirk level of 40, not to be trifled with, Izuku thought after reading the info his scouter gave him after it scanned the mist. "I assume you're the leader. No, the leader would send an underling, am I right?" "That's right. Will you be coming?" The misty man created what looked like a portal from the very substance that he was composed of. You know what? I think I'll see what this League of Villains is all about." Izuku accidentally said his thoughts aloud. "Oops, sorry, I have a habit of speaking my thoughts sometimes." He rubbed his head awkwardly. Walking over, Izuku took a cautious step into the portal and disappeared into it. Hirojiri nodded a thank you to Jiren for finding the boy and vanished. The hideout. "This is nice." Izuku looked around the bar, or perhaps this was just a cover. He noticed someone dressed in black clothes with light blue messy hair, sitting at the bar with a drink held with only 4 fingers. "So you're the strategist?" said an older teen. He turned in his stool, revealing a severed pale hand covering his face. "Apotheosis, so what's your real name?" "Hi." Not wanting to be rude to his potential employer, he held his hand out while also ignoring the question. "You might not want to do that." Hirojiri appeared behind with that warning. "Why not?" Izuku wondered. Because of this, Shigaraki placed his 5th finger upon the glass he was holding and let it disintegrate into dust. Wow. Izuku pushed a few buttons on his scouter, recording everything for analysis later. That's an amazing quirk. He gushed excitedly, mumbling nonstop about all its potential uses and weaknesses. I don't like him, Shigaraki hissed. We haven't even given him a chance, Tamura, Hirojiri said, walking around to the other side of the bar. Apologies, I don't believe we've been properly introduced. My name is Kirojiri, and this young man is Tamura Shigaraki. I go by Apotheosis. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku introduced himself. I'm also quite flattered to be invited to this League of Villains. Best to be as respectful as possible. These guys look dangerous. What's your real name? Shigaraki demanded again. I'll tell if I ever decide to trust you with it. Izuku smiled underneath his mask, causing the other to growl in annoyance. Wow, his petulance rivals that of Kakin. This seems like a good time to conduct an interview. Kirojiri gained their attention. Izuku walked over and sat at the bar, a few stools down, safely away from Tamura. You're a strategist, so if you join the league it will be your job to assist Tamura with planning. What Izuku didn't know was that Kirojiri was told the questions to ask Apotheosis by his boss, and that said boss was listening in on this whole conversation. Let's say we wanted to take down the number 2 hero Endeavor. What do you suggest? Giving it a moment of thought, Izuku responded. Well, first I would check the weather, he said. How the hell is the weather supposed to help? Shigaraki snapped at him. I would make sure to pick a day where it will be heavily raining. Endeavor would still be powerful, but outside in the rain, he'd be weaker with all that water dousing him. Izuku explained the logic in step 1 of his plan. I would also recommend attacking him in a heavily populated area, forcing him to hold back, lest he cause catastrophic collateral damage. The two villains listened closely to his plan. Even Shigaraki was somewhat impressed. It's very unlikely that other heroes and local law enforcement are just going to stand idle. So I also suggest a distraction. Maybe keep them busy with a small expendable group of underlings. Izuku was talking very fast now as he went on, chewing on one of the fingers of his gloves as he continued. Fighting up close is too dangerous, unless you're fire resistant, so attack him from a distance. Wear him down, then go in when he's weak. He paused to take a breath. Now for the final blow. Tamura would need to wear fireproof clothes, and Kirojiri here teleports him up close. Endeavor is exhausted from the fight, but not out yet. Tamura suddenly appears in front and grabs a hold of him with his disintegration quirk. Game over. That's your plan? Shigaraki looked very impressed now. Unfortunately, there's still a bunch of factors to consider, Izuku continued. There's no knowing which heroes could show up to help him. For example, if All Might were to suddenly show up and there's no chance of victory. Oh, also according to my research, Endeavor is smart enough to know his own weaknesses and doesn't work in the rain unless absolutely necessary. And let's say we did want to take down the number 1 hero. What then? Hirojiri asked. I would need more data and factors before coming with something solid, Izuku said, without missing a beat. He honestly didn't care what happened to All Might anymore. If this league wanted to end him, he'd help them any way that he could. The man was a fraud. How hard could it be to take down a fraud? I'm sure All Might could be beaten. He's just a man, not a god, and he can be broken just like any other man, Izuku said with a rather dark tone. He's in, Shigaraki said, quickly moving from his stool over to the couch. I want him in. The way that boy talked about All Might excited him. There was something nasty in his tone, and he liked it. Welcome to the League of Villains then, Hirojiri congratulated him. Seeing the unsure look in the boy's eyes, he questioned him. Is something the matter? Don't get me wrong, I would love to join this group, but I kind of have my own goals right now. Izuku rubbed his arm apologetically. Maybe when I finally get set up I can join, but not till then. What is it you need to get set up? The Mistman asked. I'm looking for a large, secluded location where I can set up a lab. Izuku wouldn't be able to join until he found a place to make into a proper lab so he could get work on the forge. We have such a place you can use, Hirojiri suddenly spoke. He was thinking of an empty building next to the Noma factory that was originally going to be used as extra storage for more of those creatures, but it should work fine for what the kid needed. Really? Izuku was surprised that they had exactly what he needed. Yes. If you agree to join, that is, it's all yours. He was certain All for One wouldn't mind giving the boy a workspace. Seeing how well this turned out, Izuku wondered if he should explain a little more about his situation. There's also one more thing. Izuku sighed, hoping this wasn't a mistake to reveal too much about himself to what were essentially major villains. I'm going to high school soon. So is there a way that we can work out a schedule, perhaps even transportation? You're a villain. What do you need school for? Shigaraki snarled at him from his position on the couch. Technically, I'm only a part-time villain, the hooded boy explained sheepishly. I still need to go to school to accomplish my one true goal, but being a villain also helps with that goal. So you see, that's the situation I'm in. Okay then, can we call upon you when we make our plans then? Kurojiri asked. Izuku nodded in agreement, and in the misty-covered bartender gave him an untraceable cell phone that they could call him on when he was needed for a meeting. After that, a portal was opened for him that would return Izuku to the alley he was picked up in. I look forward to working with you, Kurojiri-san and Tamura-san. Izuku bowed politely and stepped through the portal. Quite an interesting character, that Apotheosis. Don't you agree? Shigaraki Kurojiri said after the boy was gone. I just want that mind of his, Tamura admitted. What do you think, sensei? He should prove most useful, sensei said, appearing on the dark monitor screen in front of him. Learn from him, Tamura back in his hidden location, all for one smiled to himself. Apotheosis would definitely be a good addition to their organization. Not only that, but he was curious about the boy. What exactly did he need a lab for, and what was this goal of his? Home. Izuku quietly snuck back into the apartment. It was still dark out, and Mom wouldn't be wake up for 4 more hours. He was too excited to go back to sleep, so he decided to work on his next invention. Removing the box from his bed, Izuku opened it, revealing a mess of wires, circuit boards, and mechanical parts. Getting his tools, he started working, all the while thinking about the League and the 2 villains he met tonight. Tamura Shigaraki, disintegration quirk, seems a bit petulant based off of my first impression. He figured if he could handle Katsuki Bakuga's irritating personality, then he could deal with Tamura fairly easily. Kurojiri, a teleportation quirk, pausing in his tinkering, Izuku took his scouter and hooked it up to his computer. Entering the passwords, he downloaded the information he collected tonight from the villains and placed it in various files to be dissected and analyzed later. Opening another series of files, he entered a few more passwords and copied the information he got so far on Kurojiri's quirk into a folder called Space Stone. Smiling to himself, another piece of the puzzle for his gauntlet. He's mist, so does he even have DNA that can be sampled, or does the mist contain traces of his DNA? Izuku mumbled to himself. Closing the files, he went back to his new device. The stasis field emitter, or more accurately, the force field projector, a device that generated an energy barrier. It was strictly a defensive gadget and not a weapon, unlike his next project. Izuku needed something to protect himself. He could only get so far with the reputation he had. He knew at a certain point he would be up against a villain or perhaps a hero and would need this force field projector to defend himself. Best to be prepared ahead of time. Plus, he had a feeling that by joining this league of villains, he might be heading into battle soon. Alright, test number 6. Izuku took the large, clunky device and placed it on his bed. The first 5 times he tried to get it to work, it failed, but he stopped believing in failure after he gave up his dream to be a hero. His new belief was that there was no such thing as failure, and that when one door closes, a new door opens. It's just a matter of finding the right door until you succeed. Tossing the tennis ball, he spoke to himself, throwing the ball. To his delight, the ball was bounced back at him as if it hit an invisible wall 3 feet away from the device. The only tell that a barrier was there was the glowing blue ripples from the initial collision that quickly faded. Yes, Izuku quickly covered his mouth, hoping his cry of success didn't wake his mother. I just need to increase the range to cover my body and make it smaller and light enough to wear, he mumbled, listing off ways to improve the force field. Izuku would have taken notes in his many books, but it was too risky to leave any concrete evidence that could be traced back to him. Plus, he didn't want anybody getting a hold of his designs and copying his inventions, or worse, using them against him. So every design goes on the computer where it was protected by layers of firewalls and anti-hacking programs. I'm still not tired. He put the device away and sat down at his computer. Typing and clicking away, he pulled up designs for his carbon fiber armor, hover drones, and power glove. The next 3 projects he would get to work on once Kurojiri supplied him with the laboratory. The forge would have to wait until he could find the quirk users with sufficient DNA to make the stones from. Chapter 4. The Plan. Alright, time to end this. Tamura smirked. Yes, let's finish him, Izuku chuckled, clicking a button. They were currently playing a video game called Blood Rage, a multiplayer game based in a post-apocalyptic society. Izuku and Tamura were still on the final boss of the game after dying several times to it. It took about a month for Tamura Shigaraki to become comfortable with apotheosis, comfortable enough to discuss ideas and strategies with each other, usually over the video games they played together. His strategy was always to go for the weak points of his opponents, while Izuku preferred to create an opening or weak point himself most of the time. For example, when they discussed how to beat All Might, Shigaraki wanted him to be beaten down by a special creature that Izuku had yet to meet called Nomu. But Izuku argued that it would be better to wait it out until the hero reached his limit than crush him. Izuku found Tamura Shigaraki easy enough to get along. Unlike Kaken, who despised everything Izuku did and said, Tamura actually listened most of the time. Under Sensei's orders, he was told to learn everything he could from apotheosis. At first, Izuku thought Tamura was the leader of the League of Villains, until he met the mysterious figure through the monitor screen that Shigaraki revered above everything. That man asked to be called Sensei, so like Tamura, he too called him that. Other than a few minor orders and advice, the man left him alone. Damn it, Tamura growled, disintegrating his controller after they died to the boss again. Don't worry, we'll get him eventually, Izuku said cheerfully. What makes you so hopeful? The irritated villain asked. When you live in a world where everything is against you, then you have to remain optimistic, even if everyone tells you to give up. I should give up? No, you should give up, Izuku said in one breath. Sorry, did I go off again? He sometimes had moments while hanging out at the bar. Certain topics would trigger him, and he would go off on rants about how this world's hero society was so unfair. Being around Shigaraki always brought out the worst in him for some reason. Not that the older boy minded. I need to get back to work, and you need another controller. Izuku stood up and walked over to bar. Hirojiri-san, could you please send me to the lab? The villain bartender nodded his mist-covered head and opened a portal for. By Tamura. He waved as he walked through the portal. What is he always working on there? Shigaraki asked with genuine curiosity. I don't know myself, Hirojiri said while cleaning an empty glass. The times I've been there, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Apotheosis likes to work on multiple projects at once. The lab. Taking off his white hoodie, Izuku placed over a chair and walked over to computer. Over the period of his first month with the League, he used the money he saved up from the robberies to have equipment, computer parts and materials secretly sent to a nearby location, and with a little help from Hirojiri had all of it transported to his new lab. After that, it took him a week to get fully set up. Back to work, Izuku smiled to himself. He loved his lab. He loved finally having a place all for him, a place he could work on all of his inventions and conduct his research. A nice little building where he could be cut off from the cruel outside world. Walking by each table, he checked up on the progress of each project. The carbon fiber armor was coming along nicely. It was a special material originally used to capture and detain villains. Izuku figured out that it could be used for a thin, lightweight body armor. It was also incredibly malleable, making it easy to conform to the shape of his body. Next was the power glove, a device worn on his hand that fired compressed energy waves from the palms and knuckles. It wasn't the Infinity Gauntlet, just a basic weapon to fight with until he could fashion the gauntlet. This was powered by 8 battery cells that resembled canisters along the sides of the device that were designed to be immediately ejected should they run out or become damaged to prevent corrosive fluid from leaking out and causing harm to him. The hover drones were pretty much finished. Small flying cameras that also recorded data on quirks the same way his scouter did. These drones were equipped with lightweight metals in the body and propellers to keep them silent and unnoticeable. The whole idea was to spy on heroes and any quirk user that catches his interest, but even if the drones were caught, it wouldn't matter thanks to a special program that deleted all information should such a thing occur. No one would be able to trace it back to Izuku, thanks to his brilliant foresight. Sitting in a cushioned armchair, Izuku pressed a button on the side, and a keyboard attached to mechanical arms rose up out of the floor, situating itself in a reachable distance in front of him. A large screen then switched on, booting up his computer. Files, Typing away at the keyboard, he brought up the theoretical formula that was the basis for all his research into quirks. According to the equations for the stones to work, he couldn't just jam a bunch of quirks together. They had to fit like a jigsaw puzzle. The problem that Izuku was facing was finding the right quirks and getting a DNA sample. He did have a lead on that, though. A quirk research laboratory in Hosa City. Supposedly, they stored blood samples from various heroes and citizens with quirks, all of which were donated to further the study of quirks. If Izuku could gain access, he could acquire enough DNA samples to start working on the stones. He already had some ideas for type of quirks he needed. For the space stone, he needed teleportation quirks. Unfortunately for Izuku, warping quirks were very rare and hard to come by. Luckily for him, Kurogiri-san had such a quirk. His DNA would be a prime candidate for that stone. The time stone would be a challenge. Izuku had yet to come across a quirk that could manipulate time in any way. Until he could get into the Hosu lab and find out for himself, he had no leads on that one yet. The power stone, like the time stone, Izuku had yet to find a good lead on. There were plenty of candidates, but none that fit the requirements of creating an all-powerful quirk. Perhaps he would have to combine a few if it really came down to it. The reality stone was complicated. This is where his formula would be put to the ultimate test. For this one, Izuku needed multiple quirks that allow for the manipulation of matter. There were many quirks out there with various degrees of power and range. Even his own mother had a low-level telekinesis. Once he had the DNA samples, he just had to extract the components from their genes that allowed them to bend matter to their will and mesh them together to create an all-powerful quirk. As for the soul stone, he honestly had no idea what to do. There was no measurable science that could determine what a soul was. Are the soul and mind the same thing? Just what is a soul anyway? Until he came to a conclusion, he would put this stone on hold. There was also the issue as to what to make the gauntlet out of. Regular titanium wouldn't cut it. In fact, any material he could think of wouldn't be strong enough to house the stones. Something else was required, something new. Enough of that. He had to get his gear ready. He'd worry about the stones later. Izuku wanted to be fully prepared for what Tamura Shigaraki had planned, in case he had to tag along. Flashback. Kill All Might. Izuku stated with raised brows. You were serious about that? Of course I was. Tamura glared at him past the fingers that hid his face. Are you in or not? Why do you want to kill him? Izuku asked. He's the symbol of peace, the pillar of heroic strength. If I topple him, the rest of the hero society will follow, Shigaraki explained gleefully. That's not enough, Izuku said, interrupting whatever rant he was about to go on. What did you say? Shigaraki growled. How dare this little bastard disagree with him? I'm just saying it will take more than that to destroy the hero society. Izuku chewed on the knuckles of his leather gloves as he paced the bar. You told me that you wanted people to lose faith in heroes, right? But people don't lose hope just like, he snapped his fingers to emphasize. It takes a while, trust me I know. You have to wear them down, Tamura. Break them down little by little, then deliver the final blow in one big blast that crushes any and all hopes and dreams. Izuku yelled, thinking about how for years he was told by everybody that he couldn't be a hero. Then the final nail in the coffin cemented it when the #1 hero himself said the same thing. That's right, he knew how to absolutely crush someone's spirit, the same way the world did to him. Then what do you suggest, strategist? Tamura sneered at him. Well, since you're so dead set on killing All Might, go ahead and do that, Izuku went on. You'll also have to take out Endeavor after that, since he'll be taking All Might's place as the next #1 hero. Then the next and the next and the next. Izuku repeated it a few times to make a point. It will take some time, but eventually the hero society will crumble like a house of cards. I don't care how many heroes I have to kill, Tamura spat. That's my advice to you. I am the strategist, as you said. Izuku would have smirked at him if the scarf wasn't hiding the lower half of his face. End flashback. Oh, Tamura, you can't destroy this hero society no matter how hard you try. You're just one person with one league. Izuku smiled to himself, thinking about how pointless Shigaraki's goal was. Why destroy society? Why not change the current society for the better? That's what Izuku Midoriya planned to do. Make a new, better world that would never look down on the weak and quirkless like himself. As for killing All Might, he didn't really want to do that either. He would assist Tamura as best he could, but he really didn't think anything they did would work. The only thing powerful enough to beat him would be his infinity gauntlet once it was finished. Izuku wouldn't kill him, though. He'd let him live to watch him win. He wanted All Might to see how wrong he was about him. That a quirkless boy could become a hero. Not just a hero, but also the most powerful being in the world. I really hope the gauntlet works. It has to. The universe robbed me of a quirk. It can't take this from me too. A few months later, school had started and he finally moved out of his apartment and into the dorms of his new high school. He received a very tear-filled goodbye from his mother with another promise to visit on weekends and holidays. The arrangement he had with the league worked out really well. After classes, he would receive a text giving him a nearby location within walking distance. Once there, Kurogiri would warp him to his lab or to the bar if he was needed for a meeting. Right now, the meeting was currently running late with Tamura having failed to show up for the past 30 minutes. Getting bored, Izuku took out his computer and began going through his data on quirks until he arrived. What is this? Izuku was sitting at the bar looking over some files on his laptop when Shigaraki appeared through a portal and slapped a phone in front of him. Is this why you called me here? Just look at it. Tamura hissed. Picking up the phone, he noticed a photo on it. It looked like a class schedule. That is next week's schedule for UA. Look. All Might will be leading a class of wannabe heroes in a rescue exercise and facility called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. I take it you want to use this as an opportunity to mount an attack and kill him? Izuku asked with a sigh at his colleague's impatience. All right, I'm getting the board. You're getting the board? Kurogiri asked. I'm getting the board, Izuku reaffirmed. What the hell is the board? Tamura asked. Izuku went behind the bar, into a cabinet, and pulled out a Japanese version of the board game Risk and placed it on the counter. This is the board. Sensei asked me to explain things in a simpler way to you. So this is as simple as I can get. He asked Kurogiri to draw a map on a large sheet of paper of the USJ facility based off the info that Shigaraki photographed. Hey, where did you even get this info? Izuku questioned while they waited for Kurogiri to finish. I snuck into UA, the pale blue-haired young man stated like it was no big deal. How? Even I wouldn't dare attempt that, the quirkless boy responded. I broke the defenses and let the eager media reporters in, Shigaraki chuckled. Look at you, Tamura-san. You're learning. Izuku beamed proud of him. Shut up and get to work, strategist. Tamura glared at him harshly. Once Kurogiri finished drawing the map, he set it down on the counter. These 20 blue soldiers will be the Class 1A students, and these 60 red pieces will be the League. Placing the tiny plastic men on the map, he dug out the special gold piece. This gold one will be All Might, and this green one will be that Noma guy who you still won't let me meet. It's best you didn't. Kurogiri knew Apotheosis was still just a kid and probably wouldn't have the stomach to see that thing, and better he not know how it was made. So Tamura, you first. Izuku handed the reins to him. What's your plan? Why are you asking me? You're the strategist, Shigaraki snarled at him furiously. Yes, but Sensei wants you to learn and I agree. The green-haired boy pointed at the tiny men and silently asked him to come up with his best plan. All Might's the final boss, so we wear him down with the forces, and then Nomu delivers the final blow. Izuku just shook his head negatively. You're forgetting something. Class 1A isn't just going to sit there, and there's probably other pro heroes teaching there besides All Might. The boy chewed on his gloves again, a bad habit he was starting to develop with all these challenges the League of Villains threw at him. I recommend dividing our forces, set some aside to deal with the students and teachers. Fine, then I'll save Nomu for All Might, Tamura said while lightly scratching his neck. Good idea. Keep our best card for the big man. Izuku began moving the pieces on the map around. Kurogiri can warp large amounts of people, so let's have him split the students up. Send them to the different disaster zones of the USJ. He looked at the dark, misty man expectantly. I can do this, the bartender responded. Then while your forces keep them busy, Nomu takes on All Might. Chewing on his fingers, a thought occurred to Izuku. I'm not 100% sure this will work, though. Why not? Shigaraki asked. It sounded good to him. There's still too many unknown variables. Izuku looked at the map and all the plastic men set up around it. We don't know what type of quirks the students have. We also don't know for sure if All Might will be there. Yes, we do, Tamura argued. He's on the schedule. But schedules can change, Izuku replied. Look, you said All Might has a limit, right? Well, if that's the case, he might change his schedule around depending on his hero job, and if that's the case, he will probably be swapped out for a different teacher. We could be doing all of this for nothing. Slow down, Hirojiri told him. The boy went off speaking too fast again. Sorry, but you get my point. After a long, awkward silence, Tamura Shigaraki finally spoke. We're still mounting the attack. We won't get another opportunity like this again, he said with finality. Okay, suit yourself, Izuku shrugged and stood up from the bar stool. He wouldn't even be there during the attack anyway. Just when he thought that, the monitor screen came on signaling that Sensei wanted to have a word with them. A decent plan, but should things change like you said, Apotheosis, it would be best if you were there to advise Tamura of all the luck. Sensei just had to be listening in on their conversation, and now Izuku was pretty much ordered to go along with this attack. Of course, Sensei. Izuku nodded to the mysterious leader of the league. Oh well, at least he could collect data on quirks and test out the hover drones. Who knows? Maybe one of the students would have a viable quirk that could be used to create his stones. Chapter 5. The First Battle. Stand back. Aizawa ordered his students. The dark portal opened up wider, and out stepped as a gray shaggy-haired young man dressed in all black, covered in severed pale hands. Looks like your hunch was right. He's not here, Tamura said with irritation. I thought schools always follow a schedule. See, I told you there was a chance that All Might wouldn't be here. From behind him, another walked out. This villain was shorter than the first, dressed in a white hooded long coat. Underneath that appeared some sort of gray form-fitting leathery material that resembled hexagonal scales going all the way up to his neck, covering his mouth and hiding his face even more. Black pants with gray armor covered knee pads with shin guards and matching boots. You must always plan for these little hiccups in your schemes, Tamura. There also seemed to be some strange metal device on his left arm, resembling a big metal gauntlet, with what looked like small round vents on the sides and knuckles. Plan B then. Shigaraki smirked as the portal behind them grew wider and more villains came forward through it. 13. Get them out of here, Aizawa shouted to the other pro-hero. The hero dressed in a space suit quickly began herding the class towards the exit. Oh no, they're all getting away, Izuku said with mock concern. Hirojiri, Shigaraki ordered. I'll split them up. The dark mist turned into the shape of a man, then extended quickly into a cloud that rushed towards the students. Good afternoon, everyone, Hirojiri said, appearing before them. We are the League of Villains. Bakugo tried to blast him, but failed as the mist spread out and enveloped almost all of the students, excluding Ida, who quickly moved out of the way, and 13, who wasn't close enough. While that was happening, Aizawa engaged the villains head-on, using his quirk and capture weapon to take them out one by one. This is going well so far, Izuku commented. Thinking back to the students, he remembered he saw Kaken among them. Of course, he got into the hero class with his unfairly amazing quirk. Did you not do psychological profiles on potential students? Did anybody on the staff take a peek at his middle school record? Because if they looked into any of that, Izuku knew that they would kick him to the curb. Or was his oh-so-powerful quirk too appealing to let him go into another hero academy? This quirk bias system was one of the many things he vowed to change when he took control. People like Katsuki Bakugo will never be allowed to be heroes in his world. I wonder, seeing as Tamura was busy watching Eraserhead fight and not listening to him, he decided to go off on his own and see if Katsuki's amazing quirk could be defeated by his technology. Hirojiri-san, could you warp me somewhere? If he could prove that, then quirks weren't as special as everybody thinks. Shouldn't you stick around to advise Shigaraki? That is your job, isn't it? The dark misty bartender said. All Might isn't here yet, so he doesn't need me, Izuku said calmly until a dark look came over him. I just wanted to say hi to an old friend. Very well. Ruined zone. These guys are weak. Katsuki Bakugo smirked as he knocked another villain out with a well-placed explosion. Yeah, not very manly to attack a bunch of students in broad daylight, Eijiro Kirishima said while punching another villain's lights out. That was the last of this wave so far, giving them time to make a plan or regroup with the others. Oh, I agree entirely, a voice said coming from the shadows. Standing there was the shorter white-hooded villain that was with the hand guy. I thought for sure these guys could at least take down a single class of first years. He sighed in disappointment. Who the hell are you? Katsuki barked. I'm with the League of Villains. I'm the strategist. My name is Apotheosis. Izuku introduced himself with a friendly wave. Nice to meet you. He didn't have to worry about Kaken recognizing his voice. The device in his mask deepened it a bit. And why should I care? Bakugo sneered at him. Normally I wouldn't get involved as I'm just here to advise Tamura, but I kinda want to test something. The honest truth is that Izuku wanted payback against Bakugo. The whole testing out some of his new devices against him to prove his quirk wasn't that great was just a bonus. I heard you Katsuki Bakugo got the highest score on the entrance exam. I wanted to see for myself how strong you really are. Wish granted. Bakugo came charging at him, fist raised to deal out an explosion point blank on the villain. Izuku smirked underneath his mask and pressed a button on his belt, activating his portable force field. The blast was repelled, having hit the invisible barrier, creating a blue ripple effect over it. Not bad, 30% strength was enough, pressing a few buttons on his scouter to record all the data. I'm not done yet. Bakugo came at him with both hands. Once again, the barrier held no matter how many blasts he gave it. Is that it? Izuku chuckled, seeing his force field stop Kaken in his tracks. If only he had this years ago, that would have been nice. You fucking bastard. Dude, calm down. Kirishima stopped him with a hand on the shoulder. He's trying to rile you, Dash. Something slammed into the redhead's chest, resembling a thick blue beam, cutting him off. The blast sent him straight through the wall and some distance outside. Sorry, but you don't interest me at the moment, Izuku apologized, lowering his power glove. What was that? Bakugo wondered. He assumed this villain had some sort of barrier quirk, but that beam of energy came from the device on his left arm. Where were we? The disguised Izuku asked. Oh yeah, this. He made a fist with his glove and waved it in a wide arc. The vents on the knuckles spread a large crescent of plasma-like energy that tore up the walls of the building. With quick reflexes, Katsuki ducked underneath it and fired a blast in response. Izuku was violently knocked back by the explosion, off his feet and onto the floor. Ow! His fireproof cloak and carbon fiber armor protected him, but it still hurt when he landed on his back and got the air knocked out of him. How do you like that, scum? Katsuki charged him again. Izuku activated the shield in a panic, cranking it up to 50%. Once again, the explosions were safely repelled. You're as rough as ever, the villain whispered to himself. Firing more energy from his power glove, he made sure to watch carefully for any more tricky maneuvers. As soon as he spotted one, he moved into attack. This Bakugo leaped over the beam, using his explosions to propel himself up and towards the villain, who grinned gleefully at his former bully's predictability. Got you. Izuku smirked underneath his mask, activating the shield, this time widening the range with a simple dial on his belt. Katsuki was caught by the force field, not expecting it to increase in circumference, and sent hurtling back. Damn it, the blonde boy groaned as he hit the floor. It felt like he went chest first into a wall. As soon as he looked up, he was blasted by the other's energy beam and sent crashing through the wall, just like Kirishima. A power cell was ejected from the glove, but Izuku ignored it. The power glove was designed to detach the cells when they became damaged or empty. Casually strolling down the steps of the building, he headed down the hall and outside to face his former bully. Who knew revenge would feel so great? Katsuki coughed as he struggled to stand. Whatever hit him hurt worse than that force field thing. Oh my, do you need a hand? Izuku mocked as he skipped over to him. Shut up, you hooded freak. Bakugo screamed at him. Humph, temper problems. That's going in your file, the villain chuckled, pointing his glove at the boy. Die? Bakugo leaped at him with renewed strength. Izuku narrowly avoided being hit, having dodged backwards. The hero in training didn't let up, having figured out that it took a few seconds for the barrier to activate. It was all the villain could do just to dodge. He couldn't get any distance to use his power glove and couldn't get a moment to switch on his force field. Izuku gasped in pain as he took several hits to the torso. Bakugo grabbed his wrist and used his explosions to propel himself in a half circle and throw the villain a good distance away. As he tried to stand, the hero's student followed up his attack by blasting the other in the back. He didn't stop there, though. The boy continued to attack the villain over and over again using his fists and explosions. If it wasn't for his armor, then Midoriya figured he'd be a broken mess right now. Finally, after what seemed like forever, Izuku managed to see an opening. Grabbing Bakugu's right arm just as he attacked and flipping him over his body to slam him on the ground. With that, he was able to buy himself some time to get a good safe distance away. "I'm starting to get disappointed, Mr. Number One," Izuku called out in effort to rile the other up, hiding the fact that he was badly bruised and in quite a bit of pain. "If this is all you can do, then this school's standards have really dropped." "All right, that's it." Bakugu stood up and pointed one of his grenade gauntlets at his opponent. "Oh, what's that supposed to do?" Izuku mused while keeping a cautious hand on the button for his shield. "Eat this." Pulling the pin out, what followed was a massive torrent of an explosion that engulfed everything in its path. In a mad panic, Izuku switched on his force field and cranked it up to 100%. When the dust settled, the surrounding ruins of the zone were nearly destroyed, but Izuku still stood there perfectly fine. What was that?" The villain stuttered. He had deduced, based on what he knew about Kaken's quirk, that those gauntlets must be able to store a large quantity of his sweat to fire off an explosion of that magnitude. To think this school would let him have something like that. Was UA run by insane people? The bastard broke his shield too. The blast completely overloaded it and fried the power circuits. "How are you still alive?" Bakugu looked surprised that the villain was still standing. "So you were trying to kill me?" "Not very heroic," Izuku scolded him. Reaching to his belt, he grabbed a special device he made for emergencies in case he needed to stop a hero or slow down a more powerful one. It looked like a hand-sized oval-shaped metal capsule with a small button on the top. "Catch." Pressing the button, Izuku tossed it at the volatile teen and waited. As if Bakugu tried to dodge, but for some reason the capsule went off almost immediately. An explosion of lime-green sticky foam followed, trapping the blonde and preventing him from using his quirk to escape. The more he struggled, the more stuck he became. "Do you like it?" Izuku asked. "I call it trap foam." He chuckled as he watched Bakuga scream and squirm. "Everyone always assumes a grenade or capsule will go off in 3 seconds. That's why my trap foam grenade is designed to go off in 2 seconds. It really catches you off guard, doesn't it?" "Damn it." Katsuki continued to try and fight his way out of the foam. "Well, it's been fun." Izuku pointed his power glove at the hero trainee's face. "Good night." As soon as he fired it, someone grabbed his glove and pulled it off course just in the nick of time for the attack to just graze past Bakugu. Huh. Pulling his hand away while another power cell was ejected, he turned to face the other UA student he forgot about. "Attacking someone who's down. That's not cool, man." Kirishima stood protectively in front of Bakugu. "Not a scratch on you, even after a full blast," Izuku said with amazement. "You must have an impressive quirk." "Thanks. You're pretty tough yourself for a villain," Kirishima complimented while keeping his guard up. Anyone who could keep up with Bakugu wasn't to be trifled with. "Me? I'm just a strategist and an advisor," Izuku shrugged. "I shouldn't even be here in the battle, but I wanted to test something on Mr. Number One over there." "Test what?" "Ah, that would be telling," Izuku chastised while shaking his finger at him. "I'm a villain after all, and as a villain, I don't go spouting my secrets and diabolical plans to the heroes. Unless, of course, he already had the upper hand, or a certain infinity gauntlet. But I'm a nice guy, so I'll just walk away and leave you two alone. He'd already proven himself here anyway." "You think I'm going to let you leave?" Kirishima stood in an attack stance. "As the League of Villains strategist, let me offer you some advice." Izuku pointed his power glove at him. "One blast is all it would take to knock you out of the way and leave your friend open for my follow-up attack." The villain's eyes filled with mirth as he watched the redhead sweat. "You could dodge it, of course, but that would mean your buddy gets hit instead of you." "Damn it." Kirishima glanced nervously back at the trapped Bakugu. "Those are your options. Attack me or let me go." Izuku turned around and walked away. "It was nice meeting you, but I gotta get back to Tamura-san." Once he was completely out of sight, the redhead released the breath he was holding. That guy was smart, too smart. He sighed as he turned and attempted to get Bakugu out of the pile of sticky foam. Center of USJ. "I'm back." Izuku made his way towards the center, stepping over the many unconscious villain pawns they brought along. He noticed the pro-hero eraser head was beaten into a bloody mess with a large, hideous, muscle-bound creature pinning him down. "What'd I miss?" he asked as he turned off his voice changer. "Where the hell were you?" Tamura demanded. "I had to bring out Nomu early." "That's Nomu?" Izuku took a good look at the thing. Working in the underground for various criminals and villains let him see a lot of weird and horrifying things. That Nomu with its large black body, beak face, and exposed brain was definitely going on his top 10. Answer the question, strategist. Whoa, calm down, Tamura. Izuku stepped back and held his hands up in non-confrontational gesture. "I just wanted to test my new device. Well, it was still a half-truth. It took longer than I thought. That Bakuga student was a tough one." Having heard the last part of what he said, Aizawa opened his eyes. "This kid looks like a student himself, going by the height and voice." The homeroom teacher wondered what kind of powerful quirk the hooded villain possessed to take down someone of Katsuki Bakuga's level. "I don't know why you're so angry. All Might hasn't even shown up yet." Izuku crossed his arms. "Exactly." Shigaraki began manically scratching at his neck. "He isn't here. Why isn't he here? I want him here." "Jay, just take a deep breath." Izuku backed away nervously. "Tell me why he isn't here, strategist." Tamura directed his anger at the one who helped him plan this. "Before I turn you into dust. If you just let me." Izuku paused as his scouter alerted him to something. Someone with a high quirk level was fast approaching the facility. "Wait, there's only one person that could have a quirk level over 100. The doors to the USJ burst open, revealing a tall, imposing figure. All Might had arrived. "He's here." Tamura couldn't hide his excitement. "Indeed he is." Izuku would have licked his lips if he wasn't wearing a mask over his mouth. All the raw data he was about to collect almost had him salivating. "Great. I'm nearly as obsessive as Tamura. You villains made a mistake to attack my students." All Might spoke, getting everyone's full attention. He wasn't even smiling. "Why? Because I am here." With speed faster than any of them could see, he knocked out every villain he passed, rescued Aizawa from Noma's clutches, and placed him safely away from the soon-to-be battlefield. "This is going to be amazing." Izuku was having a huge fanboy moment over this. He may not like All Might as a hero anymore, but he couldn't deny how much he admired his power. Power that he aspired to surpass when he finished the gauntlet. Pressing a button on his scouter, he ordered the all-hover drones to move to his location. Izuku wanted them all to record this fight. "Nomu, get him." On Shigaraki's command, the hulking creature charged All Might. "You're a big one." The number one hero blocked Nomu's punch and returned with one of his own, but it seemed ineffective. Every punch caused Nomu's skin to ripple and shake, but not a single scratch or bruise. "That won't work. He's got a shock absorption quirk," Tamura said while watching the fight. "Wow, that's clever," Izuku complimented. "He'll need something else, though. Super strength coupled with a shock absorption, while effective, won't be enough to beat someone like All Might." He mumbled off while chewing on his glove. "Shut up and watch." Tamura smirked as he waited for Kurogiri to make his move. It happened when All Might tried to suplex Nomu. A portal opened up underneath them. All Might and Nomu had the upper half of their bodies coming out the other end of the portal. With the beast holding him in place, he would be cut in half as soon as Kurogiri closed it. Game over. Shigaraki was overjoyed over the death All Might that he was about to witness. Or he would have if an explosion didn't knock Kurogiri away, disrupting his concentration, followed by a trail of ice coming in to freeze Noma's arm and leg. Note to self, increase thickness of the trap foam. Izuku pondered as he watched Kaken pin Kurogiri down by his metal collar. That red-headed boy must have used his hardening quirk to claw through it and free him sooner than Izuku expected. The young villain's attention was also drawn to where the ice came from, and he spotted a student with red and white hair, a scar on the left of his face, and ice covering the left of his body. An ice quirk, and a powerful one to boot. While Shigaraki went off on some monologue about how All Might was just an advocate of violence, Izuku was downloading all the information his drones collected into his scouter and getting everything he could on the Ice Boy's quirk. "We might want to start planning a retreat." Izuku walked over and whispered to his leader, seeing as how Nomu was half frozen and Kurogiri was pinned down. "Retreat?" Shigaraki hissed at him. "Shock absorption isn't the only thing Nomu possesses." Everyone watched as the creature's frozen limbs shattered. Then to their horror, it completely regenerated them in seconds. Super regeneration. Didn't I tell you, All Might? Nomu was created specifically to destroy you. But still, Izuku said to himself. Nomu, kill them all, Tamura shouted. The beak-faced monster ran forward, attempting to crush the first person that it laid eyes on, which just happened to be Bakugo. Luckily, All Might saved him, at the cost of Kurogiri, now free to move and fall back next to his comrades. I need you all to take Aizawa and leave the area, All Might said, keeping his guard up and eyes on the villains. Fuck that, Bakugo shouted. Go now, All Might ordered as he dashed at the Nomu with unbelievable speed. The two began trading blows at a rapid pace. He's right. We're no help here, Todoroki said, placing a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. We need to get Aizawa to safety. Begrudgingly accepting the truth, Bakugo helped Kirishima pick up their unconscious teacher, sending one last murderous look towards the white-hooded villain that defeated him. Weren't you listening? Tamura asked as the two continued to pummel one another. Nomu possesses shock absorption. Absorption, not nullification. The hero smiled. That's when Izuku noticed that All Might's punches were targeting specific areas, repeatedly nailing the creature in those exact spots. Even he knew that the absorption quirk wouldn't keep up for long. In the end, Nomu was sent hurtling in the air from one massive punch and right through the dome of the USJ, much to the villain's shock. Oh, Izuku was nervous and scared, not just because now they were up against All Might without their muscle, but with how furious he knew Tamura would be. He cheated, Shigaraki snarled while clawing at his neck. We were wrong, Sensei was wrong. He's not weakened. No, look at him. He's definitely gotten weaker, Kurogiri pointed out. Izuku noticed the smoke starting to come off the hero's body, just like when he met him on that roof. That meant he'd soon revert back to his true powerless and emaciated form. We can still kill him, Tamura. We can't. The Udata staff will be here soon. Izuku knew they were coming. Just a small blip on his scouter a few minutes ago, but rapidly getting closer. We need to retreat, he advised, and was of course ignored. You're right, Kurogiri. Let's end this. Leaving their strategist behind, Tamura ran at All Might, who was still standing there unable to move or risk transforming back, and the warp gate bar Tinder followed to assist. This won't go well. Izuku watched anxiously. Like a self-fulfilling prophecy, a bullet went right through Tamura's outstretched hand, stopping him in his tracks. The teachers had arrived, most likely because one of the students escaped and went to inform them. As the remaining villains were quickly dealt with, Tamura took a few more bullets to the legs and was promptly covered up by Kurogiri. All Might, with the last of his strength, attempted to blow the mist away with a punch, but Izuku stood in his way. At the same time as his punch, Izuku raised his power glove and increased the energy output to 100%. The resulting collision completely destroyed the boy's glove and sent him back, crashing into Shigaraki's hunched-over body and through Kurogiri's well-placed portal. What was that? All Might wondered as he returned to his true form. There was a burst of energy from that hooded villain's fist that was able to negate his weakened punch. The hideout. Get the hell off of me. Tamura violently shoved Apotheosis away from him. Izuku winced as he landed on his injured arm. Are you all right? Kurogiri asked the kid, having witnessed him nullify All Might's punch. I'm fine. Izuku gently pulled off what was left of his power glove, pretty much wrecked beyond repair. Nearly dislocated joints in my arm. A few bruises, but nothing's broken, he said while rubbing his sore arm. Him? What about me? I was shot several times, Shigaraki whined. We lost all our underlings, and All Might is no closer to being dead. He sounded like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Can I get an ice pack, Kurogiri-san? Izuku asked politely while taking a seat on the couch. Kurogiri nodded and went around the counter to get some first aid supplies for the two of them. We even lost Nomu. Tamura fumed while clutching his hand. I said that there were too many unknown variables, Izuku said in a coy, I told you so manner. We didn't know what the students' quirks were, and there was a good chance All Might wouldn't be there immediately, causing us to exhaust too many of our forces early on. In the end, I was right. We lost. I lost. Shigaraki kept repeating that to himself. After Kurogiri handed Izuku the ice pack, he then took the bandages and started to tend to Tamura's wounds. I failed, Sensei. There's no such thing as failure. Izuku stared at the wall as he placed the ice pack on his forearm. Keep trying again and again until you succeed. That's my motto. He turned and faced the injured older boy. With all the data I collected, we'll be more prepared next time, and if we fail again, then we'll learn and try again. Everyone told me that I was weak, useless, and couldn't do anything. Look at me now. I ended up taking on the best student in the hero class, and I won. Well said, apotheosis. The screen came on, revealing a static void and Sensei's voice. I agree completely. Tamura, you have to learn and keep going. Sooner or later you will succeed and become a symbol of terror to all the world. Tamura shakily nodded in respect. As for you, apotheosis, I would like to have a word with you about the data you collected and what you plan to do with it concerning the League. Oh, all right. Well, for starters, I was able to compile a dash. Izuku was silenced by a light chuckle coming from the screen. No, not here. I will speak with you in person. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat when he heard that order. Hirojiri, the bartender, opened a portal that would lead him to the mysterious leader of the League of Villains. With no choice but to obey, Izuku nervously placed the ice pack down and made his way through Warp Gate. Chapter 6. The Blood. It's nice to meet you face to face. Izuku's eyes widened when he finally got a look at Sensei in person. He wasn't sure if that face-to-face remark was a joke or not, because the man didn't have one. Just an eyeless bald man covered in scar tissue, with only a mouth to speak with. The man wore a simple suit with various tubes and wires hooked up to him from the life support machines around him. And nice to meet you to Sensei. The boy stuttered nervously. Izuku was shaking with fear. This man had an aura of raw, limitless power which made him absolutely terrifying, even with all the medical devices surrounding him. It also excited and fascinated the boy because it was the same presence that he aspired to one day have. There's no need to fear me, child, the villain said with a calm demeanor. I have no intention of harming such a valuable asset to the League. That still didn't lighten the mood. I'm not really that valuable, sir. I'm just the strategist. Izuku rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Yes, but it was because of you that my apprentice Tamura is learning to think in different ways and see plans from other angles, Sensei praised. For that you have my thanks. Happy to help, sir, Izuku bowed respectfully. Which brings me to my next topic. The mood suddenly changed, and the boy felt like a canary in front of a very big and hungry cat. I would like you to imagine my surprise when I found out what you were really working on in that lab of yours. I'm not sure what you mean. Izuku tried to play it off, but on the inside he was worried that his boss found out about his secret project. Very clever of you, my boy, to keep all of those devices, inventions, and blueprints laying around. Sensei grinned with his only remaining facial feature. That alone would satisfy a normal person's curiosity. Even all your files are so full of designs and notes on quirks. No one would think to look a bit deeper. Izuku's eyes widened. Sensei went through his files. How? When? As if reading his thoughts, the man answered. Why do you think I ordered you to go with Tamura during the attack? Of course I wanted you to advise him, but I also wanted to take a look at what you were doing in the lab we so generously gave you. I can see how this looks. The green-haired boy's mind was running a mile a minute to think of a solution out of this. Running was impossible, so that just left talking his way out. Your true files were well protected. I'm astounded by your technological skills, but one of the quirks I possess allowed me to bypass and unlock them, Sensei proclaimed. One of the quirks? Izuku wondered what he meant by that. Did he have multiple quirks? Then I found this strange formula that even I didn't fully understand. Lists of potential quirks, notes on genetics, and a blueprint for a device you dubbed the Infinity Gauntlet. The boy felt his stomach drop at that. So he knew that much. Well, he was as good as dead now. I must say, I'm truly impressed. Huh. Izuku's brain went on pause, fully expecting to be chastised and probably attacked. You plan to harness the DNA of multiple quirk users to create the ultimate quirks in the form of a stone, which you will then attach to the gauntlet for you to use. All for one summed up. It's pure genius. You like it? Izuku was truly confused, not expecting this sort of reaction from his boss. It's just, I thought that you'd be angry. Angry? Sensei smiled. Why would I be angry? It's perfectly understandable that a quirkless child would want to empower himself. In fact, you're the first one to actually do it. Izuku's green eyes widened even further. Oh, forgive me, but I looked into you. I first investigated that academy you're going to, found a list of the first-year students, and it wasn't that hard to discern who you were. For me at least. I have no doubt that the heroes will never figure out your true identity. Izuku Midoriya. Thank you. The boy felt completely exposed. Since the man knew who he was, there was no point in wearing this disguise anymore, so Izuku dropped the hood and removed the mouth armor cover. No one would ever suspect that a quirkless boy was such a villain or what he was up to until it's far too late to stop him. All for One continued to praise him for his cleverness. It truly amazed the old villain that this boy had placed himself in the perfect position to achieve his goals right under the nose of the hero society and the villain underworld. Yeah, Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his now mossy hair. That was kind of the idea. I wanted their completely dismissal of the quirkless to be their undoing, and it will be. The boy had a dark look come over his face when he said that. He truly despised those who looked down on the quirkless. If I hadn't found Tamura, this boy would have made a great apprentice, Sensei pondered. Alas, Izuku has his own goals that he's dead set on. He doesn't even need a teacher. A completely self-operating independent student. I want you to know, Izuku Midoriya, I fully support your project, and All for One paused, digging into what he had deduced about the boy. He knew from Izuku's prior knowledge of All Might, and his weakness meant that he must have met the #1 hero in person alone. He also knew that this boy now had an extreme dislike of All Might. Putting all the pieces together, it seemed Izuku was a huge fan of heroes, particularly All Might himself. And when he did meet his hero, this poor quirkless boy that the world was practically against, must have asked the man if he could be a hero too. Like any hero or quirked individual would say, All Might told him no, that he couldn't without a quirk. He couldn't fully imagine the devastation Izuku must have felt, but it had to be soul-crushing. To be rejected by your idol in a long line of voices that said the same thing. And what did he do? Cry and lament his lot in life like all those born without a quirk did? No, Izuku decided to change the way things are and make something of his quirkless self by putting the only thing he had, his keen and powerful intellect, to the task. All for One was quite proud of him. He was also for once in his long life grateful to All Might, for it was his rejection that acted as the final nail in the coffin that brought Izuku's brilliant mind to the villain's side. It was because of this that the scarred man decided for the first time to be both kind and cruel, by saying something this boy's probably never heard his entire life. I believe you can accomplish great things. What? Izuku asked in disbelief. Did he hear that correctly? I said I believe in you. All for One couldn't see it, but he could hear the small sounds of a choked sob. Izuku fell to his knees, gripping the front of his white coat tightly. It was a very kind-hearted thing the older man did, to give this boy back the hope that was taken away, but at the same time it was cruel that a villain of all people was the one to do it. Didn't exactly paint a better picture of the world, did it? A world where heroes reject him for being powerless, but villains praise him for his brilliance. It's all backwards. You believe in me? Izuku whispered while wiping his eyes. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Sensei smiled. Now then, I have an offer you might be interested in. Later at the lab. Once he was safely warped to his lab, he finally relaxed and let the tension he had leave his body. Sensei may have been kind enough to believe in him and make him that generous offer, but he was still a very intimidating man. The boy's guard was up during the whole conversation. All for One, he wondered about the quirk Sensei possessed. He told the boy all about his quirk and what it did. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what to do with the information that he was given, deciding to instead put it to the side for now. Izuku sighed as he took off his carbon fiber armor. It was much easier to put on than it was to take off. Once it was all off, he walked shirtless over to the mirror. His chest sported a number of bruises he got from his fight with Bakugo. But beyond that, he noticed for the first time he wasn't as skinny as he used to be. It seemed the 11 months he spent working as a villain, running around doing jobs, had given him a fair bit of muscles. That wasn't enough, though. If it wasn't for his devices, then Kaken would have beaten him. Izuku needed to be stronger than this. A stronger body would also probably be preferable for when he created the gauntlet. Who knows how artificial quirks would react to his biology? It wouldn't be that difficult to bulk up more. Changing his diet, and instead of using the lift equipment to move and set up his machines in the lab, he could do it himself. Guess I should make a training plan, Izuku commented as he walked away from the mirror. Sitting at his console, he pressed a few buttons and typed in the passwords. He noticed that the security programs were broken, which meant that Sensei did indeed access them. Good thing the man supported him, or he'd feel like his privacy was violated. Now then, let's see how Class 1A did. Izuku smirked while plugging in his scouter, which contained all the footage and data that his drones acquired from the attack on USJ. The drones were destroyed in the shockwaves of All Might's fight with Nomu, but luckily everything was transferred to the scouter. He now had video footage of every student in the hero course. Their names, physical descriptions, their quirks, and their fighting styles. Maybe one of them had a quirk that would be useful for a stone. Sensei also ordered him to make a copy of data once it was compiled for Tamura to study. Then, of course, there was the analysis of All Might he needed to submit to both Sensei and Tamura. This is going to be a very busy night. UA the next day. So far, we have 3 villains that were leading this attack. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi explained to his friend Toshinori Yagi, otherwise known as All Might. They were both currently in the nurse's office where the hero was getting treated for his injuries in his true state from the fight at the USJ yesterday. Kirojiri, the villain that looked to be made of black mist, he seemed to possess a warping quirk. A group of villains with someone like that at their disposal can make them quite dangerous, Toshinori said sitting up in the bed. Then there's the leader, this Tamura Shigaraki. From what I heard from the students and the villains we captured, he was in charge of the League of Villains. The officer looked through his notes. He has a decaying quirk that lets him disintegrate whatever he touches. What about the third one? The hero asked. I was getting to that. From what I was able to gather, this one was the group's strategist. The detective looked up from his notes. According to the statements of young Bakugo and Kirishima, he went by the name Apotheosis. Are the two all right? Toshinori was worried his students were hurt by the villain. The two are fine. Kirishima's hardening ability protected him from the villain's power, and Bakugo was a little banged up, but has fully recovered, Naomasa said. They weren't able to figure out Apotheosis's quirk, unfortunately. Katsuki Bakugo said he fired some sort of energy from his hand and erected a barrier to defend himself, so maybe an energy manipulation quirk. Perhaps, but I did notice a device on his hand. The hero thought back to how his punch was negated. It could be a machine used to focus his quirk. In my time, I've seen many heroes and villains use similar things. Naomasa looked troubled by that. Then there were the numerous handmade drones. It seemed this group had someone in the midst that was mechanically smart. It was bad enough that villains were banding together like this, but throw in an intelligent strategist, a man with a warping quirk, and someone making them weapons and devices to enhance their powers, and you got a potential disaster. Though what really troubles me is this villain's possible age. I noticed that too. All Might sighed, looking down at his bony fingers. When I first arrived, I thought he was a student that changed his costume going by his height, and then when he nullified my punch, I got a close look at wide, scared eyes. He didn't mention how familiar the eyes looked. Like he's seen them somewhere before, but couldn't place where or who. Yeah, that sounds like a kid to me, the detective commented. How sad, a voice said, entering the recovery room. The two looked to see the principal of UA. A small white humanoid mouse, or possibly bear, named Nizu, had arrived. That someone so young turned to a life of villainy. Principal Nizu, the detective greeted. But what could make a boy turn to the side of evil? The principal asked. You sound more interested in this one villain rather than the other two, Toshinori spoke. Oh no, the others concern me as well, but I find this one more troubling, the small animal said while walking towards the two of them. Something about his villain name doesn't feel right. The word apotheosis has 2 meanings. The final complete development of something, Naomasa clarified, having looked up the definition himself. It can also mean the elevation of a person to divine status, essentially someone becoming a god, Nizu added. So this kid is incredibly arrogant and egotistical to give himself such a title, the detective scoffed. Most villains are. I once fought a guy who referred to himself as a destroyer of worlds. Toshinori chuckled lightly. He wasn't much of one when all it took was 2 good punches to knock him out. After a short, awkward pause, All Might finally remembered the 4th villain. Hey, what about that big one I fought? We captured it, but it doesn't seem to be able to talk, nor did it resist capture or try to free itself. The other officers are under the impression that it couldn't act without orders, like a mindless doll. What bothers me is that it apparently had multiple quirks, shock absorption, and super regeneration. Yeah, it definitely did. The hero wondered about that too. You told me there was only one person who could transfer quirks, adding more to a person if he wanted to. The detective looked at his friend. Someone who you fought before, right? It seems your old nemesis has returned, Nizu said. All Might clenched his fist in anger. That man was still out there, manipulating things from the shadows. Perhaps this league was just a front for his activities then. Didn't matter though. Whatever he or the League of Villains was planning, Toshinori vowed that he would stop them. 2 weeks later. Delivery. The security guard lowered his newspaper and spotted a boy holding a package. He couldn't see his face because of the baseball cap, but the uniform told him that he was a member of the package delivery company. Probably a part-timer going by his age. I wasn't aware of any package delivery today. The guard looked at him skeptically. You do know the lab is closed? I did not. The delivery boy scratched his cheek, letting out a nervous chuckle. Oops. It's fine, I can keep it here until the lab reopens tomorrow. The guard felt bad for the kid. He must be new and didn't know what he was doing. Thank you, sir. This is my first week on the job. Handing the package over to the guard, the boy smiled and pulled out a small clipboard. Can you sign here, please? Sure. The guard placed the box under his desk and took the clipboard quickly, leaving his signature on the line at the bottom before handing it back. Have a lovely day, sir. The boy left the security check-in and walked out the building with a friendly wave. Nice kid. The security guard went back to his newspaper, resigned to the fact that the unannounced delivery to the closed lab would probably be the most interesting thing that happened today. Unknown to him, the package under his desk started to vibrate lightly. It stopped and a small metal nozzle poked out of the side, releasing some sort of gas that went unnoticed. The guard started to feel sleepy and fatigued. What? He collapsed face fist on the desk. A few minutes later, the door opened again, revealing the delivery boy, this time dressed in his new villain costume. A bodysuit of gray carbon fiber armor that fitted his lean body tightly, black armored boots, and a white hooded long coat. He was carrying what looked like a metal briefcase. This villain stuff is getting easier, Izuku commented as he looked at the unconscious guard. He didn't even check my ID. I spent a whole day making a fake one. Walking around the desk to the computer, he placed a drive into the USB port and let his phantom program initiate into the building security system. He also deactivated the metal detector gate. Let's get to work. Izuku smiled underneath his hood as he strolled into the elevator. Hosu Quirk Research Lab, a place that took donated blood from heroes and quirk users to experiment and examine in the effort of further understanding the nature of quirks. It was almost too perfect. The head of research and development had a daughter who just happened to be participating in the UA Sports Festival, and the man shut down the lab and invited all of his fellow scientists to watch the event at his extravagant home, to watch his daughter take home the victory. Prideful idiot. The man's foolish arrogance created the perfect opportunity to sneak into the lab and help himself to all the blood samples. Izuku would be able to take what he needed with nobody to stop him. There was also only a single security guard working in the building today, making the young villain's job all the easier. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor. According to the information that Jiren sold him, this is where the blood was stored. Walking down the hall until he spotted the correct room number, Izuku paid no mind to the security cameras since his phantom program rendered him invisible to them. Slipping inside, he spotted a desk with a few computers and a wall with a locked metal door with the words "Sample Storage. Keep locked." Let's begin. Izuku smirked and sat down at the computer and proceeded to hack the door. He had all the time he needed. The place would be closed during the sports festival, and the guard wouldn't wake up until later tonight. When he finally cracked the system, he not only unlocked the storage vault, but he accessed the list of people and quirks the samples came from. Izuku wanted to laugh with how easy this was as he printed the list out. Grabbing the papers from the machine, he made his way into the now unlocked storage. He shivered for a moment from how cold it was in here. Wow. Izuku looked around at what appeared to be a small hallway with shelves on both sides where numerous blood vials were placed. Going through the list in his hand, he went through the emitter quirks first, looking for the matter manipulation that he needed for the reality stone. The young villain chewed on his gloves as he went down the list. After finding some ones that interested him, he placed the metal case he brought on the floor and opened it, revealing a portable storage unit. Telekinesis. He went down the shelves grabbing a vial for each one and placed them in his case. Hydrokinesis. Izuku found some water manipulation quirks that would be useful. Pyrokinesis, electrical manipulation, earth manipulation, magnetic manipulation, wind manipulation. He grabbed every vial that had to do with controlling matter in any way. Izuku even grabbed vials from all the enhancer and amplifier quirks. What's this? Izuku's eyes widened as they landed on a quirk that was highlighted on the list with the label of further research. This blood came from a person with a quirk that could stop time. According to the information, the ability to stop time in a radius of 3 yards for 3 seconds. That alone wasn't good enough. But if he combined it with a few amplifier quirks, maybe then he'd get an all-powerful quirk. Going down the shelf, he grabbed a vial containing the sample and placed it in his case. Next, Izuku went looking for a quirk that could manipulate space, which seemed to be as rare as time manipulation. However, there was one on the list. A quirk labeled Flash Warp, which according to the description could instantaneously teleport the user up to a distance of 10 meters. He eagerly took a blood vial from that quirk user. There was another on the list that intrigued him, a quirk called Conversion. The power to alter the effects of another quirk. Basically, you take an emitter quirk and change its area of effect or the target, or reverse the effect itself. Lastly, he grabbed sample vials of all the dampening quirks, abilities that weaken the effects of other quirks. You never know if they might come in handy. Closing the case, Izuku left the vault and locked it behind him. Going back to the computer, he plugged in a drive and copied all the research data concerning the quirk users the samples came from and all the information the scientists collected on them. When he finished, the young green-haired villain took the drive out and shut down the computer. He went back down the elevator to the lobby and went back through the security checkout, making sure to grab the virus drive from the computer station there. Keep up the good work. Izuku chuckled as he patted the unconscious security guard on the shoulder before he left. Once he was outside, he returned to the alley that he changed in and found his delivery boy costume that he used still folded on the ground where he left it along with a backpack. Quickly, Izuku changed back into a delivery boy, placed his villain costume in the backpack, and wrapped the case in some leftover packaging paper to make it look inconspicuous. Once he was done, the boy left the alley heading to the main street, where he blended seamlessly with the crowd. After that, Izuku caught a train back to Kamino Ward where his secret lab was located. By the time the guard or the researchers realized what happened, the thief was long gone. Chapter 7. The Killer. Izuku sat in his class going over his notes on quirks. He was attempting to find a proper working combination of traits to merge together into a stone. Maybe the telekinesis combined with the water molecule manipulation from the hydrokinesis, then earth manipulation with the conversion quirk to work on all types of earth, even metals, and then throw in a bunch of amplifier quirks too. Midoriya, the teacher called, interrupting his train of thought. Yes, Izuku said with a slight hiss of annoyance. Why don't you answer the equation on the board if you're not too busy? The teacher said slyly, knowing he wasn't paying attention. 42. Izuku said without even looking at the board. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The man chuckled with a smug look on his face. It's actually 45, but you were close. The other students laughed as the supposed genius getting it wrong. Nope, 42, Izuku argued. He stood up from his desk and walked to the front of the class. Ignoring the teacher's order to sit back down, the green-haired boy grabbed a marker and wrote 42 on the board. That's the answer. You said 45. But the only way to make it 45 is to do this. Izuku wiped away a few numbers and symbols, replacing them with different ones. There, now the answer can be 45. He smirked as he emphasized it by underlining the new answer. You're the teacher, so please do your job correctly, Izuku said as he returned to his desk, while the man looked over the textbook, paling slightly as he realized that he wrote the equation the wrong way. That's right. Thank you, Midoriya, the teacher said through gritted teeth at being shown up by a brat in his own class. The other students even turned their laughter on him as the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. All right, class dismissed. Turn in your assignments on Monday. Finally, Izuku sighed as he put away his notes. He most hated classes here. since he was already ahead of the lessons, yet he still had to regularly attend. Unfortunately, it cut into his work with the league, and his lab time was significantly reduced. Grabbing his bag, he walked out the room, ignoring the glare from the incompetent teacher. Seriously, this was supposed to be one of the best non-hero academies in the country. Get better teachers. Glare all you want. I'm used to it. One of the things he learned from middle school. Stop giving a damn what people thought of him. He didn't have any friends this school, but this time around he didn't care. It wouldn't matter anyway once his device was finished. Speaking of which, Izuku had made a few breakthroughs with that. The space stone was coming along nicely. Izuku acquired a sample of Kurogiri's blood upon his request. The man at first was a bit reluctant, but a suggestion from Sensei changed his tune. Using a complex scanner that he built, he was able to isolate the quirk factors in the genetic code and remove the different facets of them, and then combine them together. With Kurogiri's warping quirk as the core, he subtracted the mist conversion, added the flash warp quirk, and then multiplied it with 4 enhancer quirks. Now Izuku nearly had an all-powerful quirk ready to be forged into a stone. There was just something missing that he didn't have yet. A hero that had a very interesting quirk named Rock Lock, a power that let him lock objects in a point in space. Izuku wanted a sample of his blood to add his quirk to the space stone. Luckily, he already had a plan in motion to get it. The time stone was being difficult. No matter how many enhancer quirks he added to the genetics, it just fell apart in the computer simulation over and over again. Something vital Izuku had yet to understand was needed for that one. The reality stone was currently the bane of the teen's existence. Izuku thought that it would be simple. Just combine a bunch of telekinesis and matter manipulation quirks together, then slap on a bunch of amplifiers. Not so easy, it turns out. Every time he tried to generate it in the computer, using his formula, it fell apart no matter what combination he used. He came close with one, but it crumbled due to the strain it would put on the body. Maybe a quirk that could make matter weightless would take away the strain. That girl at Udata, Ochako Uraraka was her name. She had an anti-gravity quirk. Izuku thought back to his reviewing of the footage he captured during the USJ attack, plus the recorded footage of the sports festival he saved. Of all the students, that girl was the only one whose quirk could be useful to him. If only he could get a blood sample. Plus, Izuku really liked the way she stood up to Katsuki Bakugo in her match during the festival, something his pathetic old self could never do. She would make a very good hero in the future. There were a few more students that interested him, though. Tenya Ida, a boy with a quirk that gave him engines in his legs, allowing him incredible speed. Izuku didn't get much data on him due to the fact that it was this student that left the facility to go inform the UA faculty. Then there was his humiliating defeat at the hands of a girl using a bunch of self-made gadgets during the festival. Technically, he won because she surrendered, but Izuku knew it was his loss, because Hatsum easily could have beaten him but chose not to. Tenya had some good traits and the potential to be a true hero, the type of hero that Izuku wanted to create. Then there was Shoto Todoroki. This guy nearly had Izuku drooling at how magnificent his quirk was. He did a little research after the sports festival. It turns out he was the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Not only that, but he possessed both an ice and a fire quirk. Why he didn't use his fire was beyond Izuku. Todoroki could have beat Bakugo in the final round of the sports festival if he used it, but he refused for some strange reason and only used the ice, causing him to lose and receive second place. The potential Shoto had, though, was practically limitless if he just used his other quirk. He could definitely be the number 1 hero one day, and Izuku planned to make sure of it once he reformed the current hero society. Adjusting the bag slung over his shoulder, Izuku made his way outside and headed towards the mechanics building. This was the only course he enjoyed, an elective where he got to put his talents for inventing things to use. The teacher was also a man who had a lot of connections in the support companies that design and build gadgets for heroes and sometimes police. Izuku tried his best to be as friendly to him as possible while making sure he was the best student in the class. He had heard there would be summer internships at certain support companies coming up for only the top students. What better way to get inside the hero system than to infiltrate its gadget suppliers? The green-haired teen realized a while ago that there was only so far the League of Villains could get him. Eventually, he was going to need power and resources that they couldn't provide him if he ever wanted to finish the Infinity Gauntlet. That's why Izuku wanted to get into one of these support companies. They could unknowingly give him all he needed to complete the project. Ah, Midoriya, Mr. Kinzoku exclaimed, seeing his favorite student walk into the workshop. Kinzoku-sensei. Izuku smiled brightly at the tall blue-haired man. The teacher had a very interesting quirk. He could bond different metals together, combining the various traits of them together. Unfortunately, he was limited to only 2 metals at most, and couldn't bond more than that. What are you working on today? The teacher asked, approaching the boy's work table. Well, I just finished my portable force field generator. Actually, he made this months ago. It was one of his first gadgets that he created for his work as a villain, but Mr. Kinzoku didn't need to know that. Izuku showed him the small metal disc-shaped device with a button in the center. Try to hit me. The teacher did as he was asked and attempted to lightly smack his student. Midoriya simply pushed the button and activated the barrier, causing the hand to stop halfway as it hit a light blue barrier. That's very impressive, Midoriya, Kinzoku said while rubbing his sore hand. Yeah, but it can only take so much force before it fries the power source, Izuku sighed. It didn't matter to him, though, since he carried around multiple versions of the force field generator if that were to happen. No, I mean it. For a first-year student to come up with such ingenious designs and inventions is quite an accomplishment. The teacher smiled proudly. Especially considering the fact that you're quirkle. I'm so sorry. Kinzoku apologized for his momentary verbal slip-up. It's all right, sir, you can say aloud that I'm quirkless. It's not exactly a racial slur. It should be, though, especially with how the word is used in this day and age. I've long since accepted that I was born with nothing that makes me special like everyone else. I'll have to work hard to be special and recognized by society as more than just a quirkless person. That's why I want to work for a support company, so I can be a hero by making things that help heroes. Izuku lied straight through his smiling teeth. People always said he had an honest smile. Why not use it? That's a very mature thing of you to say. If only he knew. The rest of the workshop class was mostly uneventful, with only a minor incident where Mr. Kinzoku accidentally cut his hand on a sharp piece of metal. An accident that no one in the room realized Izuku purposely caused. He liked the man, but he was very accident-prone in class, hence the multiple first aid kits around the workspace. Being the good student he was, Izuku quickly grabbed the bandages and gauze to help the teacher. Once he was bandaged up, the boy discreetly placed the blood-covered gauze in a sterile zip-locked bag, which he quickly pocketed. The potential of Mr. Kinzoku's quirk was too good to pass up. After class, Izuku spent a few hours in the gym before going back to his dorm room. Flopping down on his bed, he sighed as he checked his phone for messages. Hirojiri left him text to head towards the academy's sports supply closet, one of several locations that they designated as good warping spots. The bartender also mentioned in his message the need to hurry, as there was a potential new recruit coming to the bar this evening. Grabbing his bag again, he made sure he dabbed the DNA sample he procured earlier from his teacher to bring to the lab later. Quietly, Izuku snuck out and over to the indoor track stadium, where the sports supply closet was located. Once he was inside, Izuku made sure he wasn't followed, then sent a reply message to Kurojiri, and a minute later a warp gate opened in front of him. As soon as he stepped through, he was already being chewed out by Shigaraki. What took you so long? Tamura glared at him through the fingers of his hand mask. Some of us have school, Tamura-san, Izuku said with mild cheek as he placed his bag by the bar counter and made himself comfortable on one of the stools. He was still dressed in his school uniform with his face fully exposed and not in his villain costume, but it didn't matter anymore. Sensei had already worked out his true identity, and Shigaraki, as well as Kurojiri, admitted that they didn't care who he really was. Probably because they were using aliases like him. The hero killer will be here soon. Whether or not he agrees to join us, I want your analysis on him, Tamura explained while he sat in the armchair. So sit there, keep your mouth shut, and don't do anything but observe. Okay, Izuku agreed, then took a sip of the soda that Kurojiri quietly left for him. As soon as it finally registered who would be coming, he spit his drink out. Wait, the hero killer is coming here? The hero killer Stain is going to be here? You're trying to recruit the hero killer Stain? What did I say about keeping your mouth shut? Tamura's chair nearly disintegrated with how hard he was gripping the arm. Sorry, the green-haired boy apologized and went back to sipping his drink, all the while thinking, this won't go well. It wasn't even a logical conclusion, it was just a feeling he had in his gut. Yes, Izuku knew about Stain. He had been following his work ever since he heard about him back when he was working for small groups in the underground. Izuku was a bit afraid of the man due to his line of work, but he was a fan of the message he was trying to spread. No more fake heroes. It was very similar to his own goal. However, Stain just wanted to eliminate the fakes by killing them. In contrast, Izuku wanted to create true heroes and simply banish all the fakes. "He's here," Tamura said. As soon as the portal appeared in the bar, Izuku noticed the monitor screen came on, signaling that Sensei was listening in. Out of the warp gate stepped a tall, muscular but tall man, clearly dressed for combat with all the knives and swords strapped to his person. "So you're the hero killer," Tamura said as he stood up to greet their guest. "So you're the League of Villains." Stain's eyes went around the room, from Shigaraki, then Kurojiri behind the bar, and finally stopping at Izuku. A brief moment of confusion crossed his features, probably from his age and school uniform if Izuku had to guess, before quickly leaving as his gaze returned to Tamura. It was in that brief moment that Izuku felt dread wash over him. This man was a different kind of monster and had a very different dark aura than Sensei. "Let me be frank. We'd like to extend an invitation to join us," Shigaraki began. "Join you?" Stain glared at him. "And why should I do that? What exactly is your goal?" "Our goal is very simple. I want to kill All Might and bring an end to the society that worships him." Tamura smirked behind his hand mask. How childish, Izuku thought as he watched the whole interaction. He already knew Tamura's goals, and he found them foolish and immature, lacking any sort of cause or purpose. "How childish," Stain spat back at him. "What's the point of killing without a cause?" The murderer said as he pulled out one of his swords. "Master?" Kurojiri looked to the monitor screen with concern. "Let them continue," All for One ordered. An experienced and infamous villain such as Stain will only inspire Tamura to grow and mature. "This is bad." Izuku watched as Stain moved with almost inhumane speed, knocking Tamura Shigaraki to the floor and stabbing him through the shoulder with his sword. Kurojiri attempted to aid him only to get stabbed in the arm by a well-thrown dagger. The blade was then yanked out by a tether that Stain attached to it, bringing it back to his hand so he could lick the blood and render the mist-covered bark tinder paralyzed. This all happened in the span of a few seconds. Izuku quietly stood up from his stool in an attempt to either flee or help. Stain turned and locked eyes with him, not saying a word, but the message was clear to him. Don't move. The League of Villains didn't even pay him, so he wasn't about to fight the hero killer for them. Thus the boy gladly complied. "I hate people like you." Stain went back to glaring at Shigaraki, lacking any conviction. "Kurojiri, send him away." Tamura shouted out desperately. "I can't." Kurojiri's mist shook, but was unable to shift or expand. "His quirk seems to be paralyzing me." His voice sounded strained. Izuku quietly began piecing together the hero killer's quirk from what little he had witnessed so far. It seemed like he could paralyze people by tasting their blood. Without conviction or cause, you won't survive. Stain attempted to bring his dagger down on Shigaraki's neck, but the other grabbed it with his free hand, disintegrating it in seconds. "Conviction, huh?" Shigaraki said as he stood back up, the hero killer to a short leap away. "What a load of crap," he snarled, "as if I'd need something like that." "It seems our ideals oppose one another," Stain smirked. "However, we both wish to bring down this broken hero society." Izuku's eyes widened. That was pretty much the same as his own goal. Words he himself believed in. "Leave then. We don't need you," Tamura pointed at him. "My business was done here anyway." With Kurojiri now free, he turned his glare back towards him. "Return me to Hosu. There's still some false heroes I need to take care of." He licked his lips when he finished speaking. Once he was gone, Tamura finally spoke. "TCH. And just when my wounds were finished healing," he said as he glanced at his bleeding shoulder. "I'll show him. Sensei, I need some more nomus." "We have more of those things," Izuku realized. "I'll let you have 3 all for one's voice said through the screen. "Use them wisely, Tamura." "If you're going to Hosu, may I come along?" Izuku asked politely. "Of course you may." Sensei allowed him to go with Shigaraki, appreciating the boy's politeness. "Thank you, Sensei." Izuku bowed towards the monitor respectfully. Shigaraki glared at the boy's back, Sometimes that friendly nature of his really got on the villain's nerves. That night. Now then, Mr. Stain, where are you? Izuku said as he walked through the dark alleys of Hosu City. He was ignoring all the chaos happening in the distance. Tamura brought a few nomas to wreak havoc on the city in an effort to upstage the hero killer. Luckily for the green-haired boy, that was just the distraction he needed. Activating the scouter, he pushed a button which increased the range of the scanner at the cost of detecting the level of power the quirked individual possessed. Izuku smiled under his face mask as he spotted 3 signatures a short beat away far from the populace. Who's he killing? Approaching the alley with what little stealth skills he had, Izuku poked his head around the corner. His green eyes spotted Stain about to murder, not some false hero, but in fact a Udata student that he was interested in. Tenya Ida was about to die. That was something Izuku couldn't allow. Stain was about to stab and finish the boy off for good, but his instincts told him to dodge. So he did, jumping in time to avoid the energy pulse beam that passed the spot he just occupied. I thought you only took down false heroes, Izuku said, coming out of the shadows to stand next to where Ida lay. Attacking a student? You should be ashamed. Who the hell are you? Stain asked the interloper. Oh, so now you want to know who I am, the young villain said with mirth. Back at the hideout, you just glared at me without saying a word. Stain suddenly realized who this was, thinking back to what happened a few hours ago in that bar. You're that plain-looking boy in the school uniform that was with the League of Villains, the hero killer stated. He was completely unrecognizable now with that form-fitting body armor and whited hooded coat. My name is Apotheosis. Pleasure to meet you, Stain. Izuku introduced himself with a short bow. Tenya's eyes widened as he lay paralyzed on the ground. This was the villain that attacked Bakugo during the USJ incident. Well, you're certainly more polite than that Shigaraki brat, Stain commented. Now step aside so I can deal with that child. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't do that. As soon as the words left Izuku's mouth, a sword came bearing down on him. Good thing all that training he did recently upped his reaction time, allowing him to activate his force field generator. The hero killer's sword bounced right off the barrier. Really? Did you think a kid like me wouldn't have some sort of defense? How do you think I survive working with the League of Villains? Why are you protecting me? Tenya asked, still unable to move. Good question, Tenya Ida, Izuku said, looking down at the teen that included in his energy shield. I've been watching you both during the USJ attack and the sports festival. I find you interesting, and I think you'd make a great hero. That child doesn't deserve to be a hero. Stain attempted to slash at Izuku again, but the barrier still held. He came here for revenge. His brother? Yes, I heard about what you did to Ingenium, Izuku stated. But here's something you don't understand, Stain. Tenya here is not a hero. He's a student. Stain stopped mid-attack when he said that. He's just a student. He doesn't even have a provisional license yet. Killing him doesn't exactly fit your modus operandi. He's a selfish child who doesn't deserve to be a hero, Stain corrected. Yes, but think how this would make you look, Izuku argued back. The man who only kills false heroes now murders innocent students. You may not agree, but in the eyes of the media, that's what it will look like. They will make him into a martyr, and that will forever tarnish your message. Stain paused, starting to understand the boy's point. You'll just be another villain. Izuku smirked, seeing his words get under the killer's skin. He was able to figure out the most important thing to Stain was the message he was trying to spread to the world. No sooner than the words left his mouth, the killer's aura and murderous intent turned even more violent and dark. Izuku was shaking with fear and excitement. This was exactly what he wanted. You make an excellent point, Stain grinned. But what's it matter to you? Because, Stain, I agree with you, Izuku explained. I too wish to put an end to this society's glorified fake heroes. The boy looked down. I can't stand it either. Those with flashy quirks running around thinking they deserve the spotlight as if they were some kind of celebrity. The point of being a hero is to be a hero. Fame and glory shouldn't be a factor. He stopped, realizing that he was going on one of his rants again. I didn't know, Stain looked him directly in the eyes, that there was someone out there who had the same thoughts as me. He chuckled. But I can't help but notice you didn't answer my question. What's it matter to you whether or not I kill that child? Because while I do agree with your goal to put an end to all the fake heroes, it's not enough. Your plan is incomplete, your ideals flawed. Izuku was probably crossing a line with the hero killer, but he wanted to make a point. My plan is to create a true hero, a hero that would put all the others to shame. And you wish to be that hero? Stain asked skeptically. Izuku burst out laughing at the man's question. Me a hero? Don't be a ridiculous. The boy giggled. I'm a villain, sir. There's no hope for me becoming a hero. However, in my research, I've come to the conclusion that villains are the one that make heroes. That's insane. Tenya spoke from his frozen position on the ground. Is it Tenya? Izuku questioned, looking down at his captive. When quirks first appeared, it was villains who ruled everything. Until some finally had enough of their tyranny and became the first heroes. Ida looked at him like he was a lunatic. Even the hero you all love so much, All Might, was created by the most powerful villain I've ever known. Both Stain and Tenya's eyes widened at what he claimed. That was all accidental, though. The villains didn't mean to create their polar opposites. But imagine this. Izuku gestured his hands about excitedly as he talked. Imagine a villain who knows all the right motivations to apply, who knows what a true hero should be. Imagine the hero he could purposely create. He let out a breath, feeling exhausted by his long-winded explanation. That's what I'm doing here. I'm protecting and nurturing someone who I think would eventually make one of these great heroes. Please don't kill him, Stain. I need Tenya. He has the potential and room to grow. He's just young and has more to learn about being a hero. Izuku stood between the hero killer and the U-Data student. After a short silent but tense pause, Stain finally spoke. I like you. The killer gave him a large, menacing grin that the boy figured was meant to be friendly. You have good convictions. Much better than that fool you work for. Don't make fun of Tamura-san. He's still learning. We all are. Izuku defended his boss's apprentice. Shigaraki did have a place in his grand plan after all. He needed every ally he could get if he wanted to gain control over the hero society. Do I have your word you won't kill Tenya Ida? All right, I'll leave this pet project of yours alone. Stain agreed to back off, then smirked when he remembered his target was still bleeding against the wall of the alley. What about him? The killer glared daggers at Native, who sat there still petrified in fear and pain. Not interested. Izuku turned away, not caring for the low-level hero, but mainly because he was still a bit squeamish to watching someone die. He risked his life for a student that he liked. He refused to do the same for someone who was already caught in Stain's crosshairs. A scream and a gross, squelching sound later, and the deed was done. Tenya grit his teeth and tried once again to get up, but failed. He had never felt so powerless before. Not only did he fail to get retribution for his brother, he also failed to save someone from a vicious murderer. As a token of my appreciation, take this. Izuku fished an envelope out of his white hooded cloak that he then tossed to Stain. Open it later when you're alone. Stain nodded at him, then leaped up the wall of the alley, disappearing into the night. Huh. Izuku fell on his behind. Man, that was terrifying, wasn't it? He said aloud. How did you try and fight that guy? The boy asked the downed Ida. Just talking to him made me shiver. You. Tenya glared at him. What to do with you now? Izuku picked the teen up, slinging a limp arm over his shoulder. It seems Stain's quirk was still in effect. Don't worry, we'll get you some help, he said pleasantly. Why are you doing this? Tenya asked. Didn't you hear what I said a minute ago? Izuku didn't even look at him. I'm trying to create real heroes, and I see a lot of potential in you. They were quiet for a moment while the villain carried him out of the alley. Just what was going through your head when you decided to take on the hero killer anyway? I heard about your brother, but did you really think you could defeat someone who he failed to beat? Once they were almost to the street, Izuku set him down, propping him up against the wall. What did you hope to accomplish? Ida looked away in shame. He didn't want to say. Yes? Look, don't think of me as a villain right now, Izuku said, squatting down to his level. I did just save your life. Not just because of your potential, but I also like you. So think of me as a friend. Ida looked at him like he was crazy. Maybe he was, if what he said he planned to do was anything to go by. I just don't know what to do with all this rage. Tenya grit his teeth furiously. All I want to do is find the hero killer and make him suffer for what he did to Tensei. What do I do with this pain? Izuku sighed. He knew that feeling. I'll tell you what you do with that pain. The villain reached and grabbed the other's wrist. You hold it tight until it burns your hand, and you look at the world and tell it no more. No one will ever have to feel this pain. Never again. Not on my watch. Izuku went through the same thing after everyone rejected his dream. He knew that once his ideal world was created, nobody would ever look down on him or the quirkless ever again. That's what a real hero would do. He let go of Tinya's wrist. Now take this whole experience as a lesson and apologize when the hero you in turn undercomes. Izuku scolded him while looking through the boy's pockets until he found his phone. Looking through the contacts until he found a number labeled manual. Wow, he has the hero's number. Tinya is very methodic. Izuku smiled under his mask at the convenience. I think that hydrokinesis quirk blood sample came from him. Pressing the call button, he waited a moment while checking his power glove. Hello, Ida. Where are you? Manuel spoke with concern. Sorry, Ida is injured and paralyzed right now. Izuku said into the phone, cheerful, while Ida watched with concern at what this villain was up to. He could be luring the pro hero into a trap if he wanted. He got into a tussle with the hero killer, but I was able to talk Stain out of killing him. Who is this? Manuel asked, growing more worried by the second. Forgive me for not introducing myself, he chuckled. My name is Apotheosis. I work for the League of Villains for now. Don't worry, I'm not part of this attack. What? I would advise you to start tracking this phone. Have a lovely night, Izuku said gleefully as he hung up. He could be quite devious when he wanted to be. We'll see you around, Tenya Ida. I look forward to seeing how you grow from this. Tossing the phone on the student's lap, he waved him goodbye. Oh, just so you know, even if you go blab what I told Stain to the authorities and pro heroes, it won't make a difference. I'll have already won by the time they figure out who I am or what I'm up to. He locked eyes with Tenya to remind the teen that he was still a villain and wouldn't let anything stop him from accomplishing his goal. Tata. Izuku walked back into the alley and vanished into the dark shadows, allowing Tenya to release the breath that he was holding. Chapter 8. The First Stone. Lunchtime. Rocklock looked up from his hospital bed, wincing as he put himself in a sitting position, a nasty reminder of his injuries. The weird thing about it was that the villains he fought knew exactly how to fight him, as if someone gave them all information on how his quirk worked. Here you are, the young man said excitedly while handing him his hospital food. This one was shorter than the last orderly who gave him his meal. He wore the same scrubs, apron, medical cap, and surgical mask like the last one, though. Thanks. He took a bite from the tray of freshly cooked noodles. He noticed the orderly was still standing there watching him eat. What are you still doing here? Oh, me? The boy pointed at himself. I'm just waiting for the drug to take effect. Wadash. Rocklock passed out, falling face first in his lunch. That drug, Izuku smirked, sliding down the surgical mask. Gently lifting up the pro hero's head, he let it rest against his pillow, making sure he was indeed unconscious. Once he was sure, the young villain took out a small syringe from his blood-extracting kit he kept on hand. It was a bit of a hassle to use his connections and money to hire a small group of villains to put this hero in the hospital. He gave them strict orders not to kill Rocklock, along with a detailed strategy on how to fight him. Once he read the news article about the pro hero being in the hospital, it was a simple matter of finding out which one, infiltrate it as an orderly that brought food to patients, and he'd be given easy access to the man's room. Thank you for your donation, Izuku said as he extracted a vial's worth of blood from the pro hero. Once he was finished, he put the surgical mask back on and left the room quietly. He looked to the security guard stationed outside the door. He's sleeping. We'll send someone with more food later. The guards nodded their heads, not seeing anything suspicious at all. Izuku smiled as he left the hospital, one blood sample richer. UA faculty meeting room. We ran the name Apotheosis through our informants. Detective Naomesa began in front of the UDATA staff. Also, some criminals we captured told of him during interrogations. He took out his notes. He's a kid, from what we were able to gather, about the same age as your first-year students. He started out working with groups of small-time villains. None of them ever saw his face, and nobody knows what his quirk is either. That's not much to go on, Shoyuta Aizawa stated. But we have a motive behind him now, Snipe spoke up. From what Ida told us from his encounter, this boy seems to be under the delusion that he can create a true hero. Yes, we figured that. Naomesa flipped through his notes, suddenly remembering something. Due to the boy's supposed genius that the villains praised about, we came to a theory that he might have an intelligence-enhancing quirk like yourself, Nizu. That's very concerning indeed, the small white animal said. A brilliant mind being used for evil. Do you think that's why he's mentally unstable? Possibly, the detective frowned. But what I still don't understand is why someone like him with goals similar to the hero killer would join up with the League of Villains. The doors to the meeting room suddenly opened, revealing Tashinori, aka All Might, in his true form. Sorry I'm late. I went to speak with Ida, the skinny skeleton of a man said as he sat down in the next available chair. And how is he enjoying his detention? Aizawa asked with a cross tone. Tinya was given a month of detention for that little stunt he pulled with the hero killer in Hosu. His punishment should have been worse, but during the incident the student acquired valuable information about Stain and apotheosis, so he was given a lighter sentence. While he's certainly remorseful and feels ashamed by his actions, if that's what you're asking, Tashinori said. He did ask something that concerns me a bit. And what did he ask you? Nisa questioned. It's nothing. I'm sure it's noting, Tashinori dismissed. It was actually something that Apotheosis Kid told Ida. How he claimed that All Might was indirectly created by a villain. He must have been referring to All for One, which means that man is definitely behind the League of Villains. But what really concerned him was the fact that man told another villain how the quirk One for All worked. That was bad and only reminded how he needed to find a successor to pass the power on to soon. I think we're blowing this out of proportion, Aizawa announced. He's just a kid. It doesn't matter what he thinks he can do. He'd be stopped if he tried, no matter what his quirk is. If you say so, Detective Naomasa said. We'll get him when we finally track down the League anyway. Easier said than done. All they had on the League was 3 known members at large, no real names, and no faces to identify. Oh, the detective shouted, suddenly startling everyone. Stain mentioned in front of Ida that he saw Apotheosis earlier wearing a school uniform, so that's something. Do you know how many schools there are in the country? Midnight said with an air of sarcasm. Yes, but he's probably a first-year student, so if you look through each school. If we can find a student that has a quirk similar to Apotheosis, Tashinori said. Then we'll finally have a lead. Aizawa finished that line of thought. I'll inform the boys at the office to look for a first-year student with any intelligence-based quirks and/or energy manipulation, the detective explained. The U.A faculty nodded. Sounded like a decent plan. League of Villains. What I miss? Izuku asked as a glass shattered against the wall across from him. Not much, Kirojiri said while he used his warp quirk to clean up the mess. Tamura had been throwing random temper tantrums ever since the attack on Hosu. It seems the media was more interested in Stain than him and focused more on that man's killings than the League's terrorism. Do we have any new recruits yet? The team questioned. Not at the moment, the bartender admitted. We have Jiren currently working on that. Izuku sighed in disappointment. It seems the League of Villains was getting nowhere fast right now. If it continued to stagnate like this, he'd probably end up leaving them behind. Another glass was shattered against the wall as soon as the news reporters on the television mentioned the words hero killer. If you could do something about this, I'd be eternally grateful, Kirojiri pleaded. Izuku glanced from Tamura to Kirojiri with worried eyes. All right, Izuku smiled and went over to the boss's apprentice. Tamura-san, let's go get lunch. Shigaraki turned his venomous glare at him. Why would I do that? The older boy snarled. Because you could use some fresh air away from all the newscast, and I'll give you my current analysis on Stain. Izuku smiled up at him. Fine, but you're buying, Tamura agreed and removed the hand mask from his face since they'd be going out in public. 1 hour later, they were walking through a mall dressed like civilians. At least Izuku was dressed like a normal civilian with a pair of dark green pants and a form-fitting All Might t-shirt. Shigaraki was dressed in all black with his hood up. Stop staring at me, Tamura fumed. I'm sorry. I've just never seen your face before, Izuku apologized. Have you considered chapstick? That wasn't a joke, it was a legitimate question. If you ever ask me that again, I'll turn you to dust, Shigaraki threatened. Okay, Izuku sighed. Do you have to wear his merchandise? Tamura said while starring daggers at his All Might shirt. I'm blending in better than you, though. Izuku smirked as they strolled through the mall. No one would look twice at a kid wearing an All Might tee, but a guy dressed in a black hoodie in the middle of the day looks a bit suspicious, he said with an air of arrogance. Just shut up and find us a place to eat. After their short argument, they found a fast food joint, ordered something, and found a booth with nobody around it to eavesdrop on their conversation. Well, What's your analysis on Stain? Tamura finally asked while nibbling on some fries. I got up close and personal with him during that Hosu attack, and I was able to figure out his quirk allows him to paralyze people when he licks their blood. Izuku put his half-eaten burger down while he went off on all the practical uses for this quirk. A very useful quirk in the hands of a serial killer. I'm not interested in that, Tamura hissed. I want to know why everyone's so focused on him. Focused how? The green-haired teen didn't see the problem here. So what if Stain was popular now? Villains come and go, just like heroes. After everything I've done, the attack on Udade, my attack on Hosu, it was all just swept under the rug by the hero killer, Tamura raged as he disintegrated one of his fries. Why not use that to your advantage? Izuku questioned. The media thought the hero killer was connected to them anyway. Use Stain's influence and message to bring more villains to the league. I don't want that. The older villain shouted. Stain is undermining everything I did and what I stand for. What do you stand for? Izuku suddenly asked him. Seriously, I don't understand what it is you want or wish to accomplish. How can you not know? Tamura snapped at him. You don't have a creed like Stain. You don't seem to have a purpose or goal. You say you want to kill All Might just because you don't like him, Izuku went on. Why though? That actually made Shigaraki pause and think about it for once. Why did he want to kill All Might? What was it that he hated about the man so much? When you come up with an answer, maybe then you can start to be the leader that Sensei is trying to help you become. And with that, Izuku stood up and left the restaurant to let all for one's protege think. If his words didn't finally get through Tamura Shigaraki's immature mind, then nothing would. He needed to start thinking for himself anyway since Izuku wouldn't be around much longer. As he walked through the mall, the green-haired teen spotted a rather interesting sight. One of his targets that he had yet to retrieve a blood sample from. Ochako Uraraka wandering around the mall seemingly alone. What luck! Izuku slowly walked towards her while pretending to be looking elsewhere. Hey, aren't you that girl from the UA Sports Festival? No doesn't sound right. Hey, I know you. Nope sounds kind of creepy. You look familiar. Oh, you're from the sports festival. Yeah, go with that one. As he was about to pass Uraraka, he stopped and took a good look at her. You look familiar, Izuku said, getting her attention. Oh, you're from the sports festival. The girl blushed, not used to getting recognized out in public. Yeah, that was me. She chuckled while smiling brightly. Ochako Uraraka. I thought so. You went up against Katsuki Bakugu. Izuku remembered that battle well. You did great. I lost though, Ochako said sadly. Oh, I don't think you did. You stood up to Bakugu. I think that's pretty heroic, he smiled at her. Anyone who stands up to that guy is a hero to me. Do you know Bakugu? She asked. Yeah, I went to middle school with him. Izuku looked away bashfully. He used to bully me for being quirkless. Really? That's terrible, Ochako exclaimed. She knew that Katsuki was a hot-headed jerk, but she didn't know he was that kind of monster. Picking on the people weaker than you is not heroic at all. It's fine. We ended going to different high schools, so I'm free of him. Izuku smirked internally as he played his sympathy cards right. The two of them found a bench to sit down in the mall and started talking. Izuku acted like the nerdy school kid, a performance that he used to live in. He asked her things about Udade, what the classes were like, but mostly about what All Might was like as teacher. Ochako lightly teased him for being an All Might fanboy based off his shirt and obsessive interest in the #1 hero. Not once was she suspicious of his act. To her, he seemed like a sweet and honest boy, plain looking, but kind of cute. Ochako could definitely tell that he worked out with how his shirt seemed to cling to his muscled torso. Shaking the thoughts from her head, she asked him to repeat his question, hoping he didn't notice her flushed face. I said, why do you wish to become a hero? Izuku repeated, something he wanted to know before he extracted what he needed from her. He slipped a hand in his pocket and palmed a small chloroform spraying device. He planned to lure Ochako to a more private area, knock her out, and get a blood sample. While this is going to sound a bit selfish, but I'm doing it for the money, she had the decency to look ashamed. And how does that make you any different than glory-seeking assholes like Bakugu? Izuku thought to himself with disgust, hiding it behind his cheery smile. Well, it is the most lucrative profession in this day and age, he said as he tightened his grip on the gas dispenser in his pocket. I just want my parents to have an easier life, Ochako smiled sadly. That made Izuku pause. My parents have a construction company that's failing because of other companies having people with quirks better suited for the job. She held her fist in front of her. So I want to be a hero so I can use the money I earn for my parents. That changes things. He let go of the device in his pocket and smiled a real genuine smile. I think that's a very noble and heroic thing to do. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. I have to go now. Good luck with your goal. He stood up to leave. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, Ochako suddenly said. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It was nice to meet you. He waved at her. I hope to see you again, Izuku, she smiled at him. Oh, I think we will, Izuku smiled back. Indeed, they would meet again, perhaps on opposite sides of the battlefield. As Izuku walked away, he mentally added Ochako Uraraka to his list of potential true heroes for his new society, right next to Tenya Ida. She'll be great. The next day, let's begin. Izuku grinned as he faced the forge, a big spherical-shaped machine with pipes and pistons running along the outside of it. He was able to hack into the city's power grid to give him the necessary energy to complete the process. The machine was basically a giant engine that used his formula to literally forge a stone into existence with the desired quirks built into it. The substance used was something Izuku invented that he called mortal resin, a synthesized organic liquid that would be hardened into a solid crystallized object, harder than the toughest diamonds. Please work. The boy pushed the button on the control panel to activate the process. This was the moment of truth. He'd find out if his theory and scientific formula was correct. The forge roared and bellowed as steam and sparks burst from every vent. Izuku took several steps back, wondering if the machine would explode. Unfortunately, his worries were correct, as after 5 minutes, fire and smoke exploded from out the sides, obliterating the mechanisms inside. Izuku shielded himself from blast as half of his lab was nearly destroyed. However, the small compartment next to the control panel opened, and there sat a small round metal capsule. Sparks rained around Izuku as he slowly approached. Reaching out with his gloved hands, he gently picked up the metal orb. Giving it a turn, he removed the top half and was captivated by a blue light. With Kurogiri's warp gate power, the flash warp quirk, and several enhancing and amplify quirks, Rocklock's quirk lockdown was combined with the conversion quirk. Now, instead of being only able to lock a non-living object in space, the quirk could get both. Another quirk went into this stone courtesy of All for One. A failed experimental Nomu possessed a quirk called Epidermal Shield, a power that covered the skin in an invisible protective barrier that was far from impenetrable, but could be focused in a specific area of the body at the cost of lessening at the other areas. Unfortunately, the Nomu lacked the intelligence to use it to its full capabilities, so Sensei offered the creature's blood to Izuku along with the blood of other various failed Nomus. All of these wonderful quirks were combined together, and the end result was a small, blue glowing stone the size of a walnut resting comfortably in Izuku's hand. The Space Stone, he dubbed as he smiled down at the first of his infinity stones. Izuku let out a chuckle that evolved into triumphant laughter. It works. It works. He cheered. It destroyed the forge to do it and caused a city-wide blackout, but it worked. All his hard work and complex math finally paid off. Now, if only I had a gauntlet to put it on. He would soon, though, when he finished the next stone. Chapter 9. The Deal. What is this? All for One asked. He had brought Izuku to him again to discuss his progress, and after the conversation the boy presented him with a box. When he opened it appeared to be some sort of metal mask, the front of which resembled a crude skull with tubes attached to the back. It's a special helmet I made. Basically, it's like a portable life support machine you can wear, Izuku explained, showing his invention off. I wanted to thank you for believing in me, sir. So I made this device so you could leave this room if you want, for up to an hour at least. He really wanted to help the first person to have faith in him. Even though he was a villain, he looked up to All for One. I should be the one giving you gifts, Sensei smiled. I don't know what you said to Tamura a while ago, but it seems he's finally growing and thinking for himself. Yes, I'm glad to see him properly motivated too. Izuku was happy mainly because Shigaraki didn't really need him much anymore to help plan things out. He was doing it all himself, which left Izuku more free time in his lab, which was good because he had to rebuild the forge after it blew up, creating the Space Stone. Are you sure you won't reconsider me giving you a quirk? All for One repeated the offer he gave the boy when they first met. It's a very generous offer, Sensei. The old me would have jumped at the chance, but I still have to decline. The boy smiled gratefully. I want to prove my point to the world that quirks aren't as special or great that everyone makes them out to be. When I defeat All Might, I want him to look me in the eyes and know that a quirkless kid that he deemed worthless like the rest of society beat him. Sensei chuckled at that. The kid was going to make a wonderful villain in the future. As you wish. All for One took the mask from the box and placed on the table by his side. It might come in use later. Good luck with your internship, Izuku. The boy flinched at, but quickly remembered that the man knew almost all about him, including what went on at his school. Thank you, sir. Izuku bowed politely and left through the open portal. Muzutafu, city next day. Here we go. Plastering a smile on his face, Izuku straightened the tie of his dark green suit. Today was the first day of his internship at Geonosis Tech, a large company that made support items for heroes, but most notably they were the ones that built battle robots and drones for hero school training. Apparently, the villain bots used in the U.A entrance exam and sports festival were designed and built here. First, they wanted to see a portfolio of his designs, then a demonstration of the devices he built so far. After that, they would decide what they wanted to do with Izuku during the internship. According to his teacher Kinzoku, he was the youngest student accepted into this company. They would either have him do basic grunt work, or if they were impressed, more advanced stuff. Walking past the large outdoor fountain, Izuku approached the glass door of the tall building of Geonosis Tech, carrying a metal briefcase. When he entered, he ignored the extravagant lobby area and walked over to the front desk. May I help you? The man behind the desk. Izuku Midoriya. I'm here for the internship, he smiled pleasantly. Ah yes, right this way. The man escorted Izuku to the elevator. While they were going up, the escort tried to engage the boy in conversation. Are you happy to get an internship in the second largest hero support company? Indeed I am. Very happy, in fact. This was the gateway to achieving his ultimate goal. The League of Villains' resources were starting to run dry for him. Plus, Izuku needed another location to work on his Infinity Stones. If he could gain the company's approval and trust, then he would have it. The elevator opened, and the two stepped out. The escort led him to the Research and Development Department, where the presentation would take place. Izuku breathed in and out as he prepared to act his way into Geonosis Tech. Compared to what the company normally produced, he knew that his devices should more than impress. Later that night. So how do you intend to change things? Stain asked. They were both sitting on a rooftop in northern Muzutafu City, waiting for the target to arrive. In the envelope that Izuku gave him, he offered him information on fake heroes he planned to eliminate in exchange for letting the boy tag along with him when he killed them. The first one they took down was the magnet hero Magnetron. Izuku helped Stain lure him to an area devoid of any metal, and the man killed the hero with a thick plastic, yet sharpened to a point sword that the boy made for him. The second was the crystal hero Mosaic Man, a flashy hero that loved to show off. The man had a quirk that let him manipulate and create glass. It was a simple matter of chasing him down into an underground tunnel where the least amount of glass could be used, and Stain cut him down like an animal. Well, let's just say I'm currently building a weapon. Izuku began taking a sip of his drink. A weapon that will make me the most powerful person in the world. More powerful than All Might? The hero killer questioned skeptically. Definitely more powerful than All Might, Izuku confirmed. So powerful that everyone would have to do as I wished, and any who don't conform to my standards of being hero, well, they'll be retired. He said that word retired very ominously. You have guts, kid, Stain grinned. I like this plan. It's so simple yet brilliant. Oh, look at that, our target's coming, Izuku remarked, looking through his binoculars. Lo and behold, flying through the night sky, Christopher Skyline, aka Captain Celebrity. An American hero who moved to Japan because of some trouble he got into back in his home country. A very arrogant man that only cared for his popularity. A prime target for the hero killer. Unfortunately, his quirk flight would make him difficult to catch. Time to start the show, Stain grinned as he grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt and pinned him to a wall behind them. Here I go. Izuku cleared his throat and started screaming as loudly as possible. Please don't kill me, he cried, letting tears fall down his face. Time to die, scum. Stain placed his blade against the boy's throat. Halt, villain! Like they predicted, Christopher Skyline appeared levitating over the building above them. Diving in with a quick smack, he knocked Stain away and grabbed the boy hovering with him out of harm's way. Thank you so much. He was trying to kill me. Izuku sobbed while thanking his savior. Not a problem, child. Christopher spoke in very poor Japanese. You must be the hero killer, Stain. Picking on young children now, the killer just grinned seeing the kid's plan come together in front of him. Suddenly, the American hero felt a stabbing pain in his side, which was appropriate since he just got stabbed there. Izuku freed himself from the hero's hold and leaped safely back onto the top of the building while Captain Celebrity clutched his bleeding wound. Would you care to do the honors? Izuku smiled as he handed the blood-covered dagger to Stain. With pleasure, the killer took the small blade and licked up a single drop of the crimson liquid. Christopher didn't understand what was going on until his body suddenly became paralyzed. Unfortunately, with his body frozen, he lost control of his quirk and went plummeting down the side of the building. Bye-bye? Izuku waved as he went straight down. Can you believe that scum got away with sexual misconduct by fleeing to Japan? He said as he approached the edge to look where the body landed. It was 15-story fall, so he was either dead or his career would be over with. Definitely dead. Looks like he landed rather awkwardly. He made a face of disgust. Good riddance, Stain spat while handing the dagger back to his partner as per the agreement. Izuku thanked him and wiped the excess blood off the blade, placing the rag in a Ziploc bag for later. The quirk flight would be useful to him, hence why he was here helping Stain. Well, this was fun, but I'm afraid we need to depart for a while, Izuku told him. I gotta get to work on my weapon, so I won't have time to do much villain work. Do you really think you can change anything with this weapon of yours? Stain wasn't asking with complete honesty this time, giving him a serious face. Not only will I change the world, but I'll do it with the least amount of violence and bloodshed, Izuku promised him. Now that's impossible, the killer chuckled at the kid's naive promise. Are you a betting man, Stain-san? Izuku inquired. I only gamble with my life, Stain said. How about this? I bet you that I can defeat and end the career of the number 2 hero Endeavor without killing or crippling him, Izuku offered. If I can do that, would you agree to come work for me? Without killing or crippling Endeavor, you think you can end him? Stain didn't sound like he thought that was possible. If it was easy, then it wouldn't be a challenge, Izuku smirked at him. Giving it some thought, Stain decided to agree to this bet. What do I get if you can't do it? The hero killer asked. All my notes and analysis on any and every hero you want. He had an encyclopedic collection of notes on heroes. With that information, Stain would become an even greater and more effective hero hunter. You've got yourself a deal, Stain said. He had seen the boy's intellect firsthand and would love to pick his brain for information on more fake heroes. See you at the finish line then. Izuku pressed a button on his wrist device and a portal opened behind him. It looked similar to Kurogiri's warp gate, but this one was different. Firstly, it wasn't made of dark mist, and it appeared to be held open by some sort of blue electric-like energy. He waved goodbye to Stain as he stepped through the portal. When he arrived in his lab, he frowned seeing the device he attached, the space stone exploding in sparks. It seems his calculations were correct. The stone only worked with a living organism. Any device that tried to force the power out would explode. All that power needed a living body to let the energy flow into. At least I know it works now. Izuku sighed as he removed the stone from the destroyed machine and placed it safely in the small vault he created to protect it until he could build the Infinity Gauntlet. After that, he took the sample of Christopher Skyline's blood and placed it in the DNA analyzer. Izuku then took a seat at his computer and began typing away. He was only interested in the maneuverability of and levitation that the recently deceased hero's quirk possessed. Izuku was hoping it would make a good substitute to Ochako's zero-gravity quirk for the Reality Stone, since he missed his opportunity to get it that time at the mall. He liked her hero spirit too much to physically attack her in public just to get a blood sample. Putting the quirk genetics together in the computer simulation was becoming more and more frustrating, especially for the Reality Stone. He kept putting together telekinetic quirks and matter manipulation quirks together, but it still always fell apart in the computer no matter which way he built it. There had to be some way to balance it out. On the plus side, if he added Kinzoka's metal bonding quirk, Then he could use the reality stone to generate a new type of metal that would be perfect for the gauntlet. Sadly, the solution still eluded him. The time stone, too. He always came really close with it, but it still fell apart in the genetic simulation. Sensei gave him an interesting idea on whose quirk he should use for the power stone, but getting a sample might be a bit difficult. So that one was on hold for now. The soul stone was also a mystery, but he did have one quirk in mind. It's just that getting a sample is unthinkable at the moment. If it was easy, then it wouldn't be a challenge. Izuku needed more DNA to work with if he was going to make more infinity stones. Chapter 10. The Titan. Izuku paced around the room. He was told to wait in. Today was the Big Technology Expo, an event where companies showed off their new and upcoming inventions and devices in a big stadium-sized convention center. There were also some independent inventors who rented their own booths or milled about, hoping to get noticed and attract investors and major companies to support their projects. It was here that Izuku Midoriya would be presenting for Geonosis Tech's panel. Normally, these big support manufacturing companies have a CEO or head scientist present whatever the newest thing was. However, Geonosis was different and much more humble in that regard. To the green-haired boy's surprise, they told him they would rather have the creator present his own creation. The head of research and development said, "Who better to show how a new hero support item works than the person who invented it?" Of course, the inventor would know all about it. 2 months into his work-study program, and he was already the most popular intern in the employ of Geonosis. They liked his ideas and inventions so much that they were willing to not only pay him, they also promised to cover the rest of Izuku's high school tuition, including a full college scholarship to the university of his choice under the agreement that he work for them. Izuku agreed with all of it under the condition that 70% of his current pay went to his mother, Inko Midoriya. His intelligence and ingenuity was at the level of some of their brightest and best. It made the scientists wonder what he would be like when he graduated. Because of this, Geonosis was willing to do almost anything to keep that brilliant mind the boy possessed. They even gave him his own personal office with state-of-the-art computers so he could work on the designs and blueprints, and a 24-hour access pass to the building so he could come by any time he wanted during the summer. It was all too perfect for Izuku. With this company's resources at his fingertips, the Infinity Gauntlet would soon be complete. He had already hacked the systems of the building and created a secret hidden code into his work computers that hid his real projects. All he had to do was keep the scientists and bigwigs happy with some new technological marvel or support item, and they were none the wiser. Now here he was waiting in one of the back lounges of the convention center, nervous and scared, having never spoke in front of a crowd this big before. The irony was not lost on Izuku, though. The fact he could commit such villainous acts without fear, yet he was shivering and about to vomit from stage fright. "Excuse me?" He turned to the company representative sitting in the room with him. "I need some air. Can I step out for a bit?" "Just be back in half an hour. The panel will start soon," she told him, giving him a sympathetic look. She understood how nerve-wracking it must be for a young teenager, but she did admire his courage to do this for the company. Izuku thanked her and left the room to walk around the convention, maybe get a drink to settle the butterflies in his stomach. As he wandered the random booths, his eyes passed apathetically over the independent inventors. None of them had made anything remotely impressive, at least compared to what he created. Getting bored, Izuku went and sat down at a nearby table where food and drinks were being served. He decided to have a coffee. Maybe a good dose of caffeine would give him the nerve to make this upcoming live presentation. "I recognize that logo," someone shouted from far away. Izuku looked around, wondering who was yelling, when he spotted a girl with odd pink hair and yellow eyes waving her arm and looking at him. He glanced around to make sure she wasn't looking at someone behind him. "Yeah, you." "Me." Izuku mouthed the words while pointing a thumb at himself in confusion. In a matter of seconds, the girl moved through the crowd and was standing at his table. "That logo. You work for Geonosis?" She smiled at him while pointing at the tag on the front of his dark green suit that the company's logo next to his name. "You work for them, don't you?" she stated excitedly. "Actually, I'm an intern," he corrected with a nervous chuckle. This girl's over-the-top attitude and enthusiasm took Izuku off guard for a moment. "Really? I tried to get an internship with them, but they're so picky, and here I thought my display at the sports festival would have been enough to get me in." It was then that Izuku finally recognized her. May Hatsum of the U. Support Department class. She went up against Tenya Ida and used him to show off her gear. I remember that. You did well. Right until you surrendered. Izuku smirked, pointing out her fatal mistake. Huh. May's line of thought was halted. I mean, you had Ida at your mercy, but you played it too safe and quit while you were ahead, Izuku explained, going full analysis mode. I mean, if you won, then went on to battle one of the stronger students like that boy Bakugu, for example, you could have showed off your inventions against a stronger opponent using improvised tactics. You played it safe with Tenya, and the whole fight felt staged, so the companies probably weren't that impressed since they didn't get to see a real battle. They didn't get to see any real firepower from you. So I would advise working on that. He took a pause to finally inhale. Seeing her confused and slightly offended face, Izuku quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I get talking and I don't know when to stop. It's all right. I appreciate any constructive criticism. May laughed while absorbing his notes to apply them later. My name is May Hatsum. You'd support class. She introduced. Izuku Midoriya. In turn for Geonosis Tech, he returned with his own. What's it like working with them? How big is their workshops? Do you work in research and development? She started spouting questions one after the other. It's great, actually. I don't know how big all their workshops are, as I just design things, and the engineers build it. Izuku answered all her questions. What do you design? She asked. Mostly support devices, not just for heroes but police as well, he explained. Like what? May pressed. I'm not at liberty to say. Company secrets and all that. Izuku chuckled lightly. If you want to find out, why not attend the panel? I wish I could, May pouted. My sensei Power Loader was able to get a seat, but only for himself. He said he'd tell me all about it, though. She grumbled about unfair teachers and exclusive panels. That's completely unfair. You're a student. He should have given you his seat. This would be a great learning experience, Izuku fumed. One of his pet peeves was seeing brilliant or talented people being held back. Suddenly getting an idea, he quickly downed the rest of his coffee. Come with me. Izuku stood up from his table and asked her to follow him. May went with him, wondering where he was leading her. She didn't have to wonder long, as he brought to the entrance of the convention center's largest auditorium, where Geonosis was hosting their panel. Pardon me. Izuku walked up to the security and showed him his I.D badge. This is May Hatsum. She's a guest of mine. Without further questions, they let them both into the auditorium. Once there, Izuku led May down to the stage. Wait here, he told her. Izuku left the girl standing by the stage and went around behind the curtain. He never did come back. Instead, 5 minutes later, a woman in a suit walked out and gave her a spectator's I.D badge with her name on it. This way, please. The woman then led May, to her surprise, a front row seat. The pink-haired girl could barely contain her excitement. Not only did her new acquaintance Izuku Midoriya get her into the panel, but he somehow pulled some strings and got her a front row seat to the whole event. Please have a seat. The presentation will begin in 3 minutes. A voice over the speakers announced. A few moments later, everyone in the large theater was quietly sitting and the lights dimmed out. The curtains opened, revealing a big black metallic stage with several trap doors on the floor and one big door in the center. Presenting for Geonosis Tech's new line of prototypes, our rising star student Izuku Midoriya. The spotlight landed on a podium where the teen stood, looking not the least bit nervous. May's jaw dropped. He was also heading the panel? Good afternoon and welcome, Izuku said into the microphone attached to his ear while a few cameras flashed. He was able to work up some proper courage by pretending that he was not speaking to a large crowd, but instead his new friend who he spotted in the front row. You should have combed his hair. Behind the stage, the company representative whispered to the makeup girl. I did. It's just naturally messy, she whispered back. I did have a whole boring opening speech prepared, but let's just skip that and get to the stuff you want to see. Izuku smiled, stuffing the note cards in his hands into the pocket of his suit. The podium then lowered into the floor as he walked to the left of the stage. The first in our new lineup of capture weapons. One of the floor panels opened and what looked like a turret was raised out. The Trap Foam Gun, or TFG, Izuku announced while 3 autonomous mannequins appeared farther into the stage. The gun then sprayed a stream of blue sticky foam at the dummies, covering them up to their necks in it. As you can see, the targets are rendered immobile via non-lethal means, ready to be transported. The audience clapped, but they weren't that impressed just yet. "Don't worry, we're just getting started," Izuku promised the crowd. Next, he unveiled a device he designed called the magnet, a cannon that shot a barrage of metal balls, not at the mannequin, but around it. Once it passed the target, a magnetized energy beam connected all the balls, and they quickly closed around the target, locking its limbs down. After that, Izuku showed off more defensive and capture-based devices. His portable shield generator, a gun that projects a small personal barrier, and a new armor set for the police to wear that protected them from the effects of various quirks. He also showed them a firefighting device designed to be worn like a back, then plug directly into the fire hydrants, pump water through the hose, and launch it out the other end. Basically, it was the power of a fire engine truck that a single person could use. All of Izuku's inventions were made for those who lacked quirks or lacked a suitable quirk for a situation. Now for the finale, Izuku announced, "Imagine all these wonderful devices in a single machine." Mei leaned forward in anticipation. "I'm talking about a robot. A big walking, moving Swiss Army knife, containing all the best support and combat devices. A mechanical sidekick for heroes and police." As he spoke, the largest floor panel opened up behind Izuku, and the very robot he was talking about was elevated onto the stage where everyone could see it. This mechanized soldier was designed and built to combat a variety of different quirk users. The audience stared in awe at this marvel. A big, bulky chrome robot with a large chassis, heavy arms that were clearly loaded with capture weapons, and massive hydraulic legs. The thing stood nearly 10 feet tall, its red eyes lighting up, signaling activation. "Observe." Izuku stood safely off to the side as more automated mannequins emerged. The robot turned, made a noise similar to a watery growl, and lifted its arms. From its right arm, it fired the trap foam at the targets, and from its right, it launched the magnet balls. The robot fired nets, tethers, and every kind of capture device imaginable to incapacitate the mannequins. These robots are also designed for rescue missions as well. Izuku smiled as the robot launched a mechanical hose that attached to one of the hydrants on stage. Flaming targets then appeared on the back of the stage, only for the robot to put them out with a blast of water. Infrared sensors, motion detectors, long-range scanners, and a complex problem-solving digital brain built to assess the situation and make decisions in the effort of saving human lives. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the future of law enforcement and hero support. Izuku walked to the center stage with the mech standing behind him. The anti-villain robot, Titan. The now-named Titan robot lifted its arm and saluted the crowd. The entire audience went into an uproar of applause, more than impressed by the company's latest and possibly greatest invention. Some, like Mei Hatsum, even gave a standing ovation. This version of the Titan is merely the prototype, but at Geonosis Tech we are hoping to eventually build a compactor, better version in the future, Izuku proclaimed. Now let's open up the panel to some questions. Over half the theater raised their hands. "Yes, you." The teen pointed to a journalist who was handed a mic by the expo personnel. "Geonosis has built robots in the past. What's the difference between them and this new model?" "As you know, those bots were created for training purposes," Izuku explained. "They were made to be broken and smashed by students with quirks. The Titan is designed to withstand great physical force, extreme temperatures, electricity, and magnetism. Think of them as an automated hero that can be programmed." He pointed to another person in the audience who raised their hand. "You say programmed, but what's stopping a villain with a computer or machine-controlling quirk from turning it against a hero?" the woman asked. "I'd like to see them try," Izuku bragged, making the crowd chuckle. "But seriously, we're one of the best support companies in the country. These robots will be completely unhackable when we're done." After a few more rounds of questions, he spotted Mei Hatsum raising her hand in the front row, so he called on her next. "Where did you get the idea for the Titan?" she asked. For a moment, Izuku was surprised by her line of question. This is a bit personal." He looked back at the robot for a second. "You see, I always wanted to be a hero. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed as quirkless, and thus my dreams of being a hero were crushed at a young age. But I didn't give up." Izuku smirked triumphantly. "If I couldn't be a hero, the next best thing would be making a hero. A hero that truly live up to his name and image." For a brief moment, the smiling face of All Might that he now despised flashed into his mind. Who knows? Maybe one day the Titans will replace heroes and the people of the future will look back and say that Izuku Midoriya created real heroes. The audience applauded him for that, murmuring about how wonderful it was that a quirkless teenager found his place in the world. A few more questions later, a news reporter asked him to stand close to the robot to get a picture for an online article, and the panel was over. "Thank you all for coming." Izuku waved awkwardly and stepped back as the curtains closed in front of him. Mei stood up to follow the crowd out, but stopped when she heard someone trying to get her attention. Psst. Izuku poked his head out from behind the curtain and waved her over. "Come here," he whispered. Mei followed him only to gape when she saw the robot still there waiting. "Go ahead, get a closer look." Izuku wasn't normally one to show off, but he just had this crazy impulse to let someone his own age who was also into his field examine his work. Mei began running around the Titan, poking and prodding all the parts and pieces. "How much weight can it lift?" she questioned while touching the gears and hydraulics. "Well, I designed it to support a building for about 10 minutes. In case of a collapse, it can stall for time until everyone evacuates." Izuku smiled at his creation. "Were you serious when you said these things will replace heroes one day?" "Of course, but only time will tell." He walked around the machine. "Unfortunately, as powerful as I can make these things, it will still probably pale in comparison to heroes like All Might. That's just something I'll have to accept. This Titan is far beyond what I make." Mei then went on to tell him all the devices she's created so far during her time in the UA support department. "And I thought I talked too much," Izuku thought as he chuckled at the girl's behavior. "That's an impressive list of gadgets. I haven't made nearly that many." Izuku sighed looking at his robot. "Then again, I prefer quality over quantity." "I still can't believe how lucky you are," Mei whined. "You get accepted as an intern at one of the best manufacturing companies, a high-level position in development, and you even got a show for them during the expo." "You act like you haven't got your moment in the sun yet," Izuku pointed out. "It's just, I thought showing off my babies at the sports festival would be enough." She looked saddened by that. "There's no such thing as failure. Don't let a non-existent concept keep you down." Izuku decided to be nice and keep her name in mind for the next internship. He wouldn't be able to stay with Geonosis forever at the end of the summer. He'd go back to school, and they'd pick someone else the next summer break. The boy would make sure to give the company her name along with his recommendation. Plus, he wouldn't mind having her around when he reformed this hero society. An intelligent engineer like her would be useful to his future organization. The next day, "Hirojiri?" Izuku asked. "What's wrong?" "You usually just text when Tamura needs me." He was surprised that the man actually called him this time. "Tamura Shigaraki wishes to speak to you immediately. Send me your location," the villain demanded, leaving no room for argument. Izuku discreetly stepped into an alley. He was on his way back to his dorm room, having just returned from day 2 of the expo. This time he didn't have to present anything, and instead just mingled and went to other company panels. Then he got this sudden call from the league. All right, Izuku was a bit uneasy about this whole thing, but he went ahead and gave his current location. A few moments later, a warp gate appeared on the wall of this filthy back alley. Izuku quietly stepped through. As soon as he came through the other end, a pale hand gripped him by his shirt and pinned him to the wall. Ow! Izuku looked up to see Tamura's hand-covered face bearing down on him. "Hello, Tomorak." The villain grabbed him by the throat, keeping his middle finger extended so as not to disintegrate his throat yet. "You want to explain this?" Shigaraki held up a phone with his other hand, shoving it in the boy's face. The screen showed a news article that said, "Geonosis Tech presents new anti-villain robot." Underneath was a picture of him from the panel with the Titan behind him. "Oh, the expo? I think it went pretty well." He got choked a bit harder for being cheeky. It was then that Izuku noticed a few new faces in the bar. A blonde schoolgirl, a tall dark-haired guy with burnt patches of skin sewn onto his face, someone dressed in an orange trench coat, black top hat and mask, and lastly a man dressed in a black and gray bodysuit. "Answer the question, brat." Tamura snarled at him. "You're really not seeing the bigger picture." Izuku sighed, gripping the wrist of the hand that was strangling him. "Let me go and I'll explain everything." Reluctantly, Tamura released him after he turned his tie to dust out of spite. "Did the thought ever cross your mind that I might be working an angle with this company?" "What are you talking about?" Shigaraki glared at him. "I'm deep inside a company that makes hero support gadgets." Izuku smirked devilishly. "Think about it. Let's say a fight breaks out between heroes and villains. What if these heroes happen to be using my technology? But oh no, halfway through the fight, all that technology suddenly stops working or worse turns against them. Shigaraki remained silent as he digested the information. Who would win then in that fight? The heroes or the villains? I see. Shigaraki grinned with his cracked lips, finally understanding. And here I thought you betrayed us, he said, plopping down in his armchair. You know Midoriya would never do such a thing, Kurojiri defended the kid, having grown to like his polite attitude and manners. Not if he values his life. That was my favorite tie, Izuku thought as he wiped the dust from his shirt and suit. Taking down heroes with their own gadgets. So that's what you were up to in that lab of yours, Tamura sounded pleased to finally know what Izuku was secretly working on. Unfortunately, he didn't realize it was still a misdirection. Only All for One knew what he was really building. That's so genius and so stupid. Twice announced. Is he okay? Izuku asked Tamura, wondering if the new recruit had a personality disorder. He seemed weird and maybe a tad comical. Wait, are you supposed to be Deadpool? I am not, possibly not Deadpool, twice denied, or maybe confirmed. Are these the new guys? Izuku ignored him and walked around the bar. That fellow with the paradoxical personality is Twice. Kurojiri started introducing the new recruits. Hello and goodbye, little man, Twice waved at him. Charmed, the green-haired boy rolled his eyes. Another lunatic was just what they needed. I'm Izuku. He froze when the orange-covered man suddenly appeared in front of him, tipping his hat. I'm surprised the League of Villains has a boy such as yourself in their midst, he said in a way that the other couldn't tell if he was being sincere or condescending. Lots of surprises today, Izuku spoke sarcastically. And you are? I am the fantastical villain known throughout the world as the Great Mr. Compress, he introduced with a rather flamboyant bow, as if he was waiting for applause. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku. He walked past him, not really that impressed by the magician motif. The man scoffed in offense as the boy waved at him dismissively. Izuku's eyes landed on someone who looked interesting, and he walked over to them until someone else got in the way. Hi. The girl smiled, getting in his face. I'm Toga Himiko. That's nice. Izuku walked around her and sat at the stool next to the mysterious older villain. Hello, Izuku said, facing the patched-up man who still wouldn't look at him. I'm Izuku, but my associates call me Apotheosis. Dabi, the man introduced, taking a sip of his drink, still not looking at him. Cremation, that's a cool name. Izuku smiled, trying to get his attention. His face looked familiar to him, like he'd seen the resemblance before on someone else, but he couldn't place it. Unknown to them, Himiko didn't like being ignored, so she went to stab him from behind. Izuku, sensing danger, tilted his body on the stool, dodging her blade, grabbed her wrist, gripped the back of her head, and slammed her face into the counter. You should really be more careful, Izuku said, looking at the knife she tried to cut him with. While he was pinning her to the counter, he noticed everyone was looking at him. Even Dabi was glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. What? We've never seen you get physically violent before, Kurojiri said, while reaching over and removing the knife from the girl's grip. Tamura, and I didn't think you knew how to fight. I didn't, but I picked up a few things from my time with Stain. Now that made Dabi finally turn and look at him. Tamura and Kurojiri knew that he worked with Stain a few times. The former didn't like it, but Sensei told him that Izuku's relationship with the hero killer could be good for the league, so he allowed it. You worked with Stain? Dabi sounded mildly intrigued. A couple times. Are you a fan? Izuku wondered if he could use his connection, the hero killer, to his advantage. You could say that. Dabi took a chance to really look at the boy. At first, Izuku seemed like a plain-looking kid with nothing special about him, until he swiftly dodged and slammed Toga into the bar. He'd have to keep an eye on this one. He seemed interesting and maybe could tell him more about Stain. I like him. Himiko drooled while still being pressed face first into the counter by Izuku. This position was also starting to turn her on. Getting creeped out by her moaning and attempts to grind herself against him, Izuku finally released her. Is this it, or are there more recruits? Izuku asked Kurojiri. The rest aren't here right now, the misty bartender said as he fished a file from out of his warp gate. These are the new recruits. He handed Izuku the folder containing the list of their new villains and what their quirks were. Looks like Tamura finally has the League of Villains he wanted. Izuku remarked, looking through folders seeing if there were any quirks that could be useful to himself. Now if only that creepy blonde girl would stop making googly eyes at him so he could concentrate. Chapter 11. The Field Test. Reality Stone Computer Simulation number 76. Izuku frowned as he typed at his keyboard. Fail. He placed his head against the desk, beyond frustrated at this point. The Space Stone was so easy, but the Reality Stone was proving a real challenge. There must be something missing if every combination of quirk genetics failed. He really needed this stone, because with it, he could create the perfect metal for the gauntlet. Once he had a device to harness the power of the stones, then there'd be little the heroes and the villains could do to stop him. "Whatcha doing?" a voice said behind him, making him jump. He whirled around to see his stalker Toga Himiko behind him. Ever since he pinned her in 2 moves a few weeks ago in the bar, she wouldn't leave him alone. It wouldn't be so bad, having a cute girl stalk him, if that cute girl wasn't a psychopath who wants to make him bleed. In her words, make him look cuter by cutting him up. Izuku was starting to get annoyed by all the constant dodging and maneuvers to avoid her knife. "What are you doing here, Himiko? How the hell did she find out about this place?" Only Kurojiiri, Tamura, and Sensei knew about this place. "Oh, I wanted to know where you were always running off to." She smiled, showing her sharp canines. "Luckily, Shigaraki accidentally let slip where your lab was, so I snuck in to be with you, Izuku-kun." "Damn you and your big mouth, Tamura." Izuku silently fumed. "Fine, just don't touch anything, and if you try to stab me again, you're out of here." Himiko smiled and started walking around the lab asking about every little thing. Izuku was rapidly becoming tired of saying "don't touch" over and over again. "What's this thing?" She pointed at a device that resembled a canister stuck to a belt with tubes and needles. "Something I made to extract blood in mid-battle should the situation call," Izuku explained while still typing away at his computer. "Don't touch." It was located next to a metal container that immediately caught her eye. "Blood storage." She beamed, finding the container labeled as such, and opened it. Izuku leaped from his computer and slammed the door shut. "That is important to my research." "Do not touch," he warned. "You like blood?" Himiko leaned in closer to him. "I like blood too. Look how much we have in common." "You have a fetish for blood," Izuku corrected her. He'd been over this with her before when she explained her quirk. He did find it incredibly useful for stealth and infiltration operations. After that, he did a complete personality profile and found the girl absolutely deranged, and it wouldn't do well to have a psychotic mess like her involved with his plans. "I analyzed the quirk genes and DNA for research purposes." "I love the way you got me all figured out." She attempted to glomp him, but he quickly dodged out of the way. "It's like you're inside my head." "Makes sense because you're all I can think about." "Why did the psychopath have to develop a crush on me?" Izuku sighed in frustration. He wondered if there was a way to get her away from him. It was then that an idea struck him, making the teen grin slightly. "Himiko, sweetie," he began. "Would you like to do me a little favor?" "Sure." Togo smiled, seeing this an opportunity to get more of Izuku's attention to herself. All he ever did when he went to the bar was talk with Dabi. "What do you need?" "There's something I need you to retrieve for me, and I think someone with your skill set would be best situated for the job." Izuku wanted to laugh at how easily he was able to turn this little problem child into a bonus for himself. "If you can complete this task, you will be handsomely rewarded." Going over to his files, he flipped open the one labeled "U. Students," turning to a picture of a brown-haired girl that he met a while ago. The next night, Izuku walked through the woods with the partner that Shigaraki assigned to him for this mission. The villain went by the name Muscular. Rather uncreative name if you asked him, but apparently his muscle fiber manipulation quirk made him super strong. Not that he really cared. The guy was just a murderous nut job with enhanced strength. The green-haired boy looked down at his new power gloves. They covered both of his arms and were made of titanium alloy, attached to a metallic chest piece that secretly contained the space stone inside. This little kidnapping mission was the perfect opportunity to test it out. Izuku dressed in his new villain attire, which was another white cloak, this one sleeveless to show the power gloves, the same black pants and armored boots, and this time a mask that covered his mouth that functioned as a gas mask as well in case he wandered too close to mustard. He didn't bother bringing his scouter for 2 reasons. 1, it was broken and he didn't have time to make a new one. 2, he already did research on all the students and pro heroes that would be here, and was fully prepared. "Hey Shigaraki," said, "you're the analyst of the group." Muscular started as they walked together. "What do you got on this Bakuga kid?" "Blonde hair, red eyes, yells a lot, ridiculously short temper, makes explosions," Izuku summarized as if he didn't care. Truthfully, he didn't care that they were after Katsuki. Tamura seemed to be under the delusion that he could sway Class 1A's #1 star student to the League of Villains side. Sadly, it would be a fruitless effort. He knew Bakugu for years, and the boy was way too stubborn to fall to villainy. Even torture wouldn't be enough to break him. If they succeeded tonight, the only thing Tamura Shigaraki will have accomplished would be pissing U.A and the heroes off, to the point that they will hunt the League down like animals. Which was fine for Izuku. He wouldn't be there when it happened. "It seems my time working for the League is coming to a close sooner than I anticipated," he thought to himself. He smiled under his mask as he put the pieces together and found a way to twist this to his benefit. He didn't want to abandon the League completely, especially Dabi. That man was too powerful to let go, but this would be for the best. "That it?" Muscular asked, interrupting his thoughts. "Yup." Izuku continued to walk, keeping a couple yards away from the muscle-bound man. They eventually arrived at a good vantage point overlooking the forest when they spotted a small dark-haired boy wearing a cap that had 2 horns protruding from it. "Hey kid," Muscular grinned maliciously at the scared child. "You're not on the list." "We don't have time for this," Izuku proclaimed. Something about the boy's terrified face bothered him, so he tried to steer things away from where they were obviously going. "Let's go." "Leave then," Muscular said as he slowly approached the kid. "This will only take a minute, then I'll catch up." Izuku realized he was going to hurt this kid, and that didn't sit well with him. "Shigaraki told you all to listen to my orders should things go awry." Izuku reminded him what their leader said before the mission. "I'm giving you an order. We are leaving to find the target." "Che," Muscular scowled. "All right." He then completely blinded Izuku by decking him in the chest, sending him flying down the side of the hill and into the trees. "Oops," he smirked. "I guess when the students took down Apotheosis, he rehearsed aloud the lie he would give to Shigaraki when they went back to the hideout." Koda shook with fear as he watched the man who killed his parents come bearing down on him. He closed his eyes and awaited death. "Really?" The boy's eyes flashed open where he saw the back of a white hooded cloak. "Sucker punching me." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had the Space Stone's protective epidermal barrier to absorb most of that blow, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. "What the hell is this?" Muscular wasn't sure what just happened. In a small flash of blue light, that know-it-all brat appeared between him and the kid. "Insubordinate trash like you doesn't belong in the League of Villains." Lines resembling a circuit board pattern started glowing a light blue along the metal of his gloves. "In other words, you're fired." Muscle fibers sprouted out of the bigger villain's skin, wrapping around his limbs like strings and ribbons. "Die, you little bastard." Izuku stood his ground as he pointed his hand towards the oncoming fist. Right before it reached him, a portal opened up. The man's arm passed through it, while simultaneously another portal formed underneath Muscular. The result was the villain basically uppercutting himself hard enough to send him flying upwards in the air. "Is that it for infamous serial killer?" Izuku called out mockingly. "This little test going quite well? You'll pay for that." Muscular came charging at him, throwing one punch after another. Izuku dodged each and every one using the flash warp power of the Space Stone. Occasionally, he would create a warp gate to redirect the man's fists back at him, slowly building up injuries. Koda watched in shock as this strange hooded villain fought his parents' killer with what looked to him like super speed and portals. "Don't throw up," Izuku chanted in his head repeatedly. Every flash warp was making his stomach feel like it was turning inside out. Eventually, the queasy feeling caused him to trip up, giving Muscular the opening to slam his fist into the boy's back and punch him into the ground. "Gah!" Izuku cried out as he was being crushed into a crater. "Nice try, but you're just too weak." The bigger man laughed as he pressed his fist harder into Apotheosis's back. He would have finished him off if not for a splash of water hitting him in the face. Muscular turned to see Koda with his hand out. "Oh, that foolish child." Izuku grimaced, seeing what stopped that psycho from crushing him. "So you didn't want to wait for your turn?" Muscular grinned madly as he approached, leaving Izuku's body behind. "Fine. Eat this." Kota stood his ground this time, facing his attacker's oncoming fist. Seeing his opponent distracted, Izuku flash-warped in between them and formed a portal to catch Muscular's punch. As soon as it passed through, he tightened his grip, shrinking the blue portal and causing the arm to get stuck. "You little bastard," Muscular shouted as he tried and failed to pull his arm out. "I really can't stand people like you," Izuku said with his hand held up, still keeping the portal open and locked tight. Bullies that pick on the weak, just because they can. He finally realized what that child's face reminded him of. His own back before he became a villain. Back when he wanted to be a hero more than anything. "It doesn't make you strong, it makes you a coward." "What would you know?" Muscular sneered down on him, still stuck. "I know you're not a man, you're a beast, just like his own bully Katsuki. And beasts like you should either be put down," he tightened his grip, pulling on more power from the space stone, "or declawed." Completely closing his fist, Izuku watched with morbid satisfaction as the portal completely closed shut, severing Muscular's arm at the bicep. "My arm!" the villain screamed, clutching the bleeding stump. While he was busy trying to stitch the muscle fibers over the wound, Izuku flash-warped a good distance away. Cocking his fist back, he focused the epidermal barrier along his knuckles to increase its max hardness, covering them in a faint blue glow. "Cosmic!" Izuku flashed forward multiple times, building a massive amount of moment. With that and the hardened shield around his fist, he decked Muscular in the face as hard as he could. Smash! Taking a page from All Might, he named this punch after a celestial term instead of an American state or city. The impact was devastating. It nearly caved in Muscular's face, and his jaw was definitely broken. Izuku watched as the villain fell back, collapsing into unconsciousness. Just to be sure he was finished, he walked over and placed one of his metal gloves on the man's chest, focusing the powers of the stone until large muscled body was covered in a faint blue aura that locked him into his current point in space. "Not so tough now," Izuku chuckled as he found a boulder to sit down on. The metal armored gauntlets he wore were smoking now from overuse. It seems titanium wasn't a viable substance in using the stone's power. Feeling the contents of his stomach finally coming up, quickly pulled off his face mask and vomited all over the ground. "Damn it," Izuku choked. He was mostly upset that the prototype gauntlets were not working to his expectations. It seems simply pumping the power into him wasn't giving the full access to the space stone's abilities, and it resulted in a bunch negative side effects. In this case, severe motion sickness. "What's your name?" Izuku asked without turning to face the child that he saved. "Kota," the boy said, keeping a safe distance from the hooded figure. He may have beat Muscular, but he was still a villain. However, that villain saved his life. He didn't know what to make of this. "You wouldn't happen to have a towel, Kota?" Izuku looked at him when he was sure his hood would obscure his face in shadow. "Why did you save me?" Kota asked, eyes watering. "Why, you're a villain," Izuku finished. "So just because I'm villain, that automatically makes me 100% evil, down to my very core? Is that it?" He tore a strip of fabric from the bottom of his white coat and used it to wipe his mouth. After that, he placed his mask back on and stood up. "No one's all evil, just like no one is all good, Kota." He slowly approached the nervous child and placed a hand on his head. "Just between the two of us, I'm not a villain, nor am I a hero. I guess you said I don't fit with either of them," he whispered. "As for why I saved you, well, you kind of reminded me of someone I used to know." "Who?" Kota asked, looking up at him. "Someone who nobody believed in. A person that had dreams that everyone told to give up. Someone who was repeatedly called weak and useless." Izuku looked away sadly. "What happened to him?" the child wanted to know. "He broke. He completely shattered, until there was nothing left of the old him." He removed his hand from Kota's head and walked away. "Then he rebuilt himself, piece by piece, into something new. My point is, broken things can either be fixed or remade into something else." Izuku waved his hand and opened a portal. "By Kota, just stay put until someone comes," he said as he stepped through the rift in space, leaving the confused child and the paralyzed body of Muscular alone. Later, at the rendezvous. Dabi, Izuku greeted when he arrived through his portal. While running around, he managed to collect a blood sample of Mandalay after Kurogiri teleported her near his location. How lucky that was for him. Sadly, he couldn't seem to find Ragdoll anywhere, He would have liked a sample of her DNA as well. Where's Muscular? Dabi stared down at him, wondering where his partner was. He was going to endanger the mission. He even attempted to kill me when I gave him an order, so I dealt with him accordingly, Izuku stated. Dabi took a moment to really look at him. The kid was a bit scuffed up, but otherwise fine. How the hell did he defeat a villain like Muscular? I saw what your quirk can do, Izuku started, referring to the blue fire he witnessed earlier. You're strong, yet you're not a more infamous villain? He didn't know much about Dabi. They only ever talked about Stain's ideals and fake heroes that needed to be purged from the world. One interesting fact he found out in their conversation was that Dabi had an extreme hatred for the number 2 hero Endeavor. Beyond that, he didn't even know the villain's real name. Dabi ignored his question and turned to face the tree line. Our target should arrive soon. And just as he said that, Katsuki arrived with Shoto, Fumikage, Mizo, Tsu, and Ochako. It's you. Bakugo shouted, seeing the villain that made him look like a fool back during the USJ incident. Let me handle this, Izuku whispered to Dabi, seeing an easy way to get rid of the others and put the Kaken in a position to be captured. We meet again, Bakugo. You know, I thought you were the best. Then I easily crushed you, and I thought that you must have poor standards if you're the best, Izuku said while Dabi watched with amusement. Katsuki silently fumed while the villain taunted him. Then you go and win the sports festival. Makes me wonder if you were holding out on me. He knew exactly how to rile the blonde teen up, and just like he predicted, Bakugo dashed forward, firing a massive explosion at the villain that mocked him. Izuku merely pointed his hand at him and opened a portal as soon as the blast went off. Katsuki froze, seeing his explosion disappear into a hole, then gasped when he heard the very same explosion go off behind him. Turning around, he saw the result as the other students lay scattered about away from the smoking crater. Oops, Izuku chuckled, having redirected his explosion back at the others. Looks like you blew up your comrades. You bastard. Bakugo turned back around and yelled at the one responsible for this. I guess it will be easy to be the number 1 hero after he murders all of the competition, Dabi remarked with a smirk. Katsuki looked murderous as the two continued to mock him for his violent tendencies. Are you going to do it or not? Izuku asked, staring past Bakugo. Wadash. Katsuki was cut off as a hand touched his back, and suddenly he was turned into a marble. Mr. Compress stood there holding it between his fingers, having used the smoke to sneak up behind their target. I just wanted to add a little theatricality. Compress was annoyed with Izuku. But you had to go and ruin it by giving away my position. We're not here to play games. We have a job to do, Dabi reminded them. Right on cue, Kurogiri appeared, opening a warp gate for them. I take the mission is successful, the misty bartender stated. I have young Katsuki Bakugo right here. Compress chuckled, tossing the marble up and down. I was only able to retrieve Magna, Spinner, Toga, twice, and the Nomu, Kurogiri explained. Can we go, please? I'd rather not be around when the pros show up, Izuku pleaded. Dabi agreed, and a few seconds later Kurogiri's warp gate enveloped them. Izuku. He felt arms wrap around his shoulder as soon as they entered the bar. Can you not say my name aloud, Toga? We have a guest, Izuku scolded her. It's fine, he can't hear anything while in marble form, Mr. Compress said. I was able to get what you wanted. Are you proud of me, Izuku? Himiko asked, holding up a vial of red blood. Yes, very. Izuku thanked her and took the vial. A sample of Ochako's blood might be just what he needed to complete the next stone. Can you and your girlfriend take this somewhere else? Shigaraki finally spoke up, gaining everybody's attention. Do you have him? Katsuki Bakugo is resting comfortably in my front pocket. Compress patted his jacket. Get the chair, Tamura ordered. Kurogiri nodded and used his warp gate to bring forth a big iron seat with multiple restraints attached, obviously to keep Katsuki contained. While they were getting that ready, Izuku took Himiko over to the counter. All right, so a deal's a deal, he told her. You get to spend 1 day as me. In addition, you get to keep the blood extraction device I lent you. Toga was perversely excited to hear that she would get to walk a mile in his skin and keep his invention. However, I'm going to pick the day. Oh, come on, the blonde girl whined. Take it or leave it, Izuku glared at her. Fine, I'll take what I can get, Toga pouted. She then flipped her frown into smile. I still love you, Izuku. "You're sick in the head," he replied while pocketing the blood sample. "But you've been a great help." He smiled at her while patting Toga's head. Chapter 12. The Raid. "Are you ready for this?" Gran Torino asked his former student Yagi Tashinori. They were sitting in the back of a squad van alone. The number one hero was in his true form to conserve strength while they traveled with the police and other heroes to the location of the League of Villains hideout. "You seem distracted." "It's nothing," Tashinori claimed. Actually, he was thinking of the reports they were going over earlier today. When the authorities found the villain Muscular, he was unconscious, missing an arm, and appeared to be frozen in space by some sort of energy. At first, they thought one of the students did it, but after getting statements from everyone, it was revealed by the child Coda that Muscular was taken down by another member of the League. The villain known as Apotheosis. "You're thinking of that boy again. About what he did." Gran Torino stared at him. Upon investigation, they were able to figure out most of the identities of the villains, with the exception of Shigaraki, Hirojiri, Dabi, and Apotheosis. "You can ask whatever you want when we catch him," he could honestly say he was just as confused as All Might. What kind of kid commits acts of villainy, and then goes and saves not only a student from the hero killer, but also protects a child from his own associate? "I just don't understand what he's up to," Yagi said with a frown. So far, they still had nothing on Apotheosis. They didn't have any leads as to who he was, his quirk, or what his plan were. He wasn't like Shigaraki, who just wanted to destroy everything that displeased him. Nor was he like the villains that caused chaos for the fun of it. This unknown boy clearly had a plan and a motive, but none of the police investigators and heroes had a clue. All they knew was that he had some sort delusion about creating true heroes. But why would a villain want to do that was the real question. "We're here," the old man announced. "The other team should be at the second location by now." Luckily that Yairo's girl put a tracker on the Nomu that attacked the camp. It led to a large warehouse building in Kamino Ward where they suspected the artificial humans were being kept. Meanwhile, "Come on," Izuku quickly typed away as fast as he possibly could without error. He was busy working on the new stone. With Ochako's anti-gravity quirk, he had come closer than he'd ever been. Several times he'd almost reached a stable simulation. Izuku had the forge ready to go and waiting for the computer formula. He needed to hurry because he knew that soon the pro heroes would be raiding the bar. "Please work," he begged his computer. It wasn't hard to predict what would happen after the Shigaraki's kidnapping of a student. Most likely All Might would lead the raid, and if that happened then Sensei might come out of hiding to rescue Tamura and his league. What a battle that would be. It's a shame that Izuku wouldn't be sticking around to see it. "Huh," Izuku exclaimed when the computer finally succeeded in the perfect combination of quirk genes. Combining all the telekinetic-based quirks, every elemental manipulation, body levitation, metal bonding, particle manipulation, a combination of enhancers, amplifiers, and the conversion quirk. Then to top it all off, the zero-gravity quirk applied to all matter that the stone's power interacted with to remove the physical strain and allow for easy manipulation. It all fit together like a big puzzle of genetic code that nearly drove him insane. "Here we go." Loading the formula into the machine, he watched with eager anticipation as the forge roared to life. This time he used the energy from the space stone to power the process rather than hack into the city's grid again. This building was located right next to the Noma factory. Best not to draw any attention to himself and get caught by the incoming heroes. After a few minutes, the big round machine exploded just like it did last time, destroying the innards of itself. And just like before, a baseball-sized metal capsule was ejected like a prize machine. Izuku quickly walked over from where he was safely hiding behind his work table and picked up the capsule with an eager grin. He opened it, and to his surprise, it wasn't a stone he found inside. Instead, it appeared to be a small, swirling vortex of red liquid. He slowly attempted to poke it with his gloved finger only to recoil as it seemed to zap him with energy. This seemed to cause a bizarre reaction. The liquid stopped spinning and started to condense down. The end result was finally a small, solid red stone the size of a walnut. When Izuku examined it, he noticed what looked like chaotic churning movement inside, as if the energy it contained was in a constant state of shifting and changing. He deduced that it was perhaps the result of the many quirks that went into creating the stone. "Perfect," Izuku smiled as he stared at his newest creation. "I now have the space stone, and the reality stone. Sadly, he didn't have time to celebrate as he heard and felt the sound of a building getting smashed open next door at the Nomu facility. And now I need to get out of here. Momentarily panicking, he quickly ran over to his desk and grabbed a metal briefcase where the space stone was carefully hidden inside along with his collection of DNA samples. Izuku gently placed the reality stone in a slot next to the other, closed, and then locked the case. Got to hurry. At the bar. I think we're missing somebody, Kimui Wood said aloud. Looking around at the captured villain's headshot, and Gran Torino noticed there was one villain missing from the reports they read about the League. You're right. All Might noticed it too. After safely retrieving Bakugo and capturing the villains, he had hoped the kid would be here with them, but he wasn't. Where is Apotheosis? Why would I tell you that? Shigaraki glared at him. He was annoyed that All Might seemed to care about some nobody strategist. And while you're at it, you can tell us where your boss is hiding, Gran Torino began. Shigaraki clenched his fists in anger. Not only could he not convince that Bakugo kid to join him, but now he and the League were caught red-handed by All Might himself, the man he hated more than anything. Back at the lab. Hurry, Izuku chanted in his head as he ran about his lab. He already deleted all the files from the computer. Now he was trying to dispose of any evidence that could be traced back to him. Mostly, he was dumping his blueprints and notes into the incinerator he built for just this occasion. He was so distracted he failed to realize that he was no longer alone. Izuku, a voice from behind spoke, making the boy jump. Spinning around, he sighed in relief that it was only Sensei, and he was wearing the mask that he built for him. Sensei, what are you doing here? He feigned surprise, as if he didn't predict this exact scenario. The heroes have raided our base of operations. I'm here to make sure all members get away safely, he proclaimed. That is the job of the leader, after all. What about Tamura and the others? Izuku asked. I'll retrieve them after I'm finished here. All for One placed a hand on the teen's shoulder. Leave now, Izuku. Go and finish your device. Show the heroes that they were wrong to underestimate the quirkless. I still need to dispose of the rest of my inventions here, Izuku said frantically. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Sensei promised. Izuku quickly grabbed the case that held his 2 infinity stones. Hurry while the heroes are distracted. The last thing Izuku grabbed was his dark green suit jacket, quickly slipping it on and button it closed. Sensei, I just wanted to thank you for believing in me. Izuku smiled at him gratefully. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gained the confidence I needed to push through all the dead ends I hit towards making my gauntlet. He opened the door that led to a hallway that would take him out to the alley between the buildings. Good luck fighting All Might, he tossed over his shoulder before retreating. All for One was momentarily surprised not that any could see behind his mask. Sometimes I forget how clever he is, he chuckled, realizing that Izuku probably figured out how this would all play out. Outside, Izuku casually walked out of the alley. He passed the building that the heroes raided and stopped to look, pretending for a moment to be an interested civilian before moving on. 5 minutes later, he was a good distance away from his lab, when suddenly a loud boom erupted behind him. He looked back to see half of Kamino was obliterated. Oh, so that's what he meant. Izuku was awed by the destruction that Sensei caused. Even on life support, he was like an unstoppable storm. Spotting a crowd of people evacuating, the teen quickly joined them, disappearing into the masses. At the battlefield, you've damaged my mask, All for One remarked, having recovered from the punch that shattered the dome covering his scarred face. That boy Apotheosis worked very hard on this. What is a kid like him doing in your group? All Might finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a while now. What does it matter to you? The villain asked. He's just another villain for you to pummel and break. No, there's more to him than being an ordinary villain, All Might said, keeping his guard up for any more sneak attacks. Now that young Bakugo was safely in police custody, he could go all out against his greatest nemesis. You have no idea how right you are, All for One chuckled darkly. The hero's eyes suddenly widened in realization. You know he is, don't you? He stated. Oh, I do. The villain sounded delighted to hold this over his enemy. I know who he is, and I know what he's planning. Who is he? All Might demanded. You know who he is. The villain pointed his hand at the hero, his arm coiling into a spring as he prepared another air cannon. Who goes unnoticed in this world? Who is stepped on and forgotten? Who gets treated like an outcast? Whose hopes did you let down? Whose dreams did you crush without a second thought? He laughed again. Apotheosis is a person who you and everyone else dismissed as worthless, but just wait until you see what he has in store for you. Later, at Geonosis Tech. Midoriya. Late night again, I see. The security guard at the front desk said as soon as he spotted the young man walk through the front door, wearing his dark green suit and holding a metal briefcase. Ideas don't take the night off. Izuku smiled, holding his pass out. Did you hear what happened in Kamino? The guard asked as he took the boy's card to check him in. Yes, actually I was on my way when I saw what happened on the live feed. He feigned shock. That was just awful, that a villain could cause such mayhem. It was a good thing All Might finally stopped him. He's such an amazing hero. He gushed like the fanboy he used to be. Are you sure you don't want to go back to your school dorm? The security guard asked. In light of what's happened today. Actually, I feel more determined than ever. Izuku smiled proudly. Seeing what happened inspired me to improve the Titans. The sooner we can get them on the streets, the safer we'll all be. Oh, so you're working on a new version of the Titan? The man sounded impressed while handing the boy his pass back. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Izuku thanked him and walked to the elevators. Once he made it to the 15th level, he walked through the empty floor until he reached his office. A rather spacious room. The company took good care of him in an effort to keep his brilliant mind. It was a room located more in the center of the building. Izuku requested it specifically because he said a window view would just distract him. Also because a large storage room that was never used happened to be located right behind it. After a few months of nighttime visits to the building and assistance from villains that owed him favors, bribing them into silence, and he was able to covert this storage room into a secret lab hidden right under the nose of Geonosis Tech. What a night! Izuku smirked to himself as he flipped the light switch on, locking the office door behind him. Walking over to a framed picture on the wall, he slid it to the side and revealed a hidden keypad. Punching in the code, Izuku stepped back as the entire back wall of his office slid to the left where a dimly lit metallic hallway appeared leading to big sealed vault door where his new secret lab resided. As he stepped down the pathway, the large metal door at the end began to open, having been programmed with a facial recognition scanner to only let Izuku Midoriya inside. Once he was inside the lab, he placed his case on the closest work table and opened it. With his left hand, Izuku took out the blue space stone, and with his right, he removed the red reality stone. Holding both the lightly glowing stones, he smirked in triumph. It's not a good idea to keep two infinity stones so close together, huh? He quoted the comic that originally inspired him. I disagree. Giggled to himself, casting his gaze across the room where the third version of the forge sat ready to produce the next stone. Chapter 13. The Suspect. All Might stared out the window from his spot on the hospital bed, going over everything that happened in his fight against All for One the other day. He defeated the villain, but in turn he found out that Tamura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson. To top it all off, the League escaped, and All for One revealed that Apotheosis has some big plan in the works. It was a good thing he decided to conserve his strength. Otherwise he might have been in trouble, or worse, the public could have seen his true form. Luckily none of things happened, and he walked away from that fight with some broken bones and a concussion. However, he pushed his power past the limit once again, and now his time frame was reduced even more. He figured he probably had half an hour at most in his strong form. The whole incident hammered in the fact that he still needed to find a successor to pass on the power of One for All. There were some candidates, but the ones in Class 1A that Tashinori was interested in were too young and inexperienced. None of them had the heart of a true hero that he was looking for, so he started looking outside of that class to the third years. Moping about All Might? Shota Aizawa said, interrupting his thoughts. That's out of character for you. And being concerned for me is out of character for you, Tashinori said, turning to face his fellow teacher, who entered the room. So how was your day? He asked, finally noticing the other was dressed in a white shirt, tie, and actually looked clean-cut for once. Going home to tell parents about the new dorms we're moving the students into, by myself. The man sighed in exhaustion, letting his hair fall down. How do you think it went? Guess I owe you a drink. All Might chuckled. The next day, Izuku smirked as he watched the fight on his dorm room computer. He mostly just wanted to see all for one's power. Tamura liked to brag about how strong Sensei was, but he had never seen it until now, that is. So this is what you get with the power to steal any quirk you want. He mused as he poured notes on everything he learned from the video into his book. What a great and dangerous ability. Izuku had to wonder about the power of All for One, though. With the ability to steal quirks, why didn't he just take All Might's quirk? Perhaps he needed to be in direct physical contact for a period of time, and of course the hero is not going to sit back and let that happen when he can Texas smash him if he tries. His phone suddenly rang, stopping his research. Looking down at the screen, he spotted Kurogiri's number. "Hello," Izuku answered. "Did you know?" That wasn't Kurogiri's voice. It sounded like a dangerously calm Shigaraki. "Tamura-san?" he asked. "Did you know?" The pale-haired man on the other end said slowly. "Know what?" "You need to be specific." Izuku wasn't expecting a call like this. "Did you know what would happen?" "Also, that's what he wanted. You're the goddamn strategist. You always seem to know how things will play out," he growled at him. "Did you know how all this would go? Did you know that All Might would come? That Sensei would be defeated and captured? Did you?" Tamura screamed at him. Izuku frowned, wondering if he should tell the truth or not. "To be honest, I didn't expect a raid on our base so quickly," he lied smoothly. "And where were you?" "I was in my lab working when I heard a noise outside. I poked my head out and saw the heroes attacking the Noma factory. I figured the same must have been happening at the bar." Izuku continued to spin his story. "While I was frantically deleting computer files and burning evidence, Sensei appeared, told me to flee, and promised to erase my lab. Now that part was true. The secret to lying was always sprinkle in a bit of truth. So don't go assuming I left you all behind to your fate." Tamura remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Where are you now?" Tamura seemed to buy his story. "My school dormitory," Izuku answered. "I'll have Kurogiri create a warp gate for you." The green-haired boy sighed as they hit this little snag that he knew was coming. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'm going to have to decline." "What?" Tamura growled out. "We need to go our separate ways for now, Tamura," Izuku explained. "You don't need me or Sensei anymore. I have my own plans and goals that I need to follow." "So you're abandoning us?" Shigaraki shouted at him. "After everything we did for you?" "No. Think of this as me taking some time off. We'll see each other again, but I'm too close to finishing what I started. I can't help you right now." Izuku apologized once again. "Just what are you up to?" "You'll see soon enough," Izuku chuckled darkly. "Tell Dabi and Toga I said hello," and with that he hung up. Izuku then went back to taking notes on the quirks All for One and One for All while rewatching the video of its two wielders battling it out. He found both of these quirks very fascinating. 1 week later. "So do you think my costume could be lighter?" Ochako asked. "Come on, give me a challenge," Mei Hatsum laughed. "How about a weapon then? Like a staff of some kind," Ochako explained while making a bat-swinging motion with her arms. "A handheld weapon would benefit her greatly and maybe give her the edge she needed. Maybe it can have like a grapple tether to pull people back down that are affected by your quirk." Mei smiled, getting an awesome idea. "Oh, I know somebody who made an awesome grapple weapon. Let's ask him about it." "Him?" Ochako wondered while the pink-haired girl went to her computer and opened up a video call. A few minutes later, and the screen opened up, revealing big green eyes on a cute, familiar freckled face. "Mei, you kind of caught me at a bad time." Izuku appeared to be moving around using his phone to continue this video chat. "Are you at Geonosis still?" Mei asked. "This is the last week of my internship before I go back to school, so I'm trying to cram as many projects as I can into the limited amount of time I have." He smiled at her awkwardly. "So I'm a tad busy right now." "Midoriya," Ochako exclaimed, finally recognizing the boy on the screen. "Uraraka, we meet again." He was glad to see she was all right. For a while, Izuku was worried that Toga may have seriously hurt her when he sent her to retrieve a blood sample during the training camp attack. "I heard what happened at the training camp. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she smiled at him. "Just a few scratches." He knew she got blown up by Bakugo during that attack, so she must have been playing it off as not to worry him. "How sweet." "You two met before?" Mei asked with a bit of a suggestive tone. "It was before summer break. We ran into each other at the mall," Ochako quickly explained with a blush. "I recognized her from the sports festival and wanted to say hello." and get a blood sample, which he refused to do at the time. So what do you need from me? He gave May his number in case she wanted advice from a peer and fellow inventor, or if she just wanted to discuss ideas. My lovely associate here was looking to get a staff weapon. Didn't you say you made one for a pro hero recently? The support student inquired. Yeah, but the guy decided he didn't want it. Izuku smiled sadly. He said he couldn't trust something that a quirkless person designed. Ochako looked upset that some bigot talked down to someone as nice as Izuku. It seemed prejudice towards those who lacked a quirk was something that still existed. I'm sorry, she apologized for bringing it up. It's all right, Uraraka, Izuku assured. I'm used to it by now. You shouldn't have to deal with that. Ochako suddenly said angrily. She's right, you're brilliant. You shouldn't have to take that kind of abuse, May added, equally angry. So you're interested in the staff? Izuku asked, changing the subject. It was a good weapon. One end could change into a grappling claw, the other into a loop like they use in zoos to wrangle animals, both with extend and retractable tethers that can be fired out a distance of 15 yards. Oh, it also could extend and change into a segmented whip form. He explained in detail, going off into one of his tangents again. Ochako could use it quite well in combination with her anti-gravity quirk, making the staff weightless when she swings it. She could make them float, then capture them with the grapple staff. Izuku, you're doing it again, May interrupted him. Sorry, Izuku flushed in embarrassment. Bad habit of mine. It's fine, Ochako found it kind of cute actually. Now I can't legally give you the prototype. However, I can send you the blueprint for it, and if May adds a few extra improvements, maybe repaint it a different color, then no one gets in trouble. Izuku smirked, then frowned when a small explosion went off behind him. Damn it. What was that? May asked with concern. This metal synthesizer I made keeps blowing up, Izuku sighed, running a hand through his messy green locks. I have to get back to work. I'll email you the staff blueprints. It was nice seeing you two again. Bye. Ochako and May both waved at him before the screen cut out. All right, looks like we have your boyfriend to thank for your new staff, May suddenly said. We're just friends. The pink-haired girl laughed at the other's denial. Meanwhile, in another room at U.A, two others were having their own discussion. All Might was approached by his friend Detective Naomasa Tsukachi during today's class training. The man asked to talk privately with him in the hero teacher's office. Once there, All Might deflated into his true form. What's this about? We're busy helping the students create special moves, Toshinori said. I came to you because we might have a possibly lead in the League of Villains. Naomasa took out a folder and placed it on the desk. We finally have a suspect that we think is secretly the villain Apotheosis. Description-wise, he's the best match in terms of height, age, hair, and eyes. Opening the folder, the first thing in it was a photograph of a boy with dark green hair and eyes, freckled cheeks, and a bright smile. His name is Izuku Midoriya. All Might coughed loudly, nearly choking on his own blood as he immediately recognized that face. What is it? The detective was surprised by the sudden reaction. Iv met him once before. He remembered meeting the boy over a year ago when he saved him from being attacked by that sludge villain. He told his friend what happened, not leaving out a single detail from his memory of the event. He'd never seen a kid so devastated before. It hurt to crush the kid's dreams, but he was so sure that it was the right thing to do rather than let the kid hope for what was impossible. Plus, he figured the boy would get over it and move on. Is it possible for someone like me without a quirk to become a hero? I told him no, that it wasn't possible. The skinny man looked away. Do you think that was the right thing to do? I'm the wrong person to ask, but if you want my opinion, I don't think quirks are everything. Naomasa told him what he thought. I've heard of some heroes with very impractical quirks, but when combined with a gadget or weapon, it suddenly becomes very useful. But what if it was my words that turned a kid into a villain? Toshinori looked down at his bony, clenched fist in shame. We're not even sure Midoriya and Apotheosis are the same person yet, the detective reminded him. He's just our only suspect. What do you have that points to him aside from matching descriptions? They flipped through the folder, revealing a few photos from traffic cameras. It showed a crowd of people watching the fight between All Might and All for One on the jumbo screen. In the back of the crowd, zoomed closely in the next photo, was the boy in question. He was dressed in a suit and holding a metal briefcase. He looks remarkably unconcerned with the fight compared to everyone else in the crowd, the officer pointed out. What was he even doing in Kamino at night? He's a student. Not only that, but in the next picture it looked like Izuku walked away before the fight was even finished, as if he didn't care. It was definitely a bit suspicious. There's more. We couldn't accurately pinpoint Apotheosis's quirk because he displayed different abilities in every noted encounter with him. There was a list of possible quirks he might possess. At the top was super intelligence, then energy manipulation, barrier projection, and recently teleportation was added to the list after the things witnesses saw him do during the training camp attack. In every encounter, he seems to have a piece of machinery attached to himself. Katsuki Bakugu even said he used some sort of sticky foam grenade to trap him. What are you getting at? All Might asked. We never even considered the possibility that he doesn't have a quirk at all. It was true. Quirkless villains were rare mainly because they were hardly a threat in today's world, and they were always dealt with swiftly and easily. In fact, the longest a quirkless villain was at large before capture was 1 month. You think he built weapons and devices to make others think he had a quirk, the hero stated. Does Midoriya have the ability and resources to do that? You obviously still don't watch much of the news. Seeing the question on the gaunt face, he flipped through the file, stopping at an article from the internet. This is an article from this year's Tech Expo. In the top picture was Izuku Midoriya standing next to a big robot. He's been working as an intern for Geonosis Tech, but due to his genius, they've been fast-tracking him through their R&D department. The article also contained pictures and descriptions of the devices he invented, some of which functioned in the same way as the supposed quirks that Apotheosis displayed. Anti-villain robot, huh? All Might frowned as he read through the article. Is this all you have? While it's true this all fits together, we still don't have a motive or reason behind his actions. Actually, we do now. Naomasa looked at him. You just said you met the kid before and told him he couldn't be a hero. What if it's revenge he's after? Shigaraki is the one that wants to kill me. Apotheosis has never expressed the same interest. We don't know what he wants, Tashinori corrected. You're forgetting what Ida said, he reminded him. Apotheosis told him that he wanted to create a true hero, someone who's been repeatedly scorned and rejected by society, and its heroes might want that. Maybe he wants to make a hero that completely surpasses you for personal satisfaction. There's a list of psychological disorders I could dive into, but now isn't time for that. After a short but silent pause while Tashinori stared at the smiling, cheerful face of Midoriya, he finally asked, what happens if he is Apotheosis? He swallowed the guilt and steeled himself. He'll be arrested and questioned, the detective answered immediately. However, he's just a minor, so provided what information he surrenders on the League of Villains, he'll probably be let go under surveillance or house arrest. Maybe even placed into protective custody. The man sighed. It was exhausting putting all these pieces together the past week. If not, then he'll be sent to a juvenile detention center. I want to meet him, the hero spoke. At the very least, I owe him an apology for crushing his dreams. If he is Apotheosis, I'll be able to tell by talking to him in person. Are you sure that's wise? Naomasa questioned. I've dealt with a lot of villains in my career, he said while holding up his bandaged fist. If there's secretly a villain hiding inside that boy, I'll know. I'll talk to Geonosis and see if we can arrange a meeting. The detective wrote something down in his notes. I hope you know what you're doing. 5 days later. Yagi Tashinori looked at the large, tall building of Geonosis. He was here in his true form under the guise of a representative of U.A looking into the new training devices and security systems. He also expressed interest in meeting their star intern Izuku Midoriya to see if he wanted to transfer to U.A's support department. He had discussed it with Principal Nizu. In case it turned out that Midoriya wasn't Apotheosis, they would still offer him the transfer. He did not, however, tell the company about the investigation or the fact that they suspect the boy might be a villain. Adjusting his oversized yellow suit, he made his way into the lobby. Tashinori didn't have to wait long. A company executive was waiting there to greet and show him around the building. After a short tour that ended in the research and development department, he was shown a bunch new security programs and training robots that would be very useful in the students' development. Tashinori didn't understand half the techno mumbo-jumbo they told him, but he still smiled and nodded like he did. Finally came the moment he was waiting for. He would get to meet Midoriya, the #1 suspect on the identity of Apotheosis. He's probably working through lunch again, the executive said as they approached the office door. He hasn't gone back to school yet? Toshinori asked. Tomorrow he does, but for the past week he's been here day and night, the man chuckled. We had to force him to go back to his dorm after we caught him sleeping in his office the other night. The door opened, and the two men walked into the office. Toshinori immediately spotted the boy on the other side of the room rapidly writing some sort of large equation on a whiteboard. He cleared his throat loudly when he realized that Izuku hadn't noticed them come in. Huh. The teen whipped his head around. Oomph. Izuku quickly slapped a hand over his mouth, sending an apologetic gaze to the hero for almost revealing his identity. Sorry, he put his marker down and approached the two, straightening his white button-down shirt. I'm all tweaked out on caffeine, and you startled me, he chuckled awkwardly. It's all right, the executive said. This is Yagi Toshinori, the representative from U.A we told you was coming. It's nice to meet you, Izuku smiled playing along. Izuku Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you, the matchstick man said holding his hand out. All good I hope? The teen asked shaking the offered hand. One secretly a villain who knew exactly who the man was, and the other secretly a hero who suspected who the boy was. What can I do for you? All Might took a brief moment to glance around the room. It looked like a normal windowless workspace, albeit a tad large for an intern. Some books on a shelf, a few pictures on the wall. The desk was cluttered with papers and blueprints. But what caught Toshinori's eye was the various All Might figures placed neatly on the front end. Some were even limited editions. So the boy was still a fan, even after what he said to him. One point towards not being a villain. Upon observing him, he could tell that Izuku was considerably taller than the skinny kid he met over a year ago. He also appeared more muscular under his shirt. There were dark circles beginning to develop under his eyes, suggesting a lack of proper sleep recently. But beyond that, Toshinori didn't see any visual signs that would implicate him as a possible villain. Is it all right if we speak in private? He asked the executive, who nodded and left the two of them alone. You look well, kid, Toshinori said, pulling up a chair from the work table. I didn't tell anyone about you, I swear. Izuku shook his head frantically. Relax, the hero calmed him down. I'm not here about that. Oh, Izuku sighed in relief, but secretly he was smirking inside. You've come pretty far, Midoriya, Toshinori smiled. An intern with his own office, huh? They pretty much give me whatever I need as long as I keep producing results, Izuku shrugged. I've seen those results. You've done a lot of good work for the support industry, the man said. Thank you, Izuku smiled proudly. That means a lot coming from a hero like you. All Might couldn't figure out if Midoriya was sincere or just a great actor. It was very difficult to see a villain in this boy, even with all the clues pointing to him. I'll get right to the point, kid. I'm here on behalf of UA. We want to offer you a chance to transfer to the support class of our school. I would love nothing more, but I'm not qualified. Izuku looked down in dejection. I don't have a quirk. Actually, they changed that rule over a year ago. All Might corrected while wondering if the kid already knew that and was just pretending. He doubted a villain would want to go to U.A, an institute full of pro-hero teachers and students trained to defeat people like him. This was a test to see what his response would be. Really? I can actually go to U.A? Izuku beamed with stars in his eyes. Toshinori frowned lightly at his words. Another point towards not being a villain. He went on to explain U.A's support program, all of what it entailed, how Izuku would have to meet with the principal after he finished his internship. He learned that Midoriya was actually friends with someone from that class, a girl named Mei Hatsum that Power Loader frequently talked about in meetings. After they finished scheduling a day where he would come visit U.A, Toshinori finally decided to talk about what was weighing on his mind. Do you remember what I told you that day on the roof? The emaciated man asked. How could I forget? Izuku smiled sadly. That was the day I gave up my dream. It was not my intention to hurt you or possibly turn you into a villain. I understand. I really do. The boy looked down at his hands. I have no quirk, and if I were to fight someone with a quirk, I pretty much lose by default, he sighed. There really is no way someone like me can be a professional hero. I've accepted that reality. He then smiled brightly. But that doesn't mean I can't find other ways to help people. That's why I plan to create the best hero support devices. That's very mature and heroic of you, Toshinori said. You look like you're on the right path for that. Thank you. It's the best a quirkless kid like me can do. Izuku continued to smile. If my Titan robot can save lives when I can, I'll call that a victory. It was in that moment that Tashinori finally saw it. For one brief second before it vanished. There was a look in the boy's eyes, a look he had seen in many villains, and even in his enemy, all for 1 year ago. A dark, gleeful, calculating look that held nothing but contempt for what they viewed as beneath him. In this case, it was himself that Izuku was glaring down at. Then it was gone, replaced by cheerful mossy-haired boy that claimed he only wanted to help people. Well, I can't wait to see what you develop while attending U.A. Tashinori stood up. He'd seen enough. There was just one last place he needed to go after this. Shaking Midoriya's hand again, he left the office with a promise to keep in touch. Once outside the building, the hero let his bony shoulders finally sag in disappointment. He really didn't want to believe that Izuku and Apotheosis were one and the same, but it all pointed to him. Getting back in the car that he arrived in, he stared forward, not acknowledging the detective in the driver's seat. "So what do you think?" Naomasa inquired. "I'm almost positive that he's a villain," Tashinori said, holding back a cough. He had a nasty look in his eyes, hidden, so well hidden I almost didn't catch it. "Okay, I believe you, but let's not go arresting a kid based off a look in their eyes." The detective looked at him with concern. "Let's go." "One more stop," All Might ordered. "Where?" Naomasa asked. "Here." He handed him a piece of paper with a location written on it that he got when he called the boy's current high school about the U.A. transfer. "We're going to see his mother." Back inside Geonosis, within a secret lab, Izuku watched All Might drive off from his computer screen. He had an amused smirk on his face while he rested his head on his knuckles. "It looks like they're starting to put things together," he chuckled. "Oh, All Might, you may think you're finally catching up, but..." He turned his gaze to a transparent cabinet that occupied the center of his lab. "You're still so many steps behind." He laughed as he stared at what appeared to be a gold metallic gauntlet resting in the case with two stones attached to special slots. One red, the other blue. Chapter 14. The Infinity Gauntlet. "Hello. Can I help you?" The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with a bit of weight on her who bared a striking resemblance to Izuku Midoriya. "My name is Tashinori. I'm a representative of UA. I was hoping to talk to you about your son Izuku," the gaunt man said. "Oh, come in." Inko Midoriya held the door open, letting him inside. Tashinori walked in and sat down at the dining table when offered. "So what's this about U.A.?" She had yet to hear from her son about this, so she was tad lost. "I spoke with Izuku earlier today. We offered him a transfer into our support department, and he accepted," Tashinori explained. "I just wanted to know more about him before he enters the program." "What do you want to know?" the woman asked. "It's my understanding that he's quirkless. Can you tell me about his childhood, what it was like for him?" He had his fears that it was similar to what his life was like back when he was young and still quirkless, before he met Nana Shimura. He was always a good boy. Izuku wanted nothing more than to help people. He believed it was always the right thing to do. Inko began, smiling fondly at the memory. He grew up watching hero videos, mostly about All Might. Tashinori swallowed nervously. It was his dream to be a hero. He didn't want to be the best, but just being one would have been enough. It was here that Inko's face turned sad. When he was 5 and his quirk didn't manifest, I took him to the doctor and he was diagnosed as quirkless. I know how devastating that can be. Tashinori remembered how he felt when he was a child, and the same thing happened to himself. It was after that when people and other children started to treat him differently. She got a bit angry thinking about what her child had to go through. They treated Izuku like there was something wrong with him, like my boy had a disability. Inko stared forward in anguish. Even his best friend Katsuki Bakugu turned his back on Izuku and started picking on him. Izuku never told on him, but I could tell what was going on. I knew young Bakugu was rough around the edges, but I didn't think a kid who aspired to be a hero would bully the weak. He was surprised to hear the two boys had a shared past. "If you knew, why didn't you approach him or anyone else about it?" Tashinori asked. "I tried," Inko sighed sadly. "I really did, but Izuku insisted that he was all right, and the schools didn't seem to care. Whenever I called the school about the burn marks on my son's skin, they just chalked it up to kids playing. They said that children with quirks can play a bit rougher, and that maybe it was Izuku's fault for not looking out for his own safety. Even after all that, he still wanted to be a hero?" Tashinori stated with a curious tone. Yeah, he never gave up, until, she trailed off. Until? About a year ago something happened, Inko started. He came home one evening looking much more depressed than I've ever seen him. I believe it was the same day that Katsuki was attacked by that villain. All Might clenched his fist underneath the table, trying to hold back the guilt. He remembered that day. He threw out all of his hero merchandise that evening. Inko wondered what was going through her son's head that time. Actually, I managed to keep it without him knowing and stored it away in case he ever returned to his old self. His old self? Tashinori questioned. He doesn't talk about heroes anymore. His face used to light up whenever he spoke about a new or current hero. Inko teared up a bit. He comes to visit on most weekends. He's still somewhat the same, but different in a way I can't describe. I understand. Only someone as close to Izuku as his mother would realize that something was off about him. You kept the hero merchandise that he threw out. Is it all right if I see it? Tashinori needed to see for himself before his suspicions were confirmed. Inko nodded and went into her room. A moment later, she came back with a cardboard box and placed it on the table. Ignoring his apprehension, he opened the box and dark, sunken eyes widened in surprise. It was all his merchandise. All Might action figures, All Might t-shirts, All Might mugs, All Might pillowcase, All Might pencil topper, and many more. It looked like the kid ordered the whole damn store catalog. Is it possible for someone like me without a quirk to become a hero? Izuku's question came back to haunt him again, as well as the answer he gave him. I was the hero he looked up to the most. Tashinori's guilt continued to eat at him. I'm sorry, kid, but without a quirk you can't be a hero. We risk our lives every day. It's not something a quirkless person can do. Try being an officer. Sure, it's not the most glamorous job, but it's still a noble profession. Those were the words he used to crush the boy's dreams. Not just him. Tashinori realized that he was just the latest in a long line of people that stepped on Izuku's hopes. Who goes unnoticed in this world? Who is stepped on and forgotten? Who gets treated like an outcast? Whose hopes did you let down? Whose dreams did you crush without a second thought? All for One's words finally made sense. It's surprising that he agreed to transfer to U.A, Inko said thoughtfully. Izuku told me he no longer had an interest in going there. What? The gaunt man stopped staring at the box of hero novelties and turned his attention back to the woman. He said he wasn't interested in U.A anymore, that it wouldn't further his goals, Inko clarified. I see, he sighed and closed the box shut. Thank you for your time, ma'am. Tashinori stood up and made to show himself out. He's a good boy, he's just very sad right now. Talk to him more, Inko said as he left. I will, he'd be talking a lot with Izuku soon enough. Once outside, he quietly made his way to the car where Naomasa was still waiting. Well? The detective asked. I had my doubts, but now I'm sure. Tashinori sounded worn out by this complicated situation. Izuku Midoriya is the villain apotheosis. How convenient, because while you were in that apartment I got a call from the team still excavating the rubble of where the Noma warehouse used to be. He brought out his phone and showed him a picture of a white hooded coat, slightly torn up, with spots of dirt and dust all over it. Look familiar? It's the same coat that Apotheosis wore. The team found it close to where the warehouse was located along with some very broken lab equipment. Don't tell me, hair and fingerprints? Tashinori guessed. Were a match to Izuku Midoriya's? Naomasa continued. I believe we have enough to bring him in for questioning. No, the hero disagreed. Not now. He goes back to school tomorrow. Apprehend him after class. Do it quietly without media attention. May I ask why? To his mother and everyone else that knows him, Izuku is a good kid. A promising, brilliant young man that they all think highly of, Tashinori explained. He still has a chance to change and turn over a new leaf. After what he tells us about the League of Villains, I want to help him. Plastering his face all over the news and outing him as a villain will make it that much harder. Not just on him, but his mother too. All right, the detective agreed. We do it tomorrow evening with discretion. Thank you. Tashinori thanked his friend for doing this for him. The next day, Izuku walked through the halls of his academy smiling brightly and humming a chipper tune. All day he had been acting odd. While most students were melancholy about being back to school, Izuku seemed to genuinely want to be here. Teachers and other students stopped, and stared at him with confusion from the start of classes until the end. As he headed back to his dorm room with a skip in his step, he was suddenly stopped in the hall by one of the school security officers. "Izuku Midoriya," security began. "That's me." Izuku beamed. "There are some people that want to see you outside." He repeated what the principal told him to say. "Keep this quiet," they said. "Really? I like meeting new people," the teen said with a bit too much enthusiasm. With a hand on his shoulder, the security led the boy outside, avoiding the crowds of other students. After a few minutes, they eventually ended up at the school's back entrance where a group of police officers were waiting. "Izuku Midoriya, my name is Detective Naomasa," a man in a trench coat introduced. "I need you to come with us now." "Oh, what's going on here?" Izuku grinned. "There's just some things we need to ask you at the station." The detective gestured to the back seat of a squad car. "Am I being arrested?" the boy asked. "There's a difference between being brought in for questioning and being arrested. You can relax, Midoriya," Naomasa lied carefully. Izuku just nodded, keeping his amused demeanor, and got into the car. The detective and the officer driving were silent as they drove to the station. He never stopped smiling, and it honestly started to creep the two of them out. When they arrived, another group of policemen were there waiting for them in case Midoriya realized what was happening and tried to make a run for it. Keeping a close eye on Izuku, Naomasa escorted him out of the car and into the building. "I've never been to a police station before," Izuku said in a delighted tone. Naomasa put him in a questioning room with a table, set of chairs, and of course a one-way mirror. After leaving the eerily smiling boy in the room for a few minutes, Naomasa came in and placed a file on the table. "Let's begin. You are Izuku Midoriya, age 15, legal guardian Inko Midoriya, first-year student of Kuruskin Academy," the detective read from the file. "That's right," Izuku confirmed with his ever-present grin. "I'm now going to ask you a series of questions." Naomasa activated his quark lie detector and began the questioning. "Where were you the night of July 5th? "Hanging out with some friends. That was the truth." A vague truth, the detective noticed. "Then can you explain this?" He flipped open the file and showed him a picture from the traffic camera of Izuku with a crowd of people. "That was you in Kamino the night All Might and other heroes conducted a raid on the League of Villains. What were you doing there?" "I was hanging out with some friends," Izuku said again without losing the smirk. "I'll ask again. What were you doing in Kamino Ward that night?" "And I'll tell you again." Izuku leaned forward over the table. "I was with my friends." "Are your friends perhaps villains?" Naomasa inquired, keeping his quirk active. "What would make you think that?" Izuku cocked his head. The detective pulled out a few more documents from the file and placed them in front of the boy. "We found a jacket with traces of your hair and fingerprints," he said, pointing at the photo. "The same jacket that matches the costume worn by the villain Apotheosis. Can you explain that?" In response, Izuku just giggled, covering his mouth until he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. "Nope." He continued to cackle. "Wow, I didn't expect this." "That we would finally catch on to you?" Naomasa questioned. He was about to signal for All Might to come in and join when he noticed something strange. Izuku's skin started to slowly turn gray. "I didn't expect my dear Izuku to think this far ahead." Even his clothes were turning gray and slimy. Then again, Shigaraki always thought highly of Izuku's intelligence. The grayish sludge began to fall off. "It seems my time is up. Now I know why he picked this day." He chuckled as his voice changed to that of a young woman. Izuku Midoriya finally melted away into goop, and now there sat a naked, psychotic-looking blonde girl. "Hi. The name's Toga Himiko, but I'm sure you know that by now." The doors burst open, and All Might charged in, standing protectively in front of his friend. "Where is he?" the hero demanded. "Izukuin. I don't know. He didn't tell me." Toga blushed, covering her nude state. "He only gave me enough blood to live like him for one day." They weren't sure what the hell she was talking about, but figured it had something to do with her quirk. "All Might." Naomasa came to a shocking realization. "I think he's been ahead of us the whole time." Can I get some clothes, please?" Toga asked. "Put her in a cell," the detective ordered as more officers came in with cuffs. "I feel so used." Toga frowned for a moment, then grinned again, and surprisingly turned on. "I hope he uses me again." She laughed while getting arrested. Sir, a call just came in. All Might and Naomasa turned to face another officer. I'm not sure if this is related, but Geonosis called and said that someone locked them out of their building. Quickly putting things together, they realized that Izuku must be behind this. As an intern, he would have access to the facility, and as a villain, he was probably trying to fortify himself inside. Instead of lamenting being outsmarted by a teenager, the hero and detective decided to quickly act. They didn't get the suspect they wanted, but at least they captured a member of the League. Let's go? All Might rushed out of the room. I'll meet you there. Geonosis Tech. Sirens surrounded the building as the police rapidly formed a perimeter as soon as they arrived on the scene. All Might stood there having arrived minutes earlier. The entire building staff was outside, standing around the fountain. What's happening? An officer asked All Might. They said the fire alarm went off, and as soon as everyone evacuated, the building's defense system activated. The hero pointed, showing them the metal shielding that now covered the windows. Midoriya, what are you up to? He mumbled to himself. This had to be the work of Izuku. But why would he hole himself up in a building that he must know won't protect him for long? Unless he was stalling so he could make an escape. Or maybe something far worse. Evacuate the area. Remembering what happened in Kamino, he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Cover all escape routes. I'm going in by myself. Are sure, All Might? Yes. I will handle this. Don't let anyone else, hero or police, inside the building. All Might smiled heroically as he approached the sealed-off front entrance to the building. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I can't allow whatever it is you're doing to continue. Cocking his arm back, he punched a large hole through the metal plating, shattering the glass door behind it. Secret Lab. Izuku stopped typing at his computer when felt the tremor coming from the lobby area. It seems I have a guest. He switched to the security footage downstairs where he spotted All Might himself stepping through a hole he just made. Right on time. He smirked as he pushed a button on his keyboard. Lobby. The room went dark as All Might looked around. Keeping on guard, he waited for what he assumed was an attack, but nothing happened. Instead, a set of double doors opened and the lights came on down the hall. Obviously, Midoriya was leading him into the heart of the building for some reason. Fine, he'll play along. Keeping an eye open for any traps, the hero followed the lights and opening doors. Eventually, he left the offices and entered the manufacturing area of the building. Going past the various empty labs, All Might finally came to an entrance labeled Testing. The large metal doors slid open, allowing him access. Once inside, the lights switched on, revealing a very large, high-ceilinged room covered in gray metal plating. This must be where Geonosis tests out their newly made devices and inventions. Thank you for coming, All Might. A voice rang out over the intercoms. Midoriya, it's over. Show yourself. All Might shouted. Upon the wall facing him, a video was projected up, taking up nearly the whole surface area. Is this good enough? Izuku asked, appearing on the screen. You're the villain Apotheosis, aren't you? All Might said. He noticed Izuku looked very different than the wide-eyed boy he met before. His eyes were now hooded and had that nasty glare again. Izuku began. But I haven't been since the training camp attack, if that makes you feel any better. Just come out from wherever you're hiding, All Might pleaded. We can talk about this. Talk. Izuku chuckled. The guy who solves crime with his fists wants to talk? All Might noticed that he kept glancing off screen at something and wondered what he was planning. We'll talk, but not now. No. Now I want you to meet a project I've been working on. I assume you've seen that Titan robot I designed. Realizing what he was about to do, the hero smiled triumphantly. Do you really think that bucket of bolts can take on the symbol of peace? All Might frowned when Izuku just laughed. That was the original prototype you're thinking of, the boy smirked. I've designed several better, more enhanced versions since the expo. Would like to meet version 6? All Might didn't get a chance to answer as one of the floor panels opened and something big was elevated into the testing room. Say hello to my anti-hero robot. Standing there was a robot as tall as All Might, but slimmer and sleeker than its original model. This version was white, covered in what looked like ribbed armor, a smooth, featureless face with only 2 glowing red eyes, and the number 6 printed on its armored chest. The Titan. You're going to have your robot fight me for you? All Might mocked. Cut me some slack, Izuku smirked. I'm quirkless, remember. My intelligence is all I have to work with. The robot activated, making a metallic, growling noise for intimidation. Have fun, the Titan stomped forward, target in sight. This won't stop me. All Might faced the machine, meeting it halfway with a punch. Detroit. Smash. His fist connected with the metal torso, creating a big shockwave. The collision itself made the testing chamber shake. The robot didn't even budge, not even a dent in its armored plating. What is this? The Titan growled, grabbed his wrist, and hurled him across the room with unbelievable strength. All Might landed on his feet and came at it again with more punches. Each one did nothing, but he noticed the ribbed armor seemed to ripple from each attack. Does this situation seem familiar to you? Izuku asked through the large telescreen. After all I did to replicate that Noma's shock absorption. It should seem very familiar, he said with mock anger. You witnessed that fight firsthand, All Might pointed out. Yep, Izuku nodded with a smile. Then you should know that won't be enough, the hero said confidently. You are absolutely right, the boy agreed while his hand reached off camera. Unfortunately, that Nomu was just a big meat puppet and didn't possess any intelligence. The robot suddenly got into a fighting stance. Let's see you deal with a doll that knows how to fight back. The Titan rushed him, using a combination of punches and kicks. All Might was able to block them all, but couldn't deliver a decisive blow back because of that shock-absorbing ability. The robot hit very hard and sometimes fired some sort of energy from its fists. Oh, come on. The hero went from blocking to dodging when a blade slid out of the Titan's right arm and then attempted to hack him to pieces. Luckily, All Might was able to snap the weapon in half. He could end this if he could just combo the thing, but the Titan wouldn't let him. Izuku smirked watching the fight. Using his control console, he ordered the robot to target the hero's vulnerable spot. The Titan let itself be hit again, but this time when it grabbed All Might's wrist it held on tight. Then with its right arm it fired an energy-empowered punch right into the center of the hero's secret injury. All Might gasped in pain and flung the robot away. He began coughing violently as he clutched his side. Oops, Izuku taunted. You really should be careful who you reveal your weak points to, the boy chuckled. You never know if some kid might end up a villain in the future, he said in chastising manner as All Might hacked up a geyser of blood on the floor. Is this it for you? The Titan pointed its left arm at the hero as it transformed into some sort of gun. Fire, Izuku ordered. Just as the robot was about to shoot its laser, a bunch of branches appeared out of nowhere and grabbed its wrist, veering the beam meters off course. I thought I told them, All Might coughed, to not let anyone in here. Standing close to the entrance of the test chamber were the pro heroes Kimui Woods and Ed Shot. Weren't you the one who said that heroes don't have to fight alone? Ed Shot said. He's right. Going alone is just foolish, Kimui added. When they arrived on the scene with the others, the two of them were the only ones who agreed to follow the number one hero inside. It seemed that it was the right choice. Oh, that's just not fair. Izuku honestly wasn't expected reinforcements, but it still made little difference to him. Thanks for the help. All Might stood back, wiping the blood from his mouth. This thing moves pretty fast. I need one of you to hold it down. On it. Kimui Woods quickly used his lacquered chain prison to pin the robot in place. Once its limbs were locked down, All Might looked to the other hero for help. Can you do something about its shock-absorbing armor? Ed Shot nodded, shooting forward with incredible speed, thinning his body out as he moved. He was able to slip between the metal plating of the Titan's torso and knock it loose. Once that was taken care of, All Might came in to deal the final blow. Texas. Smash. One hit, and the machine exploded into wires, circuits, and metal bits. Okay, so the Titan isn't good at fighting multiple quirk users at once. Izuku sighed in disappointment. I'll have to remember that for when I design the next one. You won't get the chance. All Might shouted at him, momentarily losing his cool. Midoriya, please. He regained his composure after reminding himself that the villain he was facing was still just Kid. Your robot is beaten. Just surrender peacefully. No, I don't think I will. Izuku's face lit up when he glanced off screen. If you want to talk so badly, then come up and see me in my office. You remember where it is, after he said that the screen switched off, followed by the entire building shutting down. He cut the power, Ed Shot realized. The police outside said he was a quirkless boy, Kimui Woods said. He must understand that he's been backed into a corner. Even a beast with its back to the wall is still dangerous. We shouldn't underestimate him, Ed Shot warned, looking at the broken pile of parts that used to be a robot that could stand up to the number one hero. His office is on the 16th floor, Follow me, and keep an eye open for more robots and traps, All Might ordered. As soon as they left the darkened test chamber, another floor panel opened up. This one released a small robot the size of a toaster, resembling a mechanical spider. The machine crawled across the floor, approaching the pool of hero blood spilled from All Might himself when the Titan punched his weak spot. The spider produced a long syringe needle and sucked up a sample, then quietly crawled away as it was programmed to do. Upstairs, Izuku smirked triumphantly as he held a neon yellow stone in his hand. The time stone. It took some a while, but he finally managed to reach a breakthrough. He kept trying to attach so many enhancer quirks onto the time-stopping quirk, but it never worked. It seemed to collapse in on itself in the computer, so he added another quirk to hopefully balance it out. A wonderfully useful ability that belonged to a famous doctor called Restoration. All he had to do was ask Geonosis to procure a blood sample for him under the pretense of research purposes. Then they made a few calls overseas, and just like that, a powerful quirk was delivered to him. Izuku was right in the middle of downloading the formula into the forge when All Might showed up as he expected. He lured the hero into the test chamber and activated the Titan to stall until the machine finished processing the stone. Using up all the building's power, he finally had the time stone ready to go. It's time, he chuckled at the pun as he took the stone over to the transparent case where the gauntlet was held. The Infinity Gauntlet was quite a magnificent piece of technological art. Izuku would even go as far to say it was probably the greatest invention in human history. After he created the Reality Stone, he used its abilities with the metal synthesizer he built to implant the properties and traits of multiple different metals together to create a brand new metal. Perfect in every way. Resistant to heat, cold, electricity, magnetic fields, lightweight, yet completely indestructible and harder than anything on the planet. Not even All Might in his prime could dent this stuff. A shiny gold-colored metal that went above and beyond all other metals. That's why Izuku named it after U.A's school motto. Plus, Ultra Metal. Unfortunately, the metal was so strong that it was impossible to meld it down or cut it into the pieces he needed to make a gauntlet. Izuku, however, being the brilliant boy that he is, figured out a way around that. He modified the metal synthesizer to work similar to a 3D printer, in that the machine would form the metal into the necessary shapes as it was being created. Every single piece of the gauntlet was individual crafted this way. Every plate, joint, bolt, screw, wire and circuit was made of this metal, and all Izuku had to do was put it all together. It took 3 days to build it, and Izuku nearly passed out multiple times from lack of sleep. It's so beautiful. Izuku almost wanted to cry seeing his creation finally realized. The gauntlet looked to be made of polished gold. Each part had what appeared to be circuit board-like patterns lightly etched into the surface. There were 5 stone slots in total. 3 along the forearm, 1 on the back of the palm, and the last on the inside of the hand. 2 of the arm slots were occupied by the blue space stone on the bottom and the red reality stone in the center arm slot. Plus, Ultrametal was designed to work in conjunction with the mortal resin that the stones were made of in a way that would bond itself to it. So when the stone was placed in the slot, they would be permanently fused to the gauntlet and impossible to remove. The green-haired teen gently placed the yellow stone into the 3rd slot closest to the wrist and smiled as the bonding process immediately took place, fusing the time stone to the gauntlet. When that was done, he ripped off the left sleeve of his lab coat and white button shirt underneath. Taking the gauntlet from the case with his right hand, Izuku slowly inserted his left into the opening. Once it was fully in, he felt the fitting mechanism activate, compressing the plates together and tightening it to his arm enough to not cut off circulation, but just enough to make it difficult to take off. Gah! Izuku screamed as he felt the power of the stones immediately start flowing into him. The prototype didn't fully draw out the space stone's power, but this time he got the full dose of all 3 at once. He came to the conclusion in his research on quirks that what ultimately controlled them and drew the abilities out was a person's nervous system, and so the gauntlet was designed to link the stones up with Izuku's own nervous system, giving him full access to all their abilities. Izuku clenched his fists, refusing to fall to his knees. A glowing vein-like pattern covered his body, changing from blue to red and lastly yellow. A few moments later, the strain finally started to dissipate as the power settled, and glowing veins dimmed away. Izuku breathed in and out, still feeling the power in him, but no longer any pain. What a rush! The freckled boy looked down at the arm of the gauntlet, staring in awe at the 3 stones. His gaze then drifted to the monitor screen on the wall of his secret lab. It showed All Might stepping into his office, followed by the 2 heroes that tagged along. How exciting! Looks like I get to field test my infinity gauntlet. Izuku grinned as his eyes glowed the same red color as the reality stone. The office. Midoriya. All Might walked into the spacious room the company provided the intern with. Looking around, he didn't spot him anywhere. He's not here, Kimui Woods said, also examining the room. Do you think he snuck out while we were fighting that robot? The entire building is surrounded by police and other heroes that have arrived on the scene, so how could have escaped? Edshot wondered. All Might walked over to desk looking for some clue as to where the kid may have gone. Finding nothing, he approached the back wall. The hero looked to the photos hanging there. One was of Izuku from the Tech Expo with his prototype robot. The next was of the boy's mother, Inko, who he met yesterday, but the third picture made him pause. It was a lightly singed piece of paper from a notebook that had All Might's autograph written in marker, placed behind glass in a wood frame. Is it possible for someone like me without a quirk to become a hero? That question from that day just wouldn't leave him alone. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I never meant to drive you to the side of villainy. He took the picture down, and that's when he saw it. Hidden behind where the frame was placed, a numbered panel used for doors was embedded into the wall. Placing his ear against the white surface, he knocked on it a few times. This wall is hollow, he realized. Stand back. Punching a hole through the plaster and metal, he used his strength to pry the hidden entrance open, revealing a metal hallway that led to what appeared to be a big vault door. Wait here, I'll check this out. All Might left the 2 of them in the office while he approached the sealed door. He figured Izuku Midoriya must be hiding behind it, so he prepared to rip it off its hinges when he noticed a faint red glow along the edges of the door. Before he had a chance to ponder what that glow was, the door came flying towards, hit his body, and took him past the office, straight through the walls, out the side of the building, and crashing right into the skyscraper next to it. What? Kimui Woods and Edshot stared in shock as the number 1 hero went flying between them and through the building. They turned to look down the hole that All Might and the door made, wondering if he was okay. So this is what it's like, they whipped around as the voice behind them spoke. To have an all-powerful quirk. At the end of the secret passage stood the suspect the police told them about. Izuku Midoriya, dressed in a white button shirt, dark green vest, matching dress pants, green tie, and black shoes. What drew their eyes, though, was the gold gauntlet on his left hand with 3 different colored stones placed in slots along the arm. Izuku took casual steps towards the 2 heroes, and with each one, Kimui Woods and Edshot could feel an aura of raw, untamed power getting thicker and heavier the closer he got. To think a quirkless kid could make to pros freeze in fear. The teen didn't say a word. He simply walked past them and through the hole that he just created by throwing All Might. Wait. Kimui was the first to snap himself out of it. Izuku ignored him and kept walking. Stop right there. He shot branches out in an attempt to capture the boy who still wouldn't turn around. The last thing the wooden hero saw was a flash of yellow, and in the next instant, all his branches were broken into pieces and lacerations appeared all over his body. He collapsed into unconsciousness. What was that? Edshot was sweating, wondering what Midoriya just did. Whatever it was, it took down Kimui Woods in an instant. He needed to be careful. Well? Izuku spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Are you going to do something or not? The kid stopped walking and waited for the hero to make a move. In response, Edshot decided to get over whatever was making him fear this boy and transformed his body into a long, thin cord, moving faster than the speed of sound. He never reached Midoriya. Instead, his thinned-out form was immediately crumpled, tangled and knotted into a wadded mess, and tossed to the floor. Wonderful, Izuku whispered, walking through the holes with a dazed look on his face. He made a left when he reached one of the main halls. The teen seemed to be on a strange, surreal high, almost like he couldn't believe that he just took out 2 top-ranked pros. At the end of the hall, he simply pointed his gauntlet at the window covered by metal plating and watched in fascination as the glass shattered and the metal split apart, bending outwards to make an opening big enough for him to exit. Izuku looked at the outside world, gazing at the cityscape as the breeze lightly tossed his green messy locks. All those years wanting, wishing and dreaming for a quirk, any quirk. Now he finally had not just one, several extremely powerful quirks. He took a step forward through the opening, but instead of falling 16 floors to his death, his body levitated into the air. Izuku floated high above the heroes and police who watched in shock that the quirkless villain was now flying. "You were right, All Might." Izuku smirked down at them. "You can't be a hero without a quirk. You can't change the world without power." He reached out with the Infinity Gauntlet and brought his thumb and middle finger together. All for One was also right. The world won't listen to you unless you show them your power. All three stones glowed brightly as Izuku snapped his fingers, releasing a massive wave of energy that shook the surrounding buildings, shattered every window, blew away all the cars, and sent every hero and police officer flying off their feet. Chapter 15, God. "It's quiet around here," Ochako yawned. She was sitting on the couch with some friends from class after finishing her homework. The provisional license exam was coming up, so it was nice to have a break from all the training and villain attacks. Mina turned on the television, hoping for something that might alleviate the boredom. Flipping channels to the news, she was about to change it again when Ochako told them to wait. "What is it?" Momo asked. The news was reporting live on the scene. A villain had taken control of Geonosis Tech's building and locked himself inside. "Isn't that where your boyfriend works?" Suyu said aloud. "He's not my boyfriend," Ochako argued with a blush. "And yes." "What's his name?" Mina asked, curious to know who Gravity Girl was smitten with. "Izuku Midoriya," the news suddenly said, showing a picture of the boy. Police on the scene have revealed the identity of the villain Apotheosis, a known member of the League of Villains. Huh. Ochako's brain stopped working for a moment after they said that. That's not possible. Izuku a villain? Izuku the nicest, sweetest boy she knew working for the League? What the? Mina's jaw dropped. Uraraka's crush was a villain? "I guess the wedding's off," Tia chimed in. "What did they just say?" Ida appeared in the room, having just entered in time to hear the report. Apotheosis was the villain that saved him from staying. "Turn it up." Mina fumbled with the remote for a moment before turning the sound up. The news reported All Might himself had entered the building to apprehend the villain. A few minutes later, the heroes Kamui Woods and Edshot arrived on the scene and went inside to back him up. After some time, more heroes and police showed up, but no one else went inside. The reporters stopped talking when something went flying out the side of the building and crashed straight through another. "What's happening?" Momo asked, watching the scene. The cameras zoomed into the front of the building where a hole appeared and green-haired boy the same age as the students levitated into the air. "That's him." Ochako's eyes widened, seeing the boy she knew. Izuku held his gold-covered left arm out, and in an instant everything was blown away and the video feed was cut. The students were too shocked for words. "What was that?" Suyu asked. "At the scene." "Oomph." Izuku slapped his right hand over his mouth as his eyes widened in shock at what he just did. The sheer excitement from the amount of power he now possessed almost made him throw up. "Wow," he whispered, looking at his Infinity Gauntlet in amazement. "To think that was only 30% with 3 stones. That's enough." Midoriya. All Might appeared, having recovered from getting knocked into a building. He saw the destruction that boy caused and almost couldn't believe what just happened. "Oh, hello." Izuku smirked down at him as he reached out with the gauntlet and ripped the chunk of concrete that the hero was standing on out of the ground. "Whoa." All Might looked around in confusion as he was lifted into the air. Jumping off the floating rock, he made to grab Midoriya, but a portal opened between them, sending the hero back to the ground. "This is amazing," Izuku exclaimed. He pointed a digit at one of the nearby buildings and watched with joy as a large gash was carved into the side of it in the path his finger was moving. "It's even better than hoped it would be." With a wave of his gauntlet, the boy lifted up a few turned-over cop cars and started juggling them in the air. "I'm starting to see why you're so addicted to your power, All Might." "What have you done?" the hero demanded. It didn't make any sense. Midoriya was supposed to be quirkless, he told him so the day they met. Yet here he was with not only a warping quirk, but also a powerful telekinetic quirk. "I leveled the playing field." Izuku smirked down at him from where he was floating. Is that so wrong? That a quirkless person like myself figured out a way to achieve limitless power, he chuckled. What the hell is going on here? A voice shouted. The hero and villain turned to see Endeavor arrived on the scene. Endeavor, All Might called. Ah, more test subjects. Izuku wasn't afraid at all. With the Infinity Gauntlet on his hand, there was nothing to fear anymore. Did you do this? Endeavor turned his glare to the one responsible to all this destruction. A villain arrogantly levitating in the air as if he was above them all. Sneering at the boy, he blasted him with fire in an effort to one-up All Might before he took the victory. Wait, he's just boy, the #1 hero shouted, but was sadly ignored. Izuku's grin widened seeing the fire coming at him. Using the gauntlet, he made a quick upwards pulling motion, and in seconds, all the water from the fountain below him was yanked upwards to collide with the flames and fizzle them out. Water, the ultimate antithesis of fire. Izuku laughed. How are you the #2 with such an obvious weakness? He questioned while launching all the water at the hero so fast he didn't have time to dodge and was swept away. Stop this. All Might attempted to jump and grab him again, but this time Izuku flash warped away. After the hero's large hand passed through where the boy was, he frantically glanced around. Looking for someone, Izuku appeared higher and away from him with glowing red eyes. Smirking, he reached out to another building and ripped the antennae off with the reality stone and threw it like a spear at All Might. Being in midair, the muscled hero wouldn't be able to dodge, so instead he grabbed it with his hands and safely fell with it to the ground. Nicely done. Izuku applauded him. Please just stop. All Might pleaded again. I don't know what power All for One gave you, but that doesn't mean you should trust Dash. He was cut off by the green-haired teen laughing at him. I turned him down actually. The man paused in surprise. He offered me a quirk and I turned him down. I don't need a quirk. I never did. Waving his left hand, Izuku lifted multiple chunks of concrete. If someone like me can become the strongest person in the world, then that means that quirks aren't as great as everyone made them out to be. With a shout, he tossed the rocks at All Might. They're overrated. Texas Smash. With one punch, he reduced all the chunks to pebbles. Not giving Izuku a chance to fight back or teleport away, he rushed through the air so fast the eye couldn't follow. In a second, he was within touching distance of the boy, but right when he reached out to grab him, the yellow stone on the gauntlet glowed brightly, and then everything stopped. The entire area was encased in a big yellow translucent bubble, and everything inside had apparently frozen in time, all except the one who cast it. 10. Izuku smiled, seeing All Might frozen still with his big hand inches away from his face. 9. 8. He floated and glided around the hero as if he was in water. 7. 6. 5. 4. Once he was behind All Might, he pointed his gauntlet-covered hand at his back. 3. 2. 1. The bubble dissipated and time resumed. Izuku grabbed the hero with the power of the reality stone, covering him in a red glow. Reiwa. With all his strength, he threw All Might straight into the ground below. The impact created a small crater and kicked up a mushroom cloud of dust. Izuku coughed, clutching his throat. How does Kaken scream all the time? I almost ruined my throat. It will take more than that. All Might emerged from the rubble to defeat the symbol of peace. Izuku just scowled at him. I know it will, he said back. However, instead of fighting me, you should be more